Welcome into another edition of the Giant Overreaction. I'm your host, Authentic. Welcome to the rawest, realest New York Giants content on the entire internet. The New York Giants take another loss. We're going to be talking about this matchup against the Baltimore Ravens. Lamar Jackson and the Ravens came into MetLife and straight up destroyed the New York Giants. They were favored by 16.5 points in this game. A lot of people thought that the New York Giants would cover the 16.5. Instead, we end up losing this game 35-14. The over-under was 43. The Ravens definitely tried to get us there. They did a good job of doing that. The New York Giants now have a 44.9 chance of earning the #1 overall selection in the 2025 NFL Draft. That's per ESPN Analytics. Shout out to Jordan Renan for leaking that information. For all of y'all that are here in the chat bright and early, let me see you spam the quarterback that you want the New York Giants to draft. I'm sure it's going to be either Shedeur Sanders or Cam Ward. My vote goes for Cam Ward, although I wouldn't mind having either one of these quarterbacks in the building. But shout out to all of y'all for pulling up, rocking out with us when the New York Giants fall to 2-12 on the season. You cannot make this shit up. The New York Giants are absolutely the worst team, maybe in all of sports, but absolutely in the NFL. And we have about a couple of more games here to endure before this season is over. And I've always told y'all that bad New York Giants football is better than no New York Giants football. And I've been questioning that statement the last couple of weeks here with the product that the New York Giants have put out there on the field. And even Tiki Barber questioned the product. I saw it during the broadcast. He was questioning, just Brian Daboll, job security, Joe Schoen, and speaking on the type of, product that these guys are putting on the field here. And this is coming from a former player, a guy who normally will give the New York Giants the benefit of the doubt. But he said, as much as I like Brian Daboll, the product on the field on Sundays is flat out terrible. And obviously, no one in the New York Giants fan base can disagree with Tiki Barber's statements here, although I think in the past, Tiki Barber has not been the best or the greatest messenger to deliver a message like this with some of the supporting stances he's had on some of the moves that Joe Schoen and the New York Giants have done. I think this one is spot on. It's just been a rough couple of, I can't even say a couple of weeks. It's been a rough season for the New York Giants. And I told you guys to expect this coming in, that the Giants were going to be a team that was not going to be that great. I expected it to be about a 4 to 6 win team. And now we're looking at this season as if the New York Giants likely will not win another game. And shout out to my homie Walt. He's known as at WBG84 on Twitter. I heard my homie Bass say this in the spaces earlier. He was talking about these numbers. And I told Bass I needed these numbers. I thought they were coming from an article, but they were actually coming from Walt. He said, since Joe Schoen's quote-unquote, we're not that far off comment at his bye-week presser, the Giants have been outscored 106-52, and they are 0-4 during that span. The Giants are now the 14th team in NFL history to go 0-8 at home in a singular season. Out of those 14 teams, the Giants have the second worst points per game home average, which is 10.6 points per game at home. Only the 1991 Colts were worse. They averaged 8.7 points per game. Shout out to Walt for those numbers. 4 of the 6 wins from last season came at home for the New York Giants, and thus far we have not been able to win a single game at home. I will continue to say I feel extremely sorry for the people who have paid for season tickets this season and throughout this whole tenure of not only Joe Schoen, Brian Daboll, but dating back to Dave Gettleman, Joe Judge, Pat Shurmur, Ben McAdoo. It's been an absolute shit show in New York, and this was a season that I was very excited about, not necessarily from a win standpoint, but just excited to get back in front of the camera talking New York Giants football. And this really sucked the life out of me, to be honest, this entire season. I've seen beat reporters like Dan Duggan question whether or not this has been the toughest season as a New York Giants fan to endure. And, there was a poll going on around about it. And I saw when I voted for 2017, a lot of people did not agree with that. It was the lowest percentage of votes in that poll. But the reason why I say 2017 for me is because in 2017, I had a lot of hope for this New York Giants team. We're looking at Odell Beckham setting the league on fire. They went out there after the 2016 success, and they brought in Brandon Marshall. I'm thinking, man, we got 2 guys that are wide receiver 1A, 1B. Those guys end up getting hurt in week 5, and the season just ended up going to shits. But that was the season for me that just felt a lot worse because I was a lot more invested that season. This year I came in with not high hopes at all, but the performance on the field has completely broken me as a fan. You know, on Sundays, I'm not looking forward to New York Giants games, not one bit. You know, even when I have to do the recaps on Bleacher Report after the games on Sundays, I'm just like, there's nothing new to tell the fan base at this moment in time. I think that sitting here at 2-12 right now, people are just anxious to get moving on to the next step, whatever that may be, whether that may be losing more games, bringing in a rookie quarterback, firing these coaches and this general manager and bringing in an entirely new regime, whatever that may be, people are just anxious to move on because this has been I will say this is the poorest product that I've seen in my entire life as a New York Giants fan, although 2017 was a bit more of a letdown. Now, when Joe Schoen said these comments at the podium, the Giants were 2-8 when he said we're close. I didn't think we were close. I thought that was just a bunch of bullshit jargon. And now we're sitting at 2-12. The Giants are on a 9-game losing streak that is tied for a franchise record, which coincidentally the Giants did lose 9 games in 2019, the year that we drafted Daniel Jones. Outside of that, I think they've had one other season where they lost 9 games, which occurred in the 1970s. The Giants are averaging 10.4 points per game at home, 14.9 points per game. Just overall right now, that's dead last in the NFL, and the closest team next to us is the New England Patriots. They're 31st, averaging 17 points per game. So 2.1 points per game more than the New York Giants. And we are definitely basement dwellers in a lot of statistical categories. This game, we knew the New York Giants were not going to come out with the victory in this game, quite frankly, right? Coming into this game, not only is this roster not ready to perform, I mean, some people might have an argument to make as far as that goes. But for me, I thought that this roster was never ready coming into the season. I do think that Joe Schoen did a decent job of upgrading some of the positions, considering where we were at when free agency, opened up at the beginning of the 2024 season. I mean, the Giants had so many holes on this roster, and they still do. And he went out there and he drafted for need. But coming into this game, just a ton of injuries. Drew Lock, who I thought performed pretty decent last week, was injured in this one in a walking boot. Theo Johnson on IR. Dexter Lawrence on IR. Tyler Nubin not out there. Bobby Okereke not out there. Andrew Phillips not out there. Raheem Nunez-Roches not out there. Cordell Flott not out there. Deonte Banks not out there. And a lot of these players are guys who should have had the luxury of being able to develop before being thrusted into the lineup and being put in a role where the responsibility was all too much for guys this young. You look at these guys that I named that are injured coming into this game. Some of these guys are guys that were drafted in the 2024 draft class. Some of these guys were drafted in the beginning of Joe Schoen's regime. But guys like Deonte Banks should not have been thrusted into a CB1 role in his second season. Guys like Theo Johnson were not supposed to be coming into the league and from day one have to be a starter right off the bat. Tyler Nubin is not a guy who should have had to come in here and fill in for Xavier McKinney and try to walk in those shoes in year one. Andrew Phillips, who's done a great job when he is healthy on the field, should not have had to come in here and be a major role in the cornerback room from day one, but he had to be. These are just players that I think should have had the luxury to been able to develop, which the New York Giants have been poor at developing players all along. But without those guys in the lineup, and Joe Schoen did hang his hat on that we have rookies that are playing a lot of snaps when he did the presser, which to me is not a reason to be thinking that the New York Giants are actually close. But in this game, when you come in with that many injuries, you can't expect the New York Giants to truly compete. They started off the game. You have Tommy DeVito being wheeled back out there at the quarterback position because of the injury to Drew Lock. We start the game with 2 3-and-outs along with the turnover on downs. Dable ends up going for it on a 4th and 1. It's almost as if right now Brian Dable is saying if it's 4th and anywhere near manageable, he's going to end up going for it. And I talked about having controlled aggression on the preview show. And Brian Dable just did not show that in this game. We go for it on the 4th and 1. We run a quarterback sneak, tush-push type of style with Tommy DeVito, and we end up not getting it. Now, the Baltimore Ravens go right down the field, right? And it looks like they're about to score. They have a great play on special teams. They started off both their first 2 possessions with great field position due to special teams. But Lamar Jackson ends up fumbling on that first possession, and they end up punting it on the second possession. From that point forward, and this trickled all the way into almost the 4th quarter, the Baltimore Ravens scored a touchdown on 5 consecutive drives. 4 of the 5 touchdowns came from outside of the red zone. They were 1 for 2 in the red zone on the day. The Giants were a disaster from the opening whistle. They never got the running game going, and this is multiple games in a row that the New York Giants have struggled to get the running game going. And Bobby put out a really great video. I talked about this on the the recap that we did on Bleacher Report, he put out a really great video about firing Joe Schoen, and I do agree with pretty much everything he had to say on that one. The one little thing that I, nitpicked in that video was he said that Tyrone Tracy was a hit in this draft, and I really can't quite go that far just yet. This is a guy that had a couple of 100-yard games, but as of late has definitely struggled to run the rock here. 10 carries for 31 yards, 3.1 yards per carry. That's not going to get it done. For me, the bottom line is you got to be around 3.7 yards per carry to be salvageable in the NFL. Devin Singletary really didn't help out the situation with 8 carries for 25 yards. He did have the touchdown. When I see Devin Singletary get the ball near the goal line, it bothers me. I got to be real with y'all. Like, I want to see the development of Tyrone Tracy, and I want these touches to go to Tyrone Tracy. I feel like Devin Singletary, along with Drew Lock and a few other guys on this roster, were really just a waste of salary cap and a waste of dollars going into this 2024 season. But nonetheless, the New York Giants end up rushing for 55 yards as a team, averaging 2.8 yards per carry. 3 rushing first downs all damn day. The Giants, this has been the story throughout the last couple of weeks. They haven't had a running back go over 60 yards in 4 straight games, and they also haven't had a quarterback throw for over 300 yards all damn year. And I don't care if you got Ray Lewis and the 2000 Ravens out there. You are going to struggle to win games in 2024 when your offense can't go out there and produce yardage and produce touchdowns and put the ball in the end zone. It's just what it is. The Ravens had the lead at the half, 21-7. Tommy DeVito was 10 of 13 for 68 yards. He was sacked 2 times and ended up being ruled out of this game with a concussion. He was 1 for 5 on third downs in the first half. Just 10 total first downs in the first half by the New York Giants. Damn near 50% of the first downs that we acquired in the first half were by penalty to the Ravens. And the Ravens have struggled with penalties all year long. And in this game, this was their worst game as far as from a yardage standpoint, as far as how much yards accumulated from penalties in a game. They had 112 yards on penalties. I think it was 12 penalties on the day. But their offense and the way that their offense was maneuvering allowed them to do things and make mistakes like that throughout this game and still be able to walk the New York Giants throughout the day. The Ravens were averaging 9.5 yards per pass at the half. They were averaging 8.3 yards per play at the half. And meanwhile, the New York Giants were averaging 3.3 yards per play. Lamar Jackson, when you have a quarterback like that, and, I heard Bill Parcells say a quote in an old interview as I'm going through a bunch of clippings from back in the day from New York Giants coaches. I heard Bill Parcells talk about this in an interview that the media all too often thinks that you can just go out there and pick a quarterback off a tree and move on. And finding a quarterback like a guy like Lamar Jackson is extremely difficult. But when you find a guy like that, it is imperative that you keep that guy in the building. And we know that Lamar Jackson and the Baltimore Ravens were having contract disputes during the time when he was franchise tagged and all of that. Teams came out and said that they did not want Lamar Jackson. They volunteered. Nobody asked them and said, are you guys going to bring in Lamar Jackson? Teams like the Atlanta Falcons said, we don't want anything to do with a guy like Lamar Jackson. We've seen New York Giants fans and content creators alike make the comparison over the years of Daniel Jones in comparison to Lamar Jackson from a passing yardage standpoint to try to make a case that there's reasoning to pay a guy like Daniel Jones over a guy like Lamar Jackson, which is completely egregious, and that is just ill-advised behavior. Nobody should be comparing quarterbacks, none of the quarterbacks that have been on the roster with the New York Giants over the better part of the last decade, you could say outside of an Eli Manning, to a guy like Lamar Jackson. And he absolutely was the difference maker in this game. Derrick Henry really did not have it going in this game. And that's not to say that Derrick Henry had a bad game or nothing like that. I think he was averaging somewhere around 4 yards a carry, maybe just underneath that. But Lamar Jackson in the first half was pretty much perfect. His passer rating was almost perfect. He was 13 of 14 in the first half for 162 yards, 3 touchdowns, no interceptions. And throughout the day, he was just incredible. Having a quarterback like that on your roster, a guy that the NFL looked over and deemed this guy as a running back. And I still think till this day that statement, whether the people who say it or not understand the consequences of saying something like that, to me, when you call a guy like Lamar Jackson a running back, that is a racist statement to me. You don't hear that statement being said about other guys, right? Maybe outside of a Taysom Hill, which they won't even label that guy a running back. But Lamar Jackson has continued to prove his worth in this league. This guy's coming off 2 MVPs. He's probably the leading candidate, if not in the top 2 or 3 players in the league right now that are viable MVP options. He will likely win another MVP unless Josh Allen has something to say about it, maybe a guy like Saquon Barkley. But outside of those guys, it is absolutely going to be Lamar Jackson to win the third MVP. Finished the day 21 for 25 for 290 yards, 5 touchdowns on the day, a QBR, not a quarterback rating, QBR of 93.3, which is out of 100. He had a rating of 154.6, which is damn near perfect. Jackson became the first quarterback in NFL history to hit minimums of 80% completion percentage, 250 passing yards, 5 passing touchdowns, 0 interceptions, and at least 50 rushing yards. Lamar had more passing touchdowns than he had incompletions in this game. It's his 5th career game with 5 or more passing touchdowns and fewer than 5 incompletions. Lamar completed passes to 8 different receivers on the day. He's been absolutely on fire throughout this season. He has 10 games with a rating over 100. He has multiple passing touchdowns in 7 of his last 8 performances. And in his last 8 games, he has 25 total touchdowns to just 1 interception. And to the people that will still deem him a running back, of those 25 total touchdowns, 24 of them are through the air. The Giants were outmatched. We knew that would happen in this game because of a quarterback like that. And we are in search in this draft, I pray to God, of our franchise quarterback. And if we swing and we miss, so be it. Swing again, right? There's a saying, and I can't remember who says it. It might have been Gary V, possibly, that said this quote that lives with me till this day. And every time I say it to somebody for the first time, they're so puzzled when I say it. Whoever fails the most wins. Because if you continue to fail and continue to try, you will eventually win. And the New York Giants need to treat the quarterback position that exact same way. Because a lot of these statistics that I've been reading off about the Giants and the reasoning why the New York Giants offense has been as terrible as it has been over the past 6 seasons has a lot to do with doubling down on your mistakes, not swinging and missing again and missing another time to give you that opportunity to keep trying and failing. The Giants were 2 for 12 on third down in this game. And meanwhile, from a defensive standpoint, the Baltimore Ravens were 9 for 11 against the New York Giants on third down. You can't win games like that. 7 of the New York Giants' 18 first downs on the day came from penalty. The Baltimore Ravens were terrible. They were an undisciplined team when it came to the penalties, 12 penalties for 112 yards. It's their 4th game of the season where they have allowed over 100 yards in penalties. There's no way that you are going to win games like this. From a personnel standpoint, from what Joe Schoen has gone to the grocery store and shopped for the goods for Brian Daboll and brought to the table for him. From a coaching standpoint, believing in this quarterback room that we had going into the season, knowing that not only that your starting quarterback was not good enough to get it done, but if your starting quarterback indeed ended up getting injured, a guy that was injured for 4 out of his first 5 seasons in the NFL, that your backup plan was absolutely terrible, right? Coming in with Drew Lock to replace Tyrod Taylor. Now, I can understand and give fans in the Giants community the benefit of the doubt, including myself, thinking that a guy like Drew Lock could come in and possibly be maybe serviceable. But being guys that have the access to the information in that front office that obviously no fans have, that no content creators have, and still making these kind of mistakes that you see it from fans that could have made better decisions than our front office made this offseason. It's totally unexplainable and inexcusable for the New York Giants to be going out here, putting this product out there on the field. And I thought Darius Slayton had some really good words about this too when Dan Duggan tried to ask him a question about comparing this to the other losing teams that Darius Slayton has been on. Because you can't forget, Darius Slayton has been here through this whole entire debacle since 2019. He is our oldest tenured player on the team. And he said that he couldn't compare it to the other teams because this team is just losing. There aren't many locker room disputes, and he didn't give details, but he said that the other teams, especially the 2021 team, had different types of turmoil going on in the locker room that this team just doesn't have. And to go out there and lose games the way that we are losing games, I feel sorry for players like Darius Slayton, who's likely not going to be a New York Giants in a uniform next year. His contract is up. He's not performing at a high level right now. They're not really implementing him in the game plan that much, although a lot of their wide receivers that they have drafted throughout this regime have not panned out. Guys like Jalen Hyatt, Wan'Dale Robinson aren't truly working out, but that doesn't mean that Darius Slayton is being the beneficiary of that. A lot of our game plan is going through Malik Neighbors, and it just looks like he's the only player that we have on offense to be able to generate any type of yards. But I don't know if that's a mistake from Brian Dable to be going out here and continuously funneling your offense through one player when he is available and he is healthy out there. I don't know if that's on Brian Dable or not, if he is completely hamstrung and really has no other options, because I've seen Darius Slayton play throughout his career here, and he's been a pretty decent player. We've seen Tyrone Tracy go out here and have successful games, but we're not relying on the guys that can play their role in taking some of the attention off Malik Neighbors. Neighbors had some comments that he said a couple of weeks back, about not getting the ball, being down 30-0 in the first half, trickling into the third quarter against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and not being able to get the ball until they're down 30-0. And I understand that stuff, but, I don't even like this saying that a lot of people say about the inmates running the prison. The New York Giants aren't necessarily a prison. This is a luxury to be able to go out there and play football. But it seems like when Malik Neighbors comes to the podium, he says things like, they want me to speak out, right? He says things like, Brian Dable is asking me what plays do I want to run. And I think that's cool. You do want to be able to take input from some of your players. But at the end of the day, this is Brian Dable's show. He needs to be running the show. Malik Neighbors ended the day with a solid game, and I love to see this from him, but I do think that they are over-targeting Malik Neighbors. 10 receptions on the day, 82 yards, 1 touchdown. I love the back shoulder fade throw from Tim Boyle, and I got to give Tim Boyle his props. We're going to get there when we get to the Giant overreactions as well. He played a pretty decent game. Coming into the game, Malik Neighbors had just 8 receptions in the first quarter, so he has reasoning to be speaking about not being involved in the game plan early. But this is not the first time that we've seen a player who is the number one playmaker on the New York Giants being phased out in the first half. If you guys can remember, Saquon Barkley had this same issue. We saw it even in successful seasons with the New York Giants in 2022 when they went to the playoffs. You look at the first game against the Minnesota Vikings. You look at the first playoff game against the Minnesota Vikings where Saquon Barkley left that game with 9 carries. We went into that game, and I swear to God, I remember talking to Sal from He's a Giant about this going into the game. We were speculating what the game plan would be going into that game because if you remember correctly, we got to 7-2 by running the ball with Saquon Barkley and using Daniel Jones on read option. In the middle of the season when Saquon was dealing with a shoulder injury, the Giants thought that it would be a better situation for them to go to a quick passing attack in a West Coast type of style, and I thought that Kafka was doing a pretty good job of calling plays. And we kind of started to neglect the run a little bit in the middle towards the late back half of the season. We get to Minnesota, I thought it was going to be a running game plan. Sal thought the exact same thing. We went out there, we were able to win the game, but I thought that if we would have focused on Saquon, we could have won that game a lot easier. I think the Giants ended up beating the Vikings in the wild card round of the playoffs by a touchdown. We then get to Philly, and I'm thinking, okay, we're outmatched. Philly has a better roster. Okay, we got by against the Vikings without using Saquon in the first half. And we go out there, and Saquon Barkley got 4 touches in the first half against the Philadelphia Eagles, and also just 9 carries in that game. And the Giants ended up getting dog walked. We end up starting the 2023 season against the Dallas Cowboys. We end up getting blown out 40-0 in another game where Saquon was phased out in the first half. And realizing when it's too late that you need to get the ball to your playmakers. So I like the adjustment, but at the same time, I want Brian Dable to call his game. And Malik Neighbors did reap the benefit of that in this game. He had 4 receptions early in this one, 3 on the first drive, I believe it was, 5 receptions in the first half. But the problem for me is that it was just all Malik Neighbors. 4 receptions from Wan'Dale Robinson, a guy who was drafted in the second round that we traded up to get. 1 reception for 16 yards from Darius Slayton. And Jalen Hyatt, a guy that we traded up as well in the third round to grab, didn't have a reception in this game. And that theme has been all too frequent and too common for the New York Giants with Jalen Hyatt. Jalen Hyatt looks like a guy now that is going to completely be phased out right now. And I think that he is in a lose-lose situation. If Brian Dable comes back next season, you know what to expect from Jalen Hyatt. A guy that coming into 2024, a lot of people thought that Jalen Hyatt was going to be wide receiver 2, and I told people, pump the brakes. Darius Slayton has proved what he can do in this league. Jalen Hyatt has not. But if Brian Dable comes back next season, by some miracle, is Jalen Hyatt going to just start to be implemented into this offense? I'd bank my money on absolutely not. If you bring in a new coaching staff, now Jalen Hyatt has a chance to maybe reset what's going on with him in the relationship with the coaching staff, but I think that makes it even that much harder for him to get on the field and get the targets necessary for him to try to prove that he is a guy. I see him getting open in the game. He looks like a liability when he has to go out there and block in the run game, but as far as his route running, I see him getting open, but the offensive line is not giving our quarterbacks enough time to be able to go out there and make the plays necessary. And we don't have quarterbacks on this roster that are going to be able to buy time, right? Now, this is all why I wanted the New York Giants to speed up the process and take that swing. And don't be afraid to fail on swinging on a quarterback and missing. Yeah, our first three quarterbacks that we wanted in this draft in 2024 were all off the board by the time we went to go pick at pick 6. Michael Penix was sitting right there. J.J. McCarthy was sitting right there. And I always have to preface this by saying this is no shade towards Malik Neighbors, because one of my favorite quarterbacks in this draft was Jaden Daniels. And obviously, looking at Jaden Daniels' tape, Malik Neighbors is all over it, shining, all over the tape. But at the same time, there were wide receivers in the second round that the New York Giants could have drafted and brought in that could have been to play the role of a wide receiver one. Maybe not quite to the level to hit the ground running like a Malik Neighbors, but still there were guys out there. And this wide receiver class has produced a bunch of guys out here, right? A lot of these guys are first-round talent, some on the fringe in the second round. But right now, we are on pace to have 4 rookies with over 1,000 yards receiving and a potential 5th guy. And that has never happened. This will be the most 1,000-yard receivers in NFL history in a rookie class. You got Brian Thomas Jr., you got Brock Bowers, you got Malik Neighbors, you got Ladd McConkey. All these guys are producing right now, and a lot of these guys were first-round talent. I do understand that. Outside of, I believe, Ladd McConkey. I think Ladd McConkey was the only guy to go in the second round. Might have went in the first, actually. I think Ladd is a second-rounder. I think Ricky Pearsall was the guy that surprised me with where his draft positioning was. But we're looking at a lot of talent coming out of the 2024 draft. And I also think that when we talk about positions that deem higher value than others, we know that the running back position has been devalued by the NFL. But for a person or fan like me, I look at it with my own 2 eyes. You look around the league, the running back position is still extremely important. You see it in Green Bay, you see it in Philly, you see it in Baltimore, you see it in Houston. All these teams, when their quarterbacks are not playing well, they have a running back that they can rely on. When I look at the Philadelphia Eagles, who are now on a 10-game winning streak, and I look at how you approach stopping that offense, where the Eagles win is they have so many answers on the offensive side of the ball. You try to stop Saquon Barkley. All right, well, we got A.J. Brown in the deep passing game. You try to stop that. Well, we got Devonta Smith in the intermediate to long passing game as well. You stop all of that, we got Jalen Hurts, who can still run read option, RPOs all damn day long, and still has the capability to win a game when all those other areas of his team are not going in the direction that normally would point towards a victory. We don't have that. To be a team that's going to be successful in the NFL, you need multiple answers for that question when they go to try to scheme up how to stop your team. And we saw this for 6 years with Saquon Barkley in a New York Giants uniform, that week in and week out, defensive coordinators had to do one thing when it came to stopping the New York Giants. And some people disagree with this when I said this a couple of years ago. It starts with stopping Saquon Barkley. You stop Saquon Barkley, good luck. The New York Giants are probably not going to beat you. You remove Saquon from that equation. Now we're bringing in Malik Neighbors, who is all too dependent on the quarterback to get him the ball to be able to make the plays necessary. And boy, the New York Giants are targeting the hell out of Malik Neighbors. He has 140 targets on the year. I can remember in the offseason having conversations with my homies in the Twitter spaces and us having debates about if Malik Neighbors would breach 100 targets. We still got 3 games left, and he's already at 140 targets. He's just 1 reception away from breaking OBJ's franchise rookie record for the most receptions in a single season of 91. So the Giants definitely have a problem when it comes to weapons. It's not a Malik Neighbors problem. It's just we have one answer when it comes to how the New York Giants are going to score points. I'm not putting Tyrone Tracy in that mix just yet as a true weapon. And I obviously can't put the other guys on this roster from a weapon standpoint from Wan'Dale Robinson, Jalen Hyatt, Darius Slayton, Devin Singletary, and any of the quarterbacks on the roster in that category. We just can't do it. And when you're going up against absolutely a playoff team and quite possibly a Super Bowl contending team in the Baltimore Ravens, I think it really just brings you, I can't even say back down to earth, because the New York Giants were in a grave before this game sitting at 2-11. You saw the thumbnail on this particular stream. I mean, people are wearing bags over their heads. And you don't see that unless a franchise is in a very, very poor situation. And right now, I've been telling you guys this, and I've been thinking about it since. Where do the Giants go from here? I know we need to draft a quarterback, and that's going to make me feel much better about the way that my fandom supports the New York Giants. But at the end of the day, is that going to set us in the right direction to be able to get back to competing for championships where we were in 2007 and 2011? I'm not sure, because there are so many other moves that need to be made. We have contracts looming over this team in Brian Burns, Andrew Thomas, Dexter Lawrence, and coming out of the Daniel Jones contract as well. What do you do with these cornerstone pieces? A lot of people have been saying clean house, fire the coaches, fire the general manager, bring in new everything, literally down to the trainers, the scouting department, the athletic department, all of it. And if we do that, we've seen teams do that before. We've seen teams like the Cleveland Browns be in the position that the New York Giants are in right now. And it took them decades to get going on the right track. I'm 41 years old. I will be 42 in July. I maybe got about a good 25 summers left, right? For the New York Giants to get their shit together and try to compete for a championship. I've seen people say that drafting a quarterback could possibly put the New York Giants in a situation where this will be the exact same thing like we saw with Daniel Jones when he was selected with the 6th overall selection. But at the end of the day, I think it is extremely important that the Giants keep swinging and keep missing. And swing until you hit a home run. And finally, when they hit the home run at the quarterback position, then you can build around that quarterback. For years, I feel like in the New York Giants community, I've been one of few members that create content in the Giants community, which is crazy to me, that looked at the situation with the New York Giants that we should build this team from the quarterback out. And with a lot of the other people who cover the New York Giants, for some reason they look at it the opposite way. Like, you need to get this roster in a perfect situation to then bring in the quarterback, and then all of a sudden a rookie quarterback is going to come out here and take the New York Giants to the promised land. I don't understand how that makes sense, because the quarterback is the most important position in all of sports. Would you start a company and hire all your employees before bringing in the guy who's going to run the show? I don't think so. It starts with the general manager. It starts with the head coach. It trickles down to the quarterback. Everything else after that, in my opinion, should be secondary. I know today, sitting at 2-11, people have completely lost hope with the New York Giants, not only for the season, but for the foreseeable future, for the next at least 2 to 3 years. We've been saying this is going to take at least 2 to 3 years for 2 to 3 years. I don't know where we go from here. I see my homie Dilla is in the chat. Shout out to Dilla, man. And I've encouraged y'all to go look at this video way too many times. And I went back and I looked at the video 2 days ago. I looked at the video again from Dilla. And Dilla, feel free to copy that link to the video of when Joe Schoen was first hired. I've been chopping up, like I said, a lot of footage, looking at a lot of interviews, and preparing things for this documentary, that the way that the Giants season has gone has prolonged me releasing the way that this documentary is going, because the story and the narrative that I want to present here continuously keeps changing. I didn't expect Daniel Jones to be released by November. I didn't expect the New York Giants to be starting their 4th quarterback of the season. I did not expect that. And things have just taken a left turn. But I went back and I looked at that video from Dilla, and this was the day that Joe Schoen got hired or the week that Joe Schoen got hired. He put out a video on his thoughts about it. And some of the things that stood out, and I don't want to let the cat out the bag too much because I'm literally using that clip, hopefully with the consent of Dilla, in this documentary. There's so many things that he said that were spot on in this video. And for me as a guy who follows this team with a keen eye, that at times I don't have the type of guts to go out on a limb and say an opinion that I'm not 100% confident in. So when Joe Schoen was hired, I reserved a lot of my thoughts. It was almost like how when the New York Giants drafted Kadarius Toney. I'll never forget it. I filmed a draft reaction live that day, and we traded back. And when we did draft Kadarius Toney, and I looked at the video, I was not 100% invested in the opinion to put the video out. And I'm glad that was the case because I was okay with the Kadarius Toney pick at the time, and I'm okay with saying that now. But to put that opinion out there publicly, I didn't want to do it at the time because I was not 100% sure about it. And that there was reasoning behind that, right? Kadarius Toney did not pan out. But Dilla said about 2 to 3 things in that video that stood out to me. The first thing that he said was that these guys' claim to fame is off of Josh Allen. And we're talking about in 2022 here. Josh Allen has continued to go on and prove that he does not need Brian Daboll to be successful, right? In 2022, a lot of Giants fans, when they saw that Josh Allen was turning the ball over a little bit, they were like, oh, he's missing Brian Daboll. That's why this is happening. And overlooked that Ken Dorsey just wasn't the man for the job. But even still in that year, Josh Allen threw and ran for over 35 touchdowns. If you just saw the stat come out, Josh Allen is the first quarterback in NFL history to have 4 consecutive seasons with 35 total touchdowns or more. And remember, I talked about that on the podcast on the preview show just on Thursday. I said, man, Jalen Hurts has 3 seasons where he's going to be pushing for 35 touchdowns. I wonder who the other quarterbacks are, if any, that have ever done that. And Josh Allen is the only guy to ever do that. Dilla spoke about that in the video. I promise y'all, go subscribe to Dilla right now. There's about 135 people in here. If Dilla does not see spikes in his subscriber count when this stream is over, I'm not doing my job in explaining and expressing how spot on he is as a New York Giants fan. That was the first thing he talked about. The second thing that he spoke on, that when I went back and I looked at the video just a couple of days ago, that was just eye-popping to me. He said to me in that video at least, because he was definitely speaking to my soul in that video. He said, I don't know who people think Devin Singletary is or was, but he's just another running back. He talked about how Matt Breida, another former New York Giants running back, was taking some of his snaps from him, and that the expectation for a guy like Devin Singletary shouldn't be that high. Yet and still, you see Giants fans at these games early on in the season putting tape over the back of the Saquon Barkley jerseys with Singletary written on it, saying that we're going to forget about Saquon Barkley because of a guy like Devin Singletary, that running back by committee was a much smarter approach than relying on a bell cow running back like Saquon Barkley. And here we are, we're looking at Saquon Barkley rush for over 1,500 yards. Again, I'm telling y'all, go subscribe to this man, Dilla, because there are content creators that I support and hold to a high regard for a lot of different things, right? Some of them might be the quality of their videos. Some of them might be just simply on their takes, the information that they gather. Some of them might be on their consistency, kind of like how we do over here at Authentic in the Beard, 4 days a week. You know, some of them might be for breaking news and other different type of topics. The one reason why I say you need to go out there and support people like Dilla is because, one, he makes these videos on his off time from work, right? Like, I hold that to a high regard because I'm a guy that I have the luxury of having the time to be able to comfortably create on YouTube, because I live in this studio right here that you're looking at. Some people have asked me if this is a green screen behind me. This is where I literally live from 9 to 5, and usually longer than that. I game from here. I record records from here. The recording booth is right here in front of me. I mix records here, and I have a lot of extra time. A guy like Dilla, I'm literally seeing him on break from his job, you know, with the vest from his work, creating a video, which shows to me that the presentation of where, Who, what, where, when, why, whatever does not matter. It's the message being delivered by Dilla that is most important. And the reason, I say all that to say, the reason why I follow a guy like Dilla, it's not because he supports my content and he's always in these streams on a Monday. It's because Dilla represents New York and he has that intuition. Most importantly, he has intuition like I've never seen from any of these other Giants content creators. With me, I go off studying the information as much as I can to come up with the best possible presentation that I can. Dilla's just like, fuck it, I'm going to tell y'all how I feel today. And I'm telling y'all, go look at that Joe Schoen video. It's a 2-part video. His camera cut off in the middle of recording it. And the meat and potatoes of that video is in the second half of it. But I'm telling y'all, I encourage all of y'all, and I see my homie Bluegrass Picker just put the link in the chat. Just go look at that video. It's almost as if Dilla made that video today and somehow went back in time and posted a timestamp on YouTube that it was posted when Joe Schoen was hired. It's a fantastic video that breaks down all the things that we should have been concerned about with a guy like Joe Schoen coming in here as the general manager for the New York Giants, a guy who really had no track record of doing nothing. Literally, doing nothing. Josh Allen is the reason why Joe Schoen got the job. Literally. And I'm telling y'all, I cannot double, triple, quadruple, quintuple it down that y'all need to subscribe and support people like that. I know it's cool to support people with flashy graphics and people that have ties to the New York Giants and whatever the fuck reason we support people. But I think it's more important that people like Dilla that just, they are the temperature of the fan base. They deserve subs. They really deserve more subs than some of the people that are just going out here. Some people that aren't even New York Giants fans. Like, I've seen some of these conglomerates and some of these companies that fund people to go out there and almost fake as if they are a fan of a team. I can't say a Giants team, but because this goes on around the NFL community. But they're just paid to just create content for a particular fan base because people understand that you can make money by catering to a fan base. So again, I recommend, before we get off into these giant overreactions, just take the time, go click that link, put it in a separate tab, whatever you got to do, Bluegrass Picker, put it right there. Keep it open on the side. I don't care if you leave this stream to go watch that right now. But whatever you do, check out that video. And just show support to guys like that. Like, dudes like Dilla need that support. I would love for a guy like Dilla to be able to, I don't know if, how he looks at his career or whatever, he's doing on his livelihood. But I think it would be amazing if he could, maybe take some time away from busting his ass, working as hard as he does, to be able to just come up here and create content. So again, just go over there, man. Subscribe to him. Even if you don't look at the content, whatever, go subscribe to that dude. My man definitely deserves that type of attention for a video that I've never seen. Like, I've had my moments up here before where I've you go back and I'm like, a year ago, man, was I spot on. Even this season, I said the Giants would win 4 games. People were looking at me crazy as hell. And I wasn't spot on about that, but they've won 2 games now with 3 games remaining in the season. So just definitely do me that favor. If you rock with me over here at Authentic and the Beard, go show some love to Dilla. I want to say his channel is not even monetized yet. Just go show some love to him. And Dilla, when you get a free chance on a Monday, shoot me a message on whether it be Twitter or through email at authentic@allornothingstudios.com. I need to bring you on the show so people can hear from you, because I think that's very important. But big shout out to the gang, man. A little bit of a rant there for my dog. I think he deserves that. And he's here every week. Sometimes he be driving and, on his way from work or to work, whatever it may be, to show love for the kind of content that I do. And I hold his content to the highest regard. I think he's one of the best content creators that we got in this whole entire New York Giants community. Shout out to the people who sent in the super chats here early on. Let's get to those, and then we'll get to these giant overreactions and try to get y'all up out of here at a reasonable time. Y'all know when I say that, it normally does not go that way. But shout out to the entire Giants Nation and the community in the building, man. We appreciate y'all being here today. Shout out my dog one time. Sebastian is in the building, man, with the $2 super chat. Let me check on something real quick. and make sure. Okay, I was about to say, because Sebastian better be a mod up in here one time, man, because Sebastian is literally one of the guys that makes this channel go. He says, who are you taking at quarterback this draft? I am not 100% set in stone on this, right? But right now, I got Cam Ward at the top. Shout out to Stan. Stan put me on the Cam Ward 3-4 years ago. Like, Unc, you need to check this guy out. He's going to be transferring to Washington State. He's a dude. I've been checking Cam Ward since. I had a homie send me a lot of all 22 on Cam Ward this previous draft because I thought Cam Ward was going to be coming out when his draft stock kind of took a hit and he wasn't going to get drafted where he thought he might go. He decided to transfer, go to Miami. Miami's a team that was off the radar before Cam Ward got there. And he went over there and things completely changed. I'm a big fan, but I also know a lot more about Cam Ward than I do about Shedeur Sanders from a all 22 tape standpoint. And that's what I'm waiting to do. I'm really waiting until the season is over. It's going to be tough because I'm not really going to get much of a break here. Bleacher Report wants me to start content on the 2025 NFL draft literally at the end of the regular season. So we might be taking a little bit of a break here, maybe the last week of the season to prepare some content going into the 2025 draft. But right now, I got Cam Ward as the guy I would draft. Big shout out to Sebastian one time. Shout out Talking Eco one time for the $4.99 super chat. He says, Dable and Shane need to be gone. Why let homegrown talents go? 2, 1 will be great next year. I think either Ward or Sanders will wear 2. I like that. I like that. You know, Cam Ward rocking that number 1 right now, I believe it is. That number's already taken by Malik Neighbors. This 100th season has been just a head scratcher. You know, and you look at it in hindsight, bringing out the Century Red uniforms, you know, having the number 1 number unretired from Malik Neighbors, who has lived up a bit to the hype, but the team just around him has not. You know, this is one of the toughest seasons for the New York Giants to endure. And all of this when we were supposed to be celebrating our 100th season. It's terrible. It's absolutely terrible. But big shout out to Talking Eco. Yeah, if Shedeur come here, you know he wearing that number 2 for sure. I don't foresee Drew Lock being on the roster next year. And even if he is, you're going to have to come up off that number 2 for a fact. Big shout out Talking Eco for supporting the channel. Shout out Jalen Ware with the $1.99 super chat in the building one time. He says, how do you feel about Cam talking about being a Giant? So I saw a few of the statements. He did talk about the organization and whatnot, and didn't really have anything negative to say. I would love it, man, if, you know, Cam Ward would come over here and be a New York Giant. He would be the first African-American quarterback that the New York Giants committed to, at least from a first-round standpoint. They did draft, I believe his name's Andre, can't remember his last name. Andre Ware, maybe? I can't remember his last name. But they drafted him in the 6th round. He's the only African-American quarterback that was drafted by the New York Giants. So from a franchise face standpoint, we haven't had that guy. You know, I like this day and age of social media. You're getting to see these kids talk about situations that they might not be able to go to or get to or be drafted in well before the draft comes up. So, I mean, this is just a great day and age for media. Granted, we have to cipher through like the oversaturation, but I like it. I'm glad to hear Cam Ward speak out and talk about the New York Giants as a potential team that he might get drafted by. It's cool with me, man. I would love to see him in blue. We need, you know, just a fresh start at the quarterback position. I've been up here since 2019, since the summer of 2019, creating content. So all we know is Daniel Jones is the starting quarterback over here at Authentic in the Beard. And I'm just looking forward to having a little bit of fresh life to cover another quarterback. Y'all know that I am very fixated on covering the quarterback position. And throughout the years, people have had, I guess their fair criticism of me over talking about the quarterback situation. But I played quarterback in high school and shifted to wide receiver my last year in high school. And I'm just fixated on the skill positions on the offensive side of the ball, and I'm not going to apologize to anybody for that. You know, create your own channel if you want to talk about other things outside of the quarterback position and the skill positions. But for me, this channel throughout, our tenure, speaking on the New York Giants, has been focused on the quarterback position. And coming out of an era where Eli Manning, the greatest quarterback that the New York Giants have ever seen, won 2 Super Bowls. And, I just, as a fan during that time, I can always remember talking to my friends about this, throughout the late 2000s and well into the 2010s. Like, the Giants and our fan base was just so, like, I don't want to use the word lucky, But it was just a great thing to be able to win those 2 Super Bowls in 2007 and 2011, both of them against the GOAT at the quarterback position in Tom Brady. I felt that we were almost overly blessed by the football gods during that time. And I used to joke around and say, like, we'll pay for this in the long run. We got the 2 Super Bowls during that stretch, and we'll pay for this, in the long run. That was well before I was podcasting, before the Beard came up with this idea. And now it's like, I'm living it. I'm literally living it. 2024 has been the worst season for us here on Authentic and the Beard. It's been the worst season. For the Beard, it's been a great one for him because, the Washington Commanders are, having the best record that they've had since 1992. They're well on their way to the playoffs, and this will be the second playoff berth that the Beard gets to see from his team, because in 2020, he also got to see them get there when the New York Giants fell short when the Philadelphia Eagles tanked against the Washington Commanders in the last game of the season and ended up putting out Nate Sudfeld out there on the field over Jalen Hurts. It's interesting when you look at that situation, too, because now Jalen Hurts is the franchise quarterback for the Philadelphia Eagles. And I talked about it during that time when me and the Beard talked about it. And, a lot of people across the fan base were talking about it. Oh, they did that because Jalen Hurts is not the franchise guy. And there were a couple of reasons why they did that. And I always thought that was not Doug Peterson's doing. That was a call from up top. And I think they just wanted to see what they had in Sudfeld. He was a guy that had never got a chance to play, during his tenure there. So they just wanted to see if this was a guy they wanted to re-sign before they brought him back next year, or, opted to go in a different direction. And that's what they ended up doing. But, for the Beard, it's been, 2 out of the 6 seasons that we have been here. He's going to be able to say that the Washington Commanders went to the playoffs. And here I am with the New York Giants. We're talking about 5 out of the 6 seasons being seasons where the New York Giants won 6 or fewer games. It's been extremely tough. But shout out to Jalen Ware. He actually sent in another super chat here for $4.99. He says, Cam keeps his head down and wants to grind away from the distractions that NY has. I don't think Shedeur has that same mentality, and it scares me. It's interesting because, let me take a sip of this water real quick. When you look at the mentality or the what's the word I'm looking for here? Like I want the right word for this. The assumptions, right? It's more like assumptions. The assumptions that we have. And I don't fault fans for having these assumptions, right? That maybe a certain player's mentality is a certain way, right? But ultimately, we do not know these people, these quarterbacks, as people. We don't know their true character, right? We see the character that's in front of the camera. We see the character that we see on the field after a game, whether it be overly hyped from a huge victory or at your lowest lows after a certain loss. We've seen that with Cam Ward. We've seen it with Shedeur Sanders, where he, quote unquote, threw his offensive line under the bus after a tough loss a year ago. But I like to compare this to what you see from like an actress, or let's use Family Matters, the TV show, as an example, right? When you see Urkel on that show, it's hard to imagine who the real person, Steve Urkel, truly is, right? And not just because he's portraying a geeky, nerdy type of dude on TV, but what you see from him is typically years behind. We're seeing the episodes that have been recorded and released to the public and all that, right? And all we know from him is what we see from him in the media, on his show, and little tidbits, right, that you get throughout the tenure of these people doing their profession. And I think the same goes for Shedeur Sanders. One clip that stands out that will speak volumes to a fan base is when Cam Ward and Shedeur Sanders were having that workout together, right? And Cam Ward's walking off the field with Shedeur Sanders. They all sit down on the bench. And Cam says to Shedeur, we need to pretty much keep this workout going. Y'all know we didn't put our best foot forward in that workout. And if you sit up here and you think otherwise, you bullshitting yourself. For us as fans, that clip will linger in our minds until these kids are drafted, right? But who's to say? Maybe Shedeur Sanders learned from that moment. Maybe that was just one moment where he was off his A game. So we can only take these little moments and try to add them up to be the characteristic that we see from that particular player. But is it accurate is the real question. So Jalen, I don't know. I don't know the true characteristic of a Shedeur Sanders. Maybe he's a guy that when he gets in front of the media or on the field, there's a certain bravado that comes out of his character that maybe is not within his character when you see him on a day-to-day basis with his teammates in practice. We don't know. Look, I can use Russell Westbrook as an example. A lot of people think that Russell Westbrook is this just like OD goon, gritty type of guy because of the style and the way that he plays when he's on the basketball court. But when you see him outside of that, that's not the character that he is. We could go through plenty of different professions and use the same correlation. Maybe some of it is true. Maybe that is Shedeur Sanders' character. But I can't sit up here and 100% say positively that is. So I don't know. Maybe when all's said and done, Shedeur Sanders has a stronger foundation and backbone than a guy like Cam Ward does. We don't know. I did see Cam Ward in front of the media slip up and say a slur that no quarterback should necessarily be saying on ESPN in front of ESPN cameras. But I can't judge him off that one moment at the same time. We really don't know who this person truly is. But I do think that it is okay to speculate. Obviously, you can take all the information and all the data that we have and come to a certain conclusion, but to say that it is accurate would be the part that I think would be wrong, and not to say that Jalen is saying that here. But I do understand that, your fear as far as Shedeur Sanders. But to me, I see a guy that, being that he had Deion Sanders as his father and his head coach, it'd be very hard to be a guy with a weak mentality in that situation. And Shedeur Sanders doesn't have any true red flags for me that make me go, oh, man, that guy's mentality is not going to be good enough for New York. I don't know, truly. I really don't know, to be honest. And I'm willing to give these kids the benefit of the doubt that they are guys who are under 21 years old, that they can grow into men. When I was 21 years old, not to say that I was some child or nothing like that, but the man that you see before you today is a lot different. I mean, even when I was tweeting back in the day on social media platforms like Twitter and whatnot in like 2011, when I first got on that platform, one day I went back and looked at all my old tweets, and I'm looking at them like, man, this looked like these didn't even come from me. Like, I don't even speak like that no more, So people do grow and people do change for the better, I'd say. Will these guys have any type of character flaws coming in? I truly don't know. Shout out to my dog, B-Rog, in the building one time with the $5 super chat. B-Rog says, greetings from Saudi Arabia today. My dog. He says, I am so glad I have your channel to get me through nights like yesterday. Thanks. What a woeful Giants season. Ugh, that's how I read that. Hey, I appreciate you pulling up, rocking out with us, man, and supporting the channel with the $5 super chat. Definitely goes a long way. Appreciate having you here. B-Rog been rocking out with us, man, for a good long while here. And whatever I can do, man, this is also therapy for myself when I come up here and talk about the New York Giants and be able to just vent and talk about my favorite team that I've been supporting for over 30 years now. It's the only way, to be honest. I can't just sit up in here and bottle up my thoughts. And if it can help out anybody, across the whole entire Giants nation, that's a bonus for me. So big shout out to B-Rog. I appreciate you taking your hard-earned $5 that you could have put towards a bag or something and donating that towards Authentic and the Beer today, man. That definitely means a lot, my dog. I appreciate you. All right, so we haven't tapped in with the chat too much today. We will do that during these Giant overreactions. We're about an hour in right now. It's probably going to take about a good hour to get through the 3 Giant overreactions that I have for y'all today. Shout out to everybody that I see in the building. I see Dom, I see Lucas, I see Hyphen Wade, I see Red X3R0, I see Talking Eco is in the building, I see Leon AG is in the building, Bluegrass Picker, my dog, is in the building. We already saw the Illa. Make sure y'all go subscribe to the Illa. G-Men 2011 is in the building. Sebastian's in here rocking out with us. We got gang in the building, man. I appreciate all of y'all rocking out with us today on this edition of the Giant Overreaction. Week 15 edition. I cannot believe it. The season is completely flying by right before our eyes, and it feels like these last 3 weeks are going to be very slow. It's been tough, and we're just trying to get over this hump and get ready for the draft and, start getting prepared for the 2025 season. Because this one is behind us. This was a losing season for the Giants, and it's been tough. We have not won a game since the Seattle game, which was over 2 months ago. That was October 3rd, I believe it was, that we beat the Seattle Seahawks. So shout out to all of y'all for being here in support of one of the worst franchises and organizations in all of sports. And I know that a lot of y'all are here to just support your boy, and I appreciate that, man. That goes a long way. I appreciate y'all. So for those of y'all that don't know how this show operates, and a lot of the times we don't get to these giant overreactions until about 2 hours into the show, we are going to put up a couple of statements on the screen similar to the one that you see right underneath me here that are going to come from social media. And when you see that statement on the screen, if you deem that statement as infactual and it is an overreaction, I'm going to need you to spam those O's in the chat and tell me your reasoning why. I'm going to highlight a lot of the reasons why today, of why you think the statement on the screen is an overreaction when we get to those. If you agree with the statement on the screen and you indeed don't think it is a giant overreaction, I'm going to need you to put a U in the chat to represent that you are taking the under. And if you need a little bit of more time on this and you can't make up your mind on this, I'm going to need you to put a P in the chat to represent that you are taking the push. Today, we have 3 giant overreactions. And before we get off into these giant overreactions, I do want to give some flowers real quick, because this guy really just came off the streets out of nowhere to play quarterback for the New York Giants. And he had a pretty decent day, man, in the second half. So big shout out to Tim Boyle. And the video compilation I put up of all his throws in the game yesterday against the Baltimore Ravens is actually doing some numbers. I thought that video was going to be like maybe 200 views or something like that. And when I checked before I got on stream, it was somewhere around like 2,000 streams. So shout out to the people that have been showing some support for Tim Boyle and watching that compilation video of all his throws and runs on the day. I thought he had a pretty decent day. I thought it was one of the better performances from a quarterback on the season for the New York Giants. He pushed the ball down the field. He did some things good. He did some things bad. But he's only been in the building for just a couple of weeks. Finished the day 12 of 24 for 123 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 interception with a passer rating of 61.6. Not bad. Not bad. And we're going to speak about him in one of these overreactions here. But I thought it was a pretty decent day from Tim Boyle, a guy that we really had no expectations for. And I was talking to Sal about this during the game, and he was like, man, Tim Boyle is the one wild card that we really did not prepare for, you know, when we're talking about tanking for this draft pick that we want, this number 1 draft pick for the New York Giants. We really didn't know what we were going to get out of Tim Boyle on the day. So it made things, a bit puzzling seeing him go out there and push the ball down the field and even threw a touchdown to Malik Neighbors late in this game. And he was kind of, trying to ruin the tank for us a little bit there, but it was definitely tough. But nonetheless, I thought it was a pretty decent day from Tim Boyle. And, his teammates also had a lot of good things to say about him. But let's actually start with him. And we'll start off our giant overreactions with a segment that has a lot to do with Tim Boyle at the quarterback position. All right, y'all. So this one comes from @YGuard13. For all of y'all that don't know, that is the Twitter handle of Malik Neighbors. Malik Neighbors said, he's been here for 3 weeks. It looked like Tim Boyle knew the offense like a first-string quarterback. Let me know if y'all think maybe this is an overreaction from Malik Neighbors by putting an O in the chat. And if you do think that what Malik Neighbors is saying here is spot on, and you agree with the statement on the screen, then put a U in the chat to represent that you are taking the under. And if you maybe need a couple of more snaps from a guy like Tim Boyle, who I quite frankly think could be the starting quarterback for the Giants for the rest of the year, and I wouldn't have any issues with it, then put a P in the chat to represent that you are taking the push. Now, I do want to give you a little bit of data on Tim Boyle, who finished the day with a 50% completion percentage and did some things well, 1 touchdown, 1 interception on the day. He was signed to the practice squad on November 19th. That was the day after Daniel Jones was released. He's a quarterback that came out of UConn. He went there for 3 seasons from 2013 to 2015. He appeared in just 8 games in 3 seasons. In those 8 games, he had 1 touchdown to 13 interceptions. He transferred to Eastern Kentucky after his 2015 season in UConn. Did not play in 2016. Started 11 games in 2017 for Eastern Kentucky. He had 11 touchdowns to 13 interceptions with 2,134 yards. Boyle finished his college career with 12 touchdowns and 26 interceptions. So NFL teams had to see something to bring him in for even a workout. He was not drafted in 2018. He signed as an undrafted free agent with the Packers. And by 2021, he was with the Detroit Lions. Then he spent 2022 with the Chicago Bears, 2023 with the New York Jets and the Houston Texans. Started 2024 on the practice squad with the Miami Dolphins. He played a little bit during the whole Tua concussion IR situation. He went 15 to 26 with Miami for 153 yards, 0 touchdowns, 0 interceptions in 7 seasons in the NFL. He has 4 touchdowns to 12 interceptions, 1,087 yards, and a completion percentage of 57%. Tim Boyle was interviewed after the game, and he said, Malik Neighbors makes my job easier. He is one of those special players. You kind of just have to throw it up to him and let him do his thing. And I do agree with him on that. I thought it was a really good day from Tim Boyle, and I agree with Malik Neighbors on this statement here. He's only been there for 3 weeks, and when I looked at him, his first pass of the day, and this was a head-scratcher for me because somebody came off the right edge. Tim Boyle goes to fake the play action or fake the run for the play action, and as soon as he turned his eyes up, the defender was right in his face, and he somehow got the ball off and completed the pass. And I was like, wow. This guy made a really good play on his first play from scrimmage. And I thought he operated like a guy, not like a first-string quarterback, but I thought he operated like a guy that knew the system, that had been here for a while. I mean, we're seeing Tommy DeVito go out there and literally look like a chicken with his head cut off throughout the 2 games that he played in. And I thought Tim Boyle did a really good job. So for me, this is not an overreaction. I think this is pretty spot on from Malik Neighbors. And I'm taking the under on this one. If I'm in the chat, I'm throwing a U out there one time. Let me see how y'all are feeling about it. Scroll up, catch up on this chat real quick. I thought that this one would split the room just a little bit. And at glance, it looks like that's what's happening here. But let's see how y'all votes came in. We'll start here with Bergs. Berg says he's taking the push. Let's see how he looks in his second start. I feel you on that. Darnell D says he's taking the under, agrees with the statement on the screen. Lucas says it's an overreaction. Come on now. AG says he's taking the push about 6 times there. Chris P says he's taking the under, definitely the under, and agrees with the statement on the screen. Jalen's taking the push. Y'all taking the easy way out with that push here one time. Welvin says he's taking the under. He looks like the most competent quarterback that we've had all year. Derek Jones says the team still sucks. Danny Gons, maybe? Danny's gone, and they're still losing the same. I agree with you on that. The offense is still terrible. Hyphen Wade says he's taking the push. Kind of cool to hear that, but also a career backup looking like that, I don't know. See, and I'm glad you said this because it reminded me of my reasoning of going through why I wanted to talk about his whole, tenure in the NFL. I think that the reason why he looked like a guy who was at least not from a physical standpoint competent, but from a mental standpoint, he looked like a guy that was prepared for the task at hand, right? And I think the reasoning is because he's been in the league for 7 years. Tim Boyle is not a young guy. And, he was off my radar. I had to go do some research. When I looked up, the first thing I looked up was how old is he? He's 30 years old. If Tim Boyle was Tommy DeVito, I would be saying bring him back. If I saw Tommy DeVito go out there and play like that, the game that we saw from Tim Boyle, the half that we saw from Tim Boyle, I would say bring back Tommy DeVito as a practice squad quarterback, third-string quarterback, no problem. But the reason why Tim Boyle was prepared is because this ain't his first rodeo. He's been in the league for long enough to understand how things work when you get to a new team and to get right down to business and start to prepare. Malik Neighbors even said it. He said, it took me longer to learn the playbook. He said, I'm a guy that learns the playbook pretty slow, and to see that Tim Boyle knew all the things that he knew out there was impressive. So I'm kind of with you, Hyphen Wade. I think it's a little bit of a cop-out to take the push here on a guy who knows, might not play next week, right? That might be the last we see of Tim Boyle, to be honest. But I understand taking the push. I get it. AG says, too early to say, bro played only a half. That's true. John says he's taking the under. Boyle is a vet, played like a vet, and threw for PIs like a vet. Yeah, because the pass interference calls were all over the field in this game. And those are the things that aren't going to show up on the stat box, on the box score, right? And I thought that Jalen Hyatt, throughout this season, anytime he's had a chance to go down the field and get the ball, poses that threat to be able to draw those pass interference calls because defensive backs know that a guy like Jalen Hyatt is coming with the speed. And same thing goes for Malik Neighbors. B-Rock says, for sure, I like his throws, got to know the offense fast. I'm with you on that. The trash man is taking the push. John B says he's taking the push. He wants to see more. Derek Jones says that's what's wrong with Giants fans. They overvalue their players. Boyle is no answer. I don't think there is a fan in the whole damn country, on the whole damn planet, in the whole damn universe, in the existence of the universe, that thinks that Tim Boyle is the answer at 30 years old coming off the bench for the New York Giants. I don't think anybody's saying that, Derek. RedX3R0 says he's taking the under. He seems the most comfortable. However, I think it is because of his experience, which makes Locke look worse, in my opinion. That's a fantastic point. Shout out Kareem Yee, who rocked out with us yesterday on Bleacher Report in the building one time. He says he's taking the under. He says he looked better than the quarterbacks we had on the roster all year. I think he looked pretty good. I don't know if I'd go as far as to saying he looked better all year, just because Daniel Jones had a couple of games there that I thought were pretty decent, where I even came up here and gave him his flowers, the Seattle Seahawks being one of those games, the Cleveland Browns being another. And Derek Jones says, with Boyle changed nothing, the Giants still lost. I mean, let me think. So let me see. They put up 7 in the first half. So he came out there and he put up 7 points in one half. The Giants scored more points than they've scored at home, I think, on the entire season. I think what changed is the way that they pushed the ball down the field. I liked what Tim Boyle did. You know, it wasn't anything out of this world, but it was enough for me to at least say that Tim Boyle came in there and he looked prepared. QDA, I'm trying to think if this is just quota, maybe. Maybe it's quota. I'm going to call you Q for the day. I've definitely seen you in the building for sure. I know you are a bit of a regular here, so big shout out to Q one time in the building. Says, I don't think I can say that at RedX. A lot of these players are banged up and can easily make up something to sit out and rest for this dead season, but are still in there playing. For example, Burns. Yeah, Burns is out there still competing, but we've seen players do that where they kind of sit and, kind of not necessarily fake an injury, but make an injury worse than it really is. We saw that with Devontae Adams before he left the Raiders. We saw that with DeAndre Hopkins before he left the Arizona Cardinals as well. Let me see. Toxic Tom is in the building. What's going on, Tom? Toxic Tom said, Tim Boyle helped me win a fantasy playoff game last year on Black Friday with his pick 6 against Miami. Thank you, Mr. Boyle. Very grateful. Derek Allen says he's taking the under. G-Man 2011 says it's an overreaction. How low has the bar been set for this team? It's embarrassing. Yeah, the bar is set low. I don't think Tim Boyle's performance was that of a first-string quarterback caliber. But I do agree with Malik Neighbors that he came out there and he was prepared. There was never a moment of, whoa, what the hell's going on there, right? I never saw one of those moments. I saw a guy that tried to get rid of the ball, get it out of his hands as fast as he could. I saw a guy that, knew the offense is what it looked like to me. All too often you see when guys like that come in after just being with the team for 3 weeks, you'll see a quarterback go to hand off the ball on his left side and the running back's going to the right side. Things like that. When you saw Jake Fromm come off the bench and, was only there with the New York Giants for, a couple of weeks, whatever it was, I thought that Tim Boyle went out there and had a better performance than guys like that. And that's not saying much. It's just saying that this guy had his head in the playbook. That's what it looked like to me. Lucas says, if Daniel Jones had those stats, you would have crucified him. I would have, because Daniel Jones is a quarterback that has, like 100 starts under his belt? He's been in the league as a starter for 6 seasons. It's very different than a guy like Tim Boyle coming off the bench in 3 weeks. Yeah, I would have crucified him. 1 touchdown, 1 interception, 50% from a result standpoint is not good at all. It's not good. There's no beating around that bush. No doubt about it. But Tim Boyle is not a quarterback that was afforded the luxury to start in the NFL for 6 years. So, yeah. I also wouldn't have crucified Daniel Jones if these were the numbers that he had in his first season. I wouldn't have crucified him. I mean, what are the numbers for Boyle here in 7 seasons? He has 4 touchdowns, 12 interceptions, and 1,000 yards. He's never been a starting quarterback a day in his life. And I also think that there's something a little interesting here, that a guy like Tim Boyle is even still in the NFL. I don't see why, but went out there and he was prepared. I give him his props for being prepared. I don't give him his props for his stat line. I never said anything about the stat line supporting the facts of him being prepared in this game. Talking Eco says he's taking the under. He looked better than any quarterback we had, could actually anticipate throws and knew where to go. Why couldn't Schoen get a savvy veteran backup this year? Yeah, this is an indictment on Joe Schoen and Brian Dable. You know, they went out there and they paid Drew Lock that kind of money. I feel like the New York Giants are operating from a standpoint where they aren't doing the due diligence and the type of work that it takes to bring in these players. Like when they sign a guy like Drew Lock, right? It looks as if they aren't looking at all of his snaps, all of his, you know, they signed him fairly early in free agency. I think Drew Lock was the first guy we went after. And it just seems like to me like they aren't looking at all the details and they have access to it, which that's just disheartening. You know, I feel like even a guy like Dave Gettleman was doing more research on the players that he brought in, which, you know, yielded better results from a free agent standpoint. Let me see. AG says, if Boyle wins the Colts game and we end up with Aller, I'm done with this franchise. Yeah, it'd be tough. Drew Aller actually said that I think I heard something about him going back to school, so he might not even be in this draft. But I like Drew Aller. I like his game. You know, I don't have him over the two other quarterbacks, Shedeur Sanders or Cam Ward, but I do like Drew Aller's game. He's a guy that I got notes on where I'm like, I need to go and look at more all 22 on him. Stature, build. I talked about him looking, you know, as far as his stature and his build and the way he played the game, he looked like Dan Marino to me. Now, I'm not saying this dude throws the ball like Dan Marino or nothing like that, but the big stature that he has on the field, the presence that he commands, it kind of reminded me of him. Derek Jones says that Neighbors only said that because Boyle threw him the ball. They still lost. Neighbors is a loser. He don't care if his team loses as long as they throw him the ball. Can't agree with you on that, Derek. All Neighbors has done is win. He's not accustomed to this losing, which is why we're getting the outspoken version of him right now. He's not used to this shit. Neighbors is a loser. Damn, me and Derek don't see football the same. I got to keep it real, but that's all good. J Moss 3607, a new face in the building. What's going on, Moss? He says, I blame Joe Schoen more than I blame Dable. I put some blame on Dable for sure, but it's only so much you can do with a bad roster. I'm right there with you. Like, there's a part of me that still feels like Brian Dable should not be fired, but I don't feel that way with Joe Schoen. Like, Joe Schoen should absolutely be fired right now. But from what I'm hearing from some of my resources is that Brian Dable is a dead man walking, but Joe Schoen is, you know, likely going to come back as the general manager. And we're going to talk about that in one of these overreactions as well. Shout out to dog Leon in the building one time. Leon says he's taking the under. Let me see. How do I get off that? He says he's taking the under. He says he's not saying that he should start, but in 3 weeks, he's doing things that other quarterbacks have been struggling with. I like how relaxed he is and how he throws. Yeah, I mean, he did not look like a quarterback that was out there in over his head. He looked confident. There were times when the pressure was getting to him and he would let go of the ball early and try to anticipate making a throw in this game. The back shoulder fade to Malik Neighbors for the touchdown was one of those throws where I thought he was running out of time in the pocket. Still delivered the ball. Still made the right throw. He did all of this with no running game. Like, we know that the Giants quarterback room is in a situation right now where there's no way they are going to win games without a viable running game behind these quarterbacks. We know that. The Seattle Seahawks game was won because of the success that we had on the ground with Tyrone Tracy, his first 100-yard game. I think it was 129 yards on the ground for Tyrone Tracy. Even in the Cleveland Browns game, we won that game. A lot of those reasons had to do with how poor the Cleveland Browns played. But later on in that game, we got things clicking with the rushing attack and ended the day with a pretty decent day. I know a lot of those yards came on the 35-yard or 40-yard run that Devin Singletary had towards the end of that game when we were milking out the clock. And a fantastic performance from the defense. Let's not, neglect that as well. In this game, he had none of that. It was a poor performance from the defense. Like I told you in the opener, the Baltimore Ravens fumbled on their first possession, punted on their second possession, and then they went on to score a touchdown on 5 straight possessions. So he didn't have the help from his defense. Our running backs and our rushing attack total had under 60 yards on the ground. There was no other threat in this game outside of Malik Neighbors. So I give Tim Boyle his props in this game. This guy was thrusted into the lineup, and at bare minimum, to me, he was prepared. That's how I looked at it. Shout out Lou Mateo in the building, man. What's going on, fam? He says, it's easy playing like you got nothing to lose. FYI, I'm working on my pilot license. Hey, shout out to you, man. That's what's up. I do think it is easy to play like you have nothing to lose, but it's also easier to go out there and do that and have terrible results. We can use Jake Haener as an example. Coming into this game, had a whole week of preparation with the New Orleans Saints to go out there, and by the second half, they were yanking that guy out of the game. He had terrible statistics. Everything he was doing on the field looked like a guy that was not prepared. And we're talking about Jake Haener, a quarterback that has been on the New Orleans Saints roster all year long. I'm glad you brought that up because it's really polar opposites in the comparison to the preparation. You look at Tim Boyle, who's been there for 3 weeks, and he did some things good in this game. He didn't do a lot great. And I also thought he did a good job of buying time and not, with a poor offensive line, finding ways to not take the easy sacks on the day. Shout out my dog, Lou Mateo, man. Don't ever put down that paintbrush, brother. I've been seeing you on my Instagram. Yeah, I've been seeing you, bro. You've been killing shit. Bluegrass Pickers taking the under. The homie Q is taking a push. He said, got to be clear here. Knew the offense as a starter? Sure, maybe. But play as an NFL starter? Nah. Yeah, I mean, I think, we go back to the statement here. He says he's been here 3 weeks. It looked like Tim Boyle knew the offense like a first-string quarterback. That's just saying he's knowing the offense like he's been out there with the ones all year long. That could be the caliber of a guy like Derek Carr, but it's not to say that the results were first-string quarterback results. And I think, I'm a guy that, when I put these words out there and I use these giant overreactions, I do look at the words being used. He said knew the offense like a first-string quarterback. So I think that's where he's at with it. Let me see. Jalen Ware says the Ravens defense ain't all that. They aren't. I mean, I like the personnel a lot. I thought losing Denard Wilson as their defensive backs coach really hurt them, but they have talent all over that defense. And, guys like Roquan Smith, Humphreys, Kyle Hamilton, they got dogs, man. But this year, from a statistic standpoint, that pass defense in particular has not been all that good. Q said, somebody said, Timu TB12. Man, look, I can't even give him the benefit of the doubt of the Timu version of TB12. We can't even say TB12, right? Because, somebody has brought this up before on here about Timu, right? Like, you might order let me think of something I've gotten from Timu. Like a couch cover. It's going to get the job done. So I don't know if we can put Tim Boyle in the TB12 Timu category even, but that's funny. That's definitely funny. Toxic Tom says, at Authentic, anyone ever say you look like Jordan Love? Yeah, absolutely. Bro, everybody says. I don't know if you've noticed some of the little jokes we throw out here when we do our Tuesday and Thursday shows, our recaps and previews. And anytime the Packers are mentioned, we'll talk about how everyone says I look like Jordan Love. Yeah, and shout out to my homie Tommy. He'd be like, Authentic is football on Sundays, YouTube on Mondays. And that's why he says it, because they all say I look just like Jordan Love. And I usually don't agree that I look like somebody, but yeah, Jordan Love, we definitely look a little bit alike, that's for sure. Lucas is in the building, says, Ravens defense wouldn't have played him like Mahomes or Burrow, etc. I don't know. I mean, think back to, in all of my football experience, when you go up against a team that is terrible, that's when you pad the stats. Do you remember the sights and sounds, Lucas, from the Seattle Seahawks game? Not this year, but the year before, when they had, I want to say it was 8 or 9 sacks on Daniel Jones, and they had the interception, pick six and whatnot, and Daniel was playing terrible that game. But if you look and you listen to them on the sidelines, they were having it up, man, giving each other high fives like, bro, you get a sack, you get a sack. Who's going to get one next? They're like, yo, hey, you ain't get a sack yet? Yo, get him out on the field. He needs to get a sack. Normally, when a team is dominating and you're playing up against lackluster competition like that, you'll pour it on. You'll really pour it on. So I don't think that defenses go out there and they say, like, oh, it's a backup quarterback. We're going to play a little differently than when we play against, an upper echelon quarterback. I think, they're going to try to pour it on as much as they can. And in this game, I thought that Boyle was doing a decent job of just getting rid of the ball quick. Let me see what else we got here. Lucas also says, Giants fans always overhype lesser value players that surprise them. Last year, Tommy. This year, this Boyle guy. Come on now. This isn't a new shiny toy. This guy's 30 years old, Lucas. He's not. This is a hand-me-down teddy bear missing an eye, bro. Like, it's not, I don't think anybody's, maybe I'm wrong. I follow about 1,000 motherfuckers on Twitter, and I see a lot of stuff on my timeline, Lucas. I have not seen one person in support of this Tim Boyle narrative that a few people have said in the chat today. I haven't seen one. I don't think people are hyping up Tim Boyle, but to say he was prepared I think is an accurate statement. He didn't play well. He didn't play that great, but I give him his props. He went out there, a guy thrown in there. He's been on this team for 3 weeks, man. Just imagine that. You get to a job and you've been there, and in the third week you've been on the job, they throw you in one of the most critical positions for you to have to perform. I thought he did an okay job. Jester's in the building says, I can say that he looked more competent in his first appearance for Giants quarterbacks. I would rather see him start than the other two next week. I'm cool with that. Let me see what else we got. G-Man 2011 says, the fact we are praising a player for just being prepared, which all professionals should, doesn't look good on Dable. I don't think it's praise. I really don't think it's praising. I don't. I think it's just calling a spade a spade. The guy was prepared, right? It's not like we're looking at this like, oh, man, we got this guy, Tim Boyle, that was prepared. I'm like, yo, Tim Boyle, man. I mean, come on, y'all. Like, let's be real here. The dude was prepared. Jesher says, what is the P and the U? So let me give him the rules of the giant overreaction here. The P represents for people taking the push on that statement right there, which means they don't necessarily disagree with it or agree with it. They're saying they want to take the push and they need a little bit more data going forward about this statement going forward. The U represents that they're taking the under on this overreaction, and the U means that they agree with the statement on the screen. So when you see these come up, if you agree with the statement, put a U in the chat. If you need more time on the statement, put a P in the chat. If you think the statement is an overreaction, put an O in the chat. Q says, I don't like Boyle at quarterback. But that throw he hit the Neighbors for the first down on the left side of the field was an insane throw. Threw him open in a tiny window. Yeah, that was the whole shot, the honey hole shot they were talking about on the broadcast. Yeah, it was a good throw, man. He had a couple of moments in this game, and to see a guy who's a fourth-string quarterback that I didn't even think was ever going to even get an opportunity to come out here and play, in 3 weeks be that prepared, learning all that terminology. I thought it was, pretty impressive for a guy of his stature. That one guy, 123, says Daniel Jones was a first-round pick. I would hope he'd get crucified. The issue with Jones fans is that they jump at the opportunity to compare him to backups rather than other starters. This is a fantastic point. Like, Daniel Jones should never, in no world, be compared to Tim Boyle. Daniel Jones is a guy that played 6 years' worth of snaps for the New York Giants as the starter. They paid Eli Manning $23 million in 2019 to come back and be the starting quarterback for the New York Giants. And after 2 games, they were like, you know what? You can sit on the bench, bro. We're going to go to the rookie quarterback. And Daniel Jones stunk it up, man. Okay, he had 24 passing touchdowns, but he had 19 fumbles, 11 of them lost, 6 of them scooped and scored for a touchdown for the other team. They said we need to bring in a guy that's going to correct these turnover issues. They brought in Jason Garrett, Joe Judge, and they tried to do that for 2 seasons. And Daniel Jones just couldn't get the ball in the end zone. What is it? 5 seasons under 15 or fewer passing touchdowns for Daniel Jones. So I completely agree with this statement on the screen. That one guy, it's like, we can't compare the stats of a guy that has been in the NFL for 7 seasons and has not been the starter on any team to a guy that was drafted 6th overall and literally was given the keys to the New York Giants franchise. And when he fucked that up, they were like, you know what? We'll pay you $160 million to come back and fuck it up some more. I don't think we could do that. And I know that one guy is not necessarily referring to Lucas. I see Lucas is saying he wasn't referring to chat, not anything you said, bro, or he was referring to the chat. Got you. But yeah, I don't think this is just something for Daniel Jones supporters here. This is just for anybody in general, that when you think to compare a guy like Daniel Jones to a backup like Tim Boyle, it's just not a good situation. And Giants fans were doing that with Mike Glennon and Jake Fromm and Tyrod Taylor and every other backup quarterback that got a chance to play when Daniel Jones was the starter here, when that shouldn't even be the case. We shouldn't be comparing backups to a guy that's been a starter for that long. I do agree with that. Let me see. I think we got a couple of more super chats in as well. Big shout out to the homie Chris Peace one time in the building. That's my dog with the 199 super chat. He says, wait, there was a Giants game yesterday? I feel you, bro. These the kind of games you don't want to be watching. These are terrible games. But big shout out to Chris Peace, man, rocking out with us today and every day that we've been up here on this Giant Overreaction. That's my dog right there. Shout out Hyphen Wade one time with the 199 super chat. He says, Aller announced earlier that he is returning. Yep, that's what I thought I saw. So that takes away another quarterback off the board for the New York Giants and hopefully forces them to do what they got to do to get us one of these quarterbacks that we truly need in a Shadur Sanders or Cam Ward. Shout out my dog, Lou Mateo, one time in the building with the $5 super chat. He says, I appreciate the love, bro. Kidding about the pilot license. However, how do you feel about the flyby? The flyby was crazy, man. Another week and another statement in the air about John Mara needing to sell the team. And we're in some real tough times when they're flying drones over the stadium that have messages for the owner about selling the team. We're in tough times right now as New York Giants fans. It's been ridiculous the type of state that we have been in. And I saw on Talking Giants that they were supposed to have the dude who supposedly flew the messages over MetLife Stadium on the show. I didn't get a chance to check it out to see if they talked to him about it or not, but that would definitely be some interesting content. But big shout out my dog one time, Lou Mateo, in the building for supporting the channel. Y'all know what it is. Let me see. D Torres 128 says, the fact that Boyle is being mentioned in this is indicative of how bad Jones was for the most part. That's another good point. Man, that is a good point. It's a glaring organizational issue. Basically, Jones is not better than Boyle in a vacuum. That's a fantastic point, D Torres, because I'm looking at it like we shouldn't mention guys like Tim Boyle, Tommy DeVito in the same conversation of Daniel Jones, but it's also an indictment on the type of quarterback that Daniel Jones is and the organization and the problems that they have had at the quarterback position during this entire tenure. That's a good way to look at it and gives people reasoning to be able to actually mention Daniel Jones in the same conversation as a Tim Boyle. I like that. That was a great way to bring that home. I like that. Brett M says that Bellinger should have been tight end 1 this season and from the start. He can catch. Shane also knew that Waller had injury and off-the-field problems. The problem with that is that Joe Shane just ignored that. Darius Slayton went on Keyshawn Johnson and Keyshawn Johnson's son podcast, and he talked about it with them. He was like, look, in the locker room, throughout the whole entire season, we were having to convince Darren Waller, like, man, just come back for another season, bro. We need you, man, during the year. So I think that goes to show you, like, Joe Shane is just acting oblivious. Like, he should have known what was up. And instead, he's had to address the tight end position every year, including 2022 when they drafted Daniel Bellinger. And now that Theo Johnson is on IR, we've had to kind of go back to Daniel Bellinger, and he has had some success. I like what he's, put the productivity and the tape that he has put out there on the field the last couple of games. He's showing that he's an option. I just think that the New York Giants aren't giving him a true opportunity to put his best foot forward. And, situations like this with Theo Johnson on IR are just forcing their hand at, having him be on the field. Shout out RedX3R0. He says, I think one of the main problems is that we got guys like the nephew, Tim McDonald, who has been here for 12 years since the start of the dumpster fire and have been promoted twice and now the director. If we can speculate that, RedX, we can. And Tim McDonald has been in the way in the past a little bit. I don't know his true involvement of how much say he has in anything. I will say this. I like the question that he asked Joe Shane and the rest of that front office during the offseason on Hard Knocks when he said, all right, we don't sign Saquon. What's the identity? And people said, well, the identity can't be, and people in the front office I'm talking about, the identity can't be a quarterback that we're paying $40 million to that is going to hand the ball off to a $12 million running back. And instead, the identity is a quarterback that is going to hand the ball off to a 5th-round rookie until we release him. And that's what the Giants did. So it's been interesting. It's definitely been interesting. I don't know if he's the main problem, I would start, and you said one of the main problems, so I got to give you your props and give you the benefit of the doubt on that. I would start at the top with John Mara and trickle down, but it's when you hire the wrong people, it's a disaster. And we have to start right there. We need the right general manager in New York. I think we got to start right there. Shout out to Don J one time in the building with the 199 super chat. He says, what do you think of Travis Hunter's girlfriend? this is a good one. And like, you know how you be feeling like the algorithm is just like forcing stuff upon you? Like, I don't search for anything about Travis Hunter's life with his fiance or any of that stuff. I don't even search Travis Hunter that much, to be quite frank. But for some reason, this shit is all over my timeline, and I'm seeing all this stuff. The latest one was she was at the some like event where he was signing autographs or something, and she looked, you know, a little bit distraught sitting down and whatnot. And he had to come out on his stream and kind of cop and plead for her and say that she's been getting drunk because, you know, all the scrutiny that she has been receiving online, which is not easy. But I do think that that's more reasoning for you, not only as the player, but as the fiance of the player, to just stay out the way. You know, like the fact that they were on a podcast discussing all that stuff, I right there is the mistake for me. You know, discussing how she or Travis Hunter wasn't her type or something like that when they first started dating and all this stuff. And you got all these OGs now coming out saying, hey, bro, she's a red flag. Players are going to have to deal with that type of stuff when it comes to whatever they're doing in their, you know, relationships with women and what. You're going to have to deal with that. And you're going to have to find ways to nip that in the bud. And I think right off the bat, just start by not featuring. When do you see that, bro? Like, do you see, like, I don't know, CJ Stroud bringing his girlfriend on podcasts? Do you see Jordan Love bringing his girlfriend on podcasts? And I understand that you got to live and learn. Travis Hunter's a young man. But as a guy who's going to be in the spotlight, a Heisman Trophy winner, they've brought that upon themselves. At the end of the day, I don't care what Travis Hunter does, you know, in his within his relationships with women. Bro, just go out there and ball out. My advice to him would be try to keep your love life out of the spotlight as much as possible, because when you bring attention to those kind of things, you're just opening up that door for people to talk. And now I can't imagine being him or, you know, the girl in the relationship at this point, because they're waking up every day and these gossip media outlets that thrive on clickbait type of narratives are going to obviously capitalize on, you know, any opportunity or window that they have to be able to talk shit about this relationship. So for me, it don't matter to me one way or the other. But again, my advice to them would be to just stay out of the spotlight. You saw this in the earlier in the season with the comments that Matthew Stafford's wife had when she came out and said something about like trying to get with the backup quarterback at Georgia to spite him and all this shit, and like got Matthew Stafford out here looking fucking crazy. So my advice to Travis Hunter is don't bring, you know, your love life into these national platforms talking about your love life, and just try to keep that stuff out the media spotlight as much as possible. And he's living and he's learning right now. I ain't gonna sit up here and tell you who you need to date. You know, you got a bunch of OGs out here telling him, "Oh man, you know she's no good for you." They were circling the tattoo she's got on her middle finger, where I want to say it was her ring finger, her wedding finger, where she's got a cash sign on it. People talking about she had an OnlyFans. People talking about she was a stripper. I don't know what's true nowadays. And you see this on the internet, man. People are going to definitely try to exploit people. And people don't give a shit, man. I saw another situation with a dude. I'm sure some of y'all are familiar with this dude because his content goes extremely viral, like in the manosphere, or whatever you want to call that community on YouTube. But he got a podcast called the No Fugazi podcast, where he pretty much encourages people to like not date a certain type of woman. These people started digging up his personal life, found out that he's dating a single mother, got a baby by her, and all this speculation and whatnot. And now they trying to cancel him, right? But I just think it's so damn goofy. Like, you got people making content about other people's love lives. Like, y'all need to cancel this guy doing all this. Y'all just doing a bunch of extra shit, man. Why y'all worried about these random people? Like, have they built up that much capital in your life where you feel the need to go out there and have to create content about these people. Like, honestly, if I could have said what I just said about this whole Travis Hunter's girlfriend thing in 2 words, I would have took a quote from Earl Sweatshirt and I would have said, don't care. Because honestly, it don't matter at the end of the day. Are you producing on the football field? That's all I care about when it comes to Travis Hunter. And just stay out the way, stay out of trouble. That's it, man. It's nothing more serious than that. But I think this is a good question to talk about because some people are going to look at this as red flags of reasons why you organization shouldn't draft this guy. Like, bro, the only person I care about, that's being, how can I word this? Like, I only care about who I'm fucking. That's how I can word it. All right. Like, I don't care what somebody else is doing with their love life, man. Do whatever the fuck you want to do. I don't matter to me, to be honest. But that's how I feel about that. But nonetheless, a good question because it's been a lot of, she's been in the media spotlight for a real long time. That's just what it is. Hyphen Wade said authentic quoting Earl is elite. Yeah, man. Earl Sweatshirt's a good dude, man. I got the opportunity to open up with him on a couple of shows one time. Shout out my homie Kane. I want to say that was Kane and Lalo on that show. We opened up for Earl Sweatshirt and No Worries, which was what's my dog? What's my dog, man? My singing dude. Got his face right there. I can't remember the homies. He did a bunch of stuff on the Aftermath joint with Dr. Dre, and he's a singer right now. Well, I can't think of my dude's name. He does a lot of great work too. He's a real down-to-earth singer. Does like some soul stuff. Damn, he's in that group. No Worries. I don't know why I can't remember his name right now, but they were on that bill, man. Earl Sweatshirt, good dude. Got to hang out with him backstage. He was high out of his mind. Went back on stage, did a whole DJ set and all kind of stuff. But Earl's a good dude. Anderson .Paak. I'm glad I figured it out before y'all did. That's the dude I'm thinking about. Anderson .Paak. He was on that bill as well. All right. So let's get off into this next giant overreaction. I thought that one was going to kind of split the room, but be a little bit easier of a topic for y'all to kind of handle. I think that this one is going to split the room a little bit because people are going to be thinking about what they want over what might really, truly happen in this entire situation. Let's get off into the next giant overreaction. All right, so this one is about Joe Schoen. Shout out to the homie, what's my guy's name here? Passing Paisano. He said, there's no way Joe Schoen is getting fired. Why would Merrill wait until now? He had now in capital letters to fire him. The season has been over for a while, and Joe Schoen has been doing all of the rookie scouting on quarterbacks, going to Colorado practices and all that. If he gets fired now, all that work was pointless. Now, y'all let me know if y'all think that this is an overreaction. If you think that Joe Schoen will be fired, should be fired, and that he is going to colleges and going through the process of all the scouting throughout the season, doesn't matter, then let me see you put an O in the chat to represent that this is an overreaction. If you agree and you think Joe Schoen will be back because of these supporting reasons here in this tweet by Passing Paisano, let me see you put a U in the chat to represent that you're going to take the under. I'm not giving y'all the luxury to take the push on this one. This is very clear. This is very concise. No push options here. Y'all can break the rules if you want. No push options here, for me at least. It's either going to be an overreaction or we're going to be taking the under on this one. Now, there are plenty of reasons why the New York Giants could fire Joe Schoen. The poor drafting, the overspending on players like Brian Burns. Paying Daniel Jones is probably the number one blemish on the Joe Schoen tenure throughout. He paid Drew Lock $5 million for no reason to then go to Tommy DeVito as the backup quarterback, allowing Saquon Barkley and Xavier McKinney to walk in free agency for nothing, trading Leonard Williams with no replacement plan of who was going to be next to Dexter Lawrence in this defense. He passed up on a quarterback in the 2024 draft, failed to address the depth that was necessary for us to go into this season, especially in the trenches on the offensive line and the defensive line, thinking that because he brought in Brian Burns, that was going to be enough, filling these starting roles, but not thinking about the depth pieces outside of Azeez Ojulari. A 17-30-1 record over the past 3 seasons with the New York Giants. The plan at cornerback, I went back and I looked at the video that me and Bobby did on the Talking Giants YouTube channel where he brought in a bunch of content creators. And all the content creators on that stream talked about a lot of positive things. And y'all know me. I'm not about to pull up, be talking about no glass half full shit. Bobby's like, yo, what you want to talk about today? I said, let's talk about our biggest worries going into the 2024 season. And one of the things that me and him talked about during that podcast was the plan at cornerback going into the 2024 season. What an awful plan. People thought that he was foregoing bringing in somebody in free agency because he wanted to bring in Adoree Jackson, and Adoree Jackson wanted to skip out on camp. Adoree Jackson came in. Adoree did have the highest PFF grade of any player on the New York Giants this past week, so I don't want to throw too much shade at him. But thinking about Adoree Jackson as the cornerback 1/cornerback 2 plan with Deonte Banks out there, just a terrible plan. And we went into the season thinking that we would be okay. And I truly think that Joe Schoen thought that, okay, I got Brian Burns, I got Kayvon Thibodeau, I got Dexter Lawrence. We'll be able to get after the quarterback in such a great fashion that our back end of our defense does not have to be as good. You lost Xavier McKinney, and you thought you were going to fill that in with a rookie with Tyler Nubin, who's now out for the year. Played pretty decent when he was out there, but he was no Xavier McKinney. And Andrew Phillips was a hit in the slot at the cornerback position. But at the end of the day, the Giants were not getting after the quarterback the way that we thought they would. I know they led the league in sacks, was that about 6-7 weeks throughout the season? But as of late, you're starting to see now that the Giants were ill-prepared coming into the season. A lot of that had to do with Joe Schoen. Darius Slayton said this. Darius Slayton actually thinks that Brian Daboll and Joe Schoen are both safe. In regards to that question, and this was in the presser right after the game, he said, I don't see it happening with this staff in regards to them being fired. He said, it seems like everybody will be here. It just doesn't feel like there's going to be any changes made, which is fine. The crazy part about this is that in the transcript from the New York Giants that was publicly put out there, they removed this statement from Darius Slayton, which is just puzzling to me. Like, I don't understand that. Like, why would they remove that? Is it because maybe they are going to fire Joe Schoen, or is it because they didn't want to let the cat out the bag on this situation? For me, the reason why I brought this tweet to y'all attention is it makes a lot of sense. Like, why wouldn't you just fire him now? Why would you? I don't know what kind of budget goes, what kind of budget entails going into sending these coaches around to all these different, or these, not these coaches, but these staff members around to all these colleges and all these schools. I know Brandon Brown has been on a bit of a run as well, going to different colleges as well and scouting different players as well. I got to see him at Maryland when he came to the USC game against the Terps. But like, why would you waste all that? Like, why would you send these guys on pretty much a dummy mission when they're not going to be the guys that are going to be making these decisions when all said and done, if you are going to fire them? I know I said we got to remove the push on this one because this is a very concise tweet and all the information is right there. I'm leaning towards taking the U on this one, y'all. I really am, because I think that John Mara's backbone will not allow him to fire these guys. We will see when all said and done, but I honestly think that Joe Schoen, especially Joe Schoen, will be back. Brian Daboll, on the other hand, he's not going to Colorado. We haven't seen Brian Daboll at Colorado, Miami, Maryland, or any other school, right? So to me, this does kind of say that Joe Schoen will be back as the New York Giants general manager. Doesn't mean that Brian Daboll is going to be safe here. Let me see what y'all talking about here. I'll scroll back. Go about right here. Shout out Pietro Gambino in the building one time. I've been great, brother. I hope you've been all right yourself. Appreciate you asking. AFN 40 says Daboll fired, Schoen stays. And that kind of leans to what I was just saying there, right? Red X3R0 says he's taking a push. I told him no pushes, but he broke the rules. He said John Mara has a history of being flippy with his decision. He should be fired, but we never know. Agree with you on that. Dom Dizzy says it's an overreaction. AFN 40 says he's taking the under on it and agrees with it. Lewis R, I hope I'm saying that right. Maybe it's Luis or it could be Lewis. But he says it's an overreaction. Schoen is gone. John B agrees with that. Hyphen Wade also says it's an overreaction. He says, I mean, don't or the GM in the situation do the same thing? Maybe saying, don't most GMs in the same situation do the same thing just to be fired anyway? Mara waited too long to do this, but it is what it is. That one guy agrees with the overreaction as well. Brett M says the fans need a head. I've been saying this damn near the whole entire season that the streets needed a body. Shout out to the homie Paulie one time. I thought the streets got their body when they released Daniel Jones, but a lot of people do agree with this statement that we need another body, and I can't disagree with that. Cynical Narcissist says it's an overreaction. Q says he's taking the under. I don't think he will be fired, but Dable's job is in the air 100%, which makes me sad. Joe should be gone, not Dable, but I know that won't work. I feel you on that, bro. Derek Allen says it's an overreaction. He can't stop working just because people think he's getting fired. I agree with you on that. But I do think from the perspective of John Mara, if indeed you're going to fire these guys and it's set in stone and you have that decision, what are we waiting for? Why not get, an early turn on the new coaches that are going to be available? Granted, you can't hire them yet until the season is over, but why not start getting the people in the building that are going to help with the research of that and bringing in the new regime, bringing in the new players? Why not send this mission on a guy that you might deem as a consultant to come in here and help the New York Giants? And the Bill Belichick plans are completely out of here now, right? A lot of people were hoping that Bill Belichick would come here to New York. Him and Michael Lombardi, who had some really critical statements about the New York Giants and the disease of me early on in the season, are both now at the University of North Carolina. But I feel you, Derek. Berg says it's an overreaction. Mara doesn't like midseason firings. The Joe Judge firing is an anomaly for the Giants ownership. Well, didn't they fire Ben McAdoo midseason as well? Because I feel like Steve Spagnuolo was the interim head coach in the late 2000s there, right? Somewhere in 2017, I want to say that was Steve Spagnuolo that was the interim head coach, and I think that was because Ben McAdoo was fired before the season was over. Hyphen Wade and Brett also say it's an overreaction. Lamar Go G-Men says they both get fired at the end of the season. Hyphen Wade doubled down on the overreaction as well, along with Talking Eco. He said they fired, let re-sign Gettleman after the lost 2021 season, and I think Mara will strongly consider it if more planes and media embarrassments happen. Yeah, the planes is definitely not helping the cause. Going winless at home, Mara will hate it. I totally agree with it. Pile on the Saquon Barkley performances this year along with Xavier McKinney, and shit looks terrible right now for the New York Giants. Red X says, okay, I guess I'm switching to the O. Messiah Mills says it's an overreaction. I believe Schoen should be fired. I want him fired, but I'm torn because I think he has another year. That's kind of how I feel about it too. I absolutely think that Joe Schoen should be fired. I talked about the Bobby video from Talking Giants where he talked about Joe Schoen should absolutely be fired. And I recommend everyone go check out that video. Bobby did a really good job of honing in all the details and every bit of information that you could possibly need that supports the reasoning of why Joe Schoen should be fired, whether you needed it or not, right? And I recommend all of y'all go check out that video. When I watched that video, it was the first time, literally since I've been creating content, that I looked at a piece of content that made me feel like y'all, when y'all are in the chat, watching a giant overreaction. I'm not saying that like as no slight. I know people like to take shit and run with it. It's happened with me and Bobby before. But I'm saying that as like, I literally felt like I was watching myself, because a lot of the stuff that Bobby was saying in that video was stuff that if you've been following these giant overreactions for the entire duration of the season or even before that, you know that those were a lot of talking points that we have talked about. And again, I'm not saying like Bobby's biting, because the information's like, it's out there. Joe Schoen is doing a poor job of being the general manager for the New York Giants. And when I see people like Bobby's a guy that I feel like is like, there's levels to this shit, right? Like when I see like certain, I'm not going to name people. I'm going to say just certain like beat reporters and certain content creators there are some at the top that the Giants cannot do no wrong to them. Every move is a great move. We fleeced them. Masterclass from Joe Schoen. There are those people, beat reporters and content creators. There are the people that are a tier below that they're like, they're not quite like the homers, right? They're not saying every move is positive, but they are very reluctant to say negative things about the New York Giants. And then you have the people that are kind of in the middle, and I put Bobby from Talking Giants right there in the middle. He needs a good amount of information before he comes out and says something negative about the New York Giants, right? In a, like where he's gathering the information to be like what he did in this video about firing Joe Schoen, which I think is an incredible video. When I see people like that go out there and make an entire video dedicated to firing Joe Schoen, it tells me everything I need to know right there. Because for me as a content creator, I'm underneath that. Like most of the time during this 6-year tenure, I'm the kind of person that's like, look, it's negative because the product on the field has been negative. I'm not going to come up here and try to sell no dreams at all, which is why the Tim Boyle stuff was a bit puzzling for me, seeing some of the responses from the chat. Like, y'all know me, bro. I'm not about to come up here and tell you, man, Tim Boyle about to go out here and cook next week. That ain't my style. I need overwhelming evidence to be able to pull me from the negative standpoint, from the glass half empty, to pull me from there to a glass half full standpoint. So when I saw Bobby do that, I was just like, oh, we know what's up now. It's where I was at when it was time to fire Gettleman. I waited till the last minute. I wasn't one of those people that was first in line telling you we needed to fire Dave Gettleman. I thought Dave Gettleman had done some decent moves the year before being fired. I'm looking at like James Bradbury, Blake Martinez, guys in the draft, like Andrew Thomas, Dexter Lawrence. I'm looking at it like for every bad move, there's a good move. And then it came to a spear. It came to the point of the spear for me where I was like, he's done a terrible job when you look at it, in a grand scheme of things. But right now, that guys like Talking Giants are saying that they need to fire Joe Schoen. And I'm hearing, in the Twitter spaces today, I was hearing like they actually got a phone call from somebody about their statements and about that video. We saw what I don't know what his direct title is in the New York Giants, but he's a guy that is about media control and marketing. I want to say his name is Hanlon or something like that. Called ESPN when their reporter, L. Duncan, had the remarks to say about the organization. And Stephen A. Smith had to come out there and pretty much like say, y'all need to back the fuck up off our people on our network. Y'all are a terrible franchise. And this ain't our fault, pretty much. I thought all that was just very interesting. But we're at the point now where I'm sure that John Mara is looking at it. He's seeing the results of the season. No victories at home this year. Saquon Barkley going crazy. The players that we allowed to walk, Xavier McKinney, Leonard Williams having a pick six for like damn near 100 yards. All these things. I'm sure John Mara does not have a 9-to-5. He's got a lot of time on his hands that all deal with the New York Giants. And I'm sure he's fed up. But I still think there's going to be a reluctancy to fire Joe Schoen simply because of the history with the last couple of GMs and the last couple of head coaches. It's going to make it tough for him. I really do. I really think it's going to make it tough for him. And that's why I say that I'm taking the under on this one. I think that Joe Schoen is going to be back, and I thought that this was really good reasoning that supports that. Kareem Yee says he's taking the overreaction. Joe did the same last year. He even had JJ come in on a workout on Easter, so it means nothing. I'm trying to say I'm trying to see what you mean here. So Joe Schoen did the same thing last year, but he wasn't on the hot seat last year. He even had JJ come in on a workout on Easter, so it means nothing to me. I think it might mean nothing to you as far as him drafting a quarterback 100%, but as far as him being fired, I think it supports that you wouldn't allow this guy to go on this run to try to make decisions if he's not going to be back making the decisions. But you know me, man. I'm never 100% on anything. I'm not going to rule out anything. Joe Schoen could be fired. We'll see what happens. Cynical Narcissist says the new GM would also have done due diligence on quarterbacks in the draft. All GMs and assistant general managers do this every year. it doesn't matter. Now, are we speaking on the new general manager being somebody that is an assistant general manager with another team cynical? Because I think that makes it difficult. Because what if the guy that they hire is not currently a general manager with a team right now? That's another thing to keep in mind. Kevin the PRF says it's an overreaction. Most general managers are fired, I guess, in the offseason is what he's saying. And most GMs are somewhere at an assistant position getting all the same info. I.e. Peters came from 49ers. I'm trying to think what you mean by NP building a starter competing roster. Yeah, that most cases are going to be guys who have an assistant position, or guys, that are in a general manager position already. I'm trying to think if there is an instance where there was a general manager that wasn't with a particular team the year before, that ended up being the general manager for a new team. I have to do some research on it, but it is a good point. But I think that still none of that speaks to if Joe Schoen will be fired. We're speaking on the other GMs doing the same process that Joe Schoen is doing. If you're going to be fired, Joe Schoen is not likely to get another general manager job in the NFL if he's fired. So these comments are a little bit puzzling to me, but I do understand them. OG Knockout says it's an overreaction. I think he's looking for Joe Schoen to be fired as well. Off Broadway says he's taking the under. Exactly. Why wait on the GM? Wait on the coach, but not the GM. I think Dable is safe too. I'd put money on that. Ooh, okay. Pietro Gambino says it's an overreaction. Him and Dable should be fired. Any other job, if you provided this bad of a product to your bosses at work, you would be fired. Anyone who gets the new GM job will have some sort of research done. You'll have to. I do agree with that part. But at the end of the day, I think that this isn't about what the next GM is going to do, right? This is about if these guys are going to be here next year. The poor product that they have put on the field, I agree with you, 1,000%. The way that they have coached, they should be fired, right? Will they? We've seen things like this from John Mara where it lingers on a little bit too long. And I do think that with the last 3 head coaches and the last 2 general managers, it's going to make things a little bit difficult. B-Rog said, I think Joe Schoen is struggling while earning his stripes. He stays. Kansan says it's an overreaction. That one guy says, Shane is a jackass. How in the fuck can anyone justify him staying here? You can name 5 bad things for every one good thing he's done. That's such a great point. That's so true. He has to get up out of here. I agree with all of it. I don't know if he's 100% going to be fired. I'd say it's 50-50 for me in my mind right now. Hyphen Wade says there's no reaction. Don't owners do this to GMs regardless? Mara waited too long, but it is what it is. Shane has had enough time to fix this, but he didn't. This happens all the time. I would go back, and I'm going to do it today. When we fired or allowed Dave Gettleman to retire or whatever the hell it was he going out there and paying visits to colleges in preparation for the next season and the next draft? That's the question that needs to be answered. Because obviously most teams do things a certain way, but also I think it's very blatant that the New York Giants don't operate like most teams, right? The Illa says the fate of Dable and Shane is completely up in the air. At the end of the season, it could go either way. I almost want to leave it right there because that's where I kind of see it. I see a couple other overreactions. Dom Dizzy says fire Joe, hire Brown from within, and you don't have to worry about any of that. That is a great point right there. BX Banger says DJ was on Mara, and he knows it. He'll give him a shot to get it right at the position. This entire team looks different with a dynamic quarterback. I think with a dynamic quarterback, you win a couple more games, but they got a lot of work to do. But it is a good point. It's a good point. If Mara, we didn't consider that yet. If Mara, and it was Mara's doings to bring back Daniel Jones, then rightfully so, you have to give this general manager his shot. Maybe Joe Schoen was telling them, look, we need to move on. And Mara was like, no, we need to sign Daniel Jones to a contract. And in that case, unless you're, just going to be a straight asshole about it, then Joe Schoen would deserve that shot to get his quarterback. I reading the room, I think Joe Schoen was in on the decision to bring back Daniel Jones. That's just my opinion on it. there have been no facts to come out about it yet. The trash man says it's an overreaction. Mara will act out of emotion, which is inherently an irrational reaction, void of any future plans/thinking. It's a good point. Pal 11 says that's part of his job. Regardless if he is on the hot seat, he should be doing his due diligence. If he isn't, he shouldn't be a GM to begin with. Also, who's to say he was there to scout Travis Hunter? Was or wasn't? Yeah. You know, and I'm not looking at it from a Joe Schoen standpoint. Like, if Joe Schoen has not been told that he is going to be fired, then he absolutely has to be doing what his job requirements are, which is to go out there to colleges and figure out who the next players are that the New York Giants are going to draft. I don't think that if John Mara is going to fire Joe Schoen, he told them already. I don't think that. But I'm looking at this from a John Mara standpoint. If you are indeed going to fire this guy, right, why send him on this press run to go out there, or not even a press run, why send him on this run to go out here and try to evaluate quarterbacks and other positions that you deem necessary that the Giants are going to draft in the 2025 draft? It's puzzling. It definitely is puzzling. Pietro says it's been 3 years, too. All the best players on this team aren't Joe's picks, and that's 3 draft classes. Only study as drafted as Malik Neighbors and Tyrone Tracy is getting there. Other than that, not much talent. Can't disagree there. John says that Hard Knocks ruined Joe Schoen's career. Part of it, yeah, you know, like exploiting how bad he is at his job. Hard Knocks did a really good job of doing that. And they had the final say on the edit. I don't understand why they allowed a lot of this stuff to leak, man. It's just, you know, not a lot of what's the term I'm looking for here? Like, you know, their self-evaluation was poor, you know? It's just very poor. De Illa says, what do you think about bringing Spags in if we can get him away from the Chiefs and bring on Antonio Pierce as his defensive coordinator if the Raiders let him go? There's talk about the Raiders moving on from him. I wouldn't be too upset about it. I like Antonio Pierce. He's a good leader of men. He's struggling right now with the Raiders. I think offensively has been the biggest hurdles for him over there in Las Vegas. Spags has proven that he's a great defensive coordinator over there with the Chiefs and might be better serviced as a defensive coordinator. It'd be tough to lure him away from the Chiefs. And the only way you could do it is if you offered him the head coaching job. I'd be okay. I'd be okay with it. I'd be okay with it, I guess. I see Brett talking about Paris Campbell over Sterling Shepard. And that one guy said he meant he was taking the under on this one. He said, okay, I'm good. Never mind. He's going through it. Shout out to that one guy one time. All right, let's tap in with some of these super chats real quick, and then we'll get off into the next Giant overreaction here. I do think we had a couple more here. Shout out to Pal 11 one time in the building. What's going on, fam? With the $4.99 super chat. He says, first pick, $60 million in cap, a good defensive line, Malik Neighbors, decent running back. I hope the new coach and general manager will start this rebuild right. Also, you doing mock drafts in the future, bro? I will do some first-round mock drafts. I normally try to stay away from the mock drafts. I mean, I see a lot of people that do like 30 mock drafts, and then, you know, when draft time comes around, they're like, yeah, I had the Giants taking him in the 4th round. You know, I just ain't for all that. Like, how about this, pal? I'm going to do one mock draft, and I'll do it a week before the draft. That's what we'll do. But shout out to Pal, man. I love the assets that you talk about here. You know, having the first pick, $60 million in cap. I like that you said a good D-line because it's not a great D-line right now. You'll have to add some depth to the trenches there. Malik Neighbors, decent running back. All that stuff is great. Yeah, you can build upon that, and I think it's a decent foundation moving into the future. And salute to you for supporting the channel, my dog. Shout out Emilio F one time in the building with the $5.99 super chat. He says, I agree. I believe the call to tank came from the top. Mara, and part of the tank call from Mara is job protection. I believe everyone is coming back. It's not a bad stance right there. We'll know. We'll know shortly. You know, this will be one of those seasons where it's going to feel eerily similar to what it felt like during the expiration of Daniel Jones' contract going into 2023. What are we going to do, or what were we going to do at the quarterback position? And I think come January, come February, it's going to feel a lot like that from the general manager and the coaching standpoint. But shout out to Emilio F. Appreciate you rocking out with us today, my dog. Shout out my dog B-Rog one time all the way over there in Saudi Arabia right now with the $5 super chat. He says, John Mara keeps too much of the ops in the family. there were some firings, but he needs to replace the non-football people running things in the organization. I could not agree more with that statement right there. You know, John Mara needs to get out of his own way, and I think that he is doing a better job of it right now. You know, he did allow Joe Schoen to kind of handle that Saquon Barkley and the Xavier McKinney situation the way that Joe Schoen deemed as the proper way to do it. I think he needs to build upon that foundation that he came into 2024 with relinquishing some of that power. But it just seems that right now he needs to relinquish some of that power and also make the right hirings, because giving that power to guys like Joe Schoen has obviously not been the right move. Let me see. Jay Rich said he's taking the under on this one. Big shout out to B-Rog one time for supporting the channel again, too. I appreciate that, my dog. I saw one that just stood out here. Oh, from Brett M. Brett M said it's an overreaction. 85 sacks. No trenches in the draft on both sides. Yeah, that was terrible. That was absolutely terrible. I don't understand why they didn't draft offensive linemen. I guess they thought that, bolstering up the starting offensive linemen on this roster was enough. The depth pieces were still terrible with Joshua Ezedu. I'm trying to think what other depth pieces. Evan Neal was another depth piece coming into this year. Aaron Stinney, who they signed, who I really have not seen take many snaps. I don't know what's going on there, but they failed in the depth department. That's a fact. All right, so let me see. Chris Peace has a question here. Let me see. I'm so far back in the chat, too. Y'all are just running right now. He says, you think any GM candidate worth a damn wouldn't have done their homework or look over the work their predecessor did? Fire Hoshane on Black Monday. Whew. Yeah, I do think he needs to be fired. El Scorcho said, shout out to Talking Giants. Big facts. I love what they do as far as the off-season coverage, when we're at training camp and whatnot. They go to the training camps. They go to the Senior Bowl. I'm actually going to try to get out to the Senior Bowl this year. But I love what they do in the offseason and throughout the tenure of the season. Simeon says, I'm not a fan. I'm not a Bobby fan, but he did a good job. He did a great job on that video. Yeah, and I mean, that, you know what I try to do a lot, because I think this is something that's truly really wrong with the country in general. As long as your opinion is not that of a derogatory stance or anything, along that line, I try to allow or not allow opinions to be the reason why I don't fuck with somebody. Like, if you have your certain, like, I'll tell you who's a guy like this for me is Kyle Pizzle. Like, me and Kyle Pizzle, leading up to about 2 weeks ago, I'll say, have not seen the New York Giants through the same lens on virtually everything. Like, we disagree on everything. But I don't allow that to be a reason for me to be like, man, I don't fuck with that guy. And I'm not saying, Simeon, that that's the reason why you don't get down with Bobby. It could be some other stuff. It just sparked this conversation for me. Because in the past, I have been somebody that has allowed, a motherfucker just walk in the room and you just like, they only got to speak. You be like, I just don't like you. I don't, like, it just their whole aura be off for you, right? I try as I get older, and I'm no young pup, but I just try as I get older to just like reason with people that have different stances from me, because you see it in politics, you see it in sports, you see it in everything. Like, people just don't fuck with people because they don't agree with the way that they approach something. And I try to not allow that really to affect me too crazy. On Twitter, I've learned a lot from it too, because, it's like you have somebody who will, like, you don't know the person. I'm posting out tweets out there, and being that I'm a Giants content creator who has a little bit of traction or whatever you deem it, I get a lot of people responding to tweets, and like, it'll be a reoccurring theme from somebody, like, that they just, oh man, your takes are trash and da-da-da-da. And then eventually it becomes, oh man, I just don't fuck with that person. I don't even know the person. You know what I mean? I try to, like, at least build relationships with people before I rule them out as somebody that I could rock with. My dog, Peter Randazzo, he's somebody that I'll never forget it. It's a moment that will stick with me for probably the rest of my life. We were in the spaces one day, and he was like, authentic, like, yo, I've been following you for like a year, man. Like, how come you don't follow me back? And I said, Peter, like, I take time to get to know people first. Like, I want to know who you are before I deem, you as somebody that I'm going to follow and have to see on my timeline on a daily basis when I log into my social media platforms. And he said, authentic, I've been talking with you now on these Twitter spaces for like 6 months, bro. Like, I fuck with you, man. And it took that moment from him for me to be like, you know what, man? Let me put that to the side and follow him. My homie, Real Mace Black on Twitter. Another one. He just told me one day, like, yo, Authentic, like, what's up, bro? Like, I fuck with you. You know, is it something? I was like, nah, it's nothing, bro. And like, till this day now, me and Mace, like, that's one of my better homies on Giants Twitter. So I try to just not let that, you know, get in the way. And especially with content creators, you know, it makes it tough because some people going to look at it like those other content creators are your competition, but I don't look at it like that. The only competition that I have on this platform is me. Like, I got to get better than what I was yesterday, and that's all I try to do. Let me see. I'm a bit back in the chat too. Yeah, and it's Pat Hanlon. Shout out to Chris Peace, director of media relations, the one that they're saying might be out here making some phone calls out here. Let me see. Brett M said, Meatball, yo, just the way he started that. Meatball ran a quarterback sneak on 2nd and 1 twice in the same game, then talked about not making explosive plays. He should have been gone weeks ago. See, that's where I can't disagree with that. I can't disagree with that. You know what I mean? Simeon says, I give everybody props for doing their thing, even if I'm not feeling them. That's what's up, man. That's a good way to look at it. That's a good way to look at it. All right, so let's go. Oh, Red X got something here. Red X said, Raiders seem to be fighting for wins more. So I do think we will get the first overall pick. Now, recent history suggests the second overall pick had better showings. Yeah, I mean, C.J. Stroud, and yeah, we're definitely seeing that where that second pick pans out a little bit better. I'm trying to think. Didn't Baker Mayfield go first in the 2018 draft? Yeah, and you could look at that draft the same way you're talking about here. It wasn't the second pick, but it was the second quarterback off the board that was the better quarterback. I definitely agree with you on that, Red X. That's a good point you brought up. Let me see. Got those. All right. So let's get one more Giant overreaction. I like that one. That one brought up a lot of good topics there. I thought y'all had a lot of great stuff to say. Y'all kind of making me kind of pivot on my stance a little bit here, but I'm going to stick to the script. I really do, truly, in my heart of hearts, I think that Joe Schoen will be back 2 hours, 17 minutes in. I'm going to put a note on this into the Giant Overreaction, a Week 15 edition. I'm going to clip this up. We'll come back to this and see what ends up happening at the end of the season or at the beginning of the 2025 season and see which way John Mara ended up going and which direction he chose as far as his general manager. But I think Joe Schoen is going to be back. That's my thoughts on it. Let's get back to the Giant Overreactions here. This is going to be the last one, and then I'll get y'all up out of here. Salute to the gang. Appreciate all y'all being here in the building today. All right, so this one comes from Elmer Stud, not to be confused with Elmer Fudd. He said, and I think there's a little bit of it that's cut off on this. Yeah, there's a little bit cut off on this one. He said, that's the problem. The Giants are going to reach this year, he's talking about the quarterback position, and we're going to watch the Daniel Jones experiment again for the next 6 or 7 years. An absolute disaster. Let me know if y'all think that this is an overreaction from Elmer Stud by putting an O in the chat. And if you agree with the statement here on the screen from Elmer Fudd, go ahead and put a U in the chat to represent that you are going to be taking the under. And if you need some more time, maybe, get to the draft or figure out what they're going to do, you can put a P in the chat to represent that you were taking the push. Now, this is my stance on this. I do not think that drafting a quarterback in the 2025 draft is going to be anything similar to what we saw when the New York Giants drafted Daniel Jones with the 6th overall selection in 2019. Daniel Jones was a guy coming in that really did not have much pen to paper when it comes to his resume coming out of college. His career college completion percentage was under 60%. He had a 17-19 record at Duke, where he had just 2 seasons that were barely above 500. He was barely a 2-to-1 touchdown to interception ratio quarterback in college. Truly should have never been drafted with the 6th overall selection, but Dave Gettleman decided he wanted to reach at quarterback and draft Dexter Lawrence later in the first round. And he went to Duke, for God's sakes. Duke has not yielded many good players, let alone in the NFL, good quarterbacks. So I'm not too sure how we could even compare drafting one of these top prospects here in a Shedeur Sanders or a Cam Ward to a Daniel Jones. Now, this was the other thing. Why was Daniel Jones given 6 years in the first place, right? Because they drafted this kid, they overdrafted this kid with the 6th overall selection, but they doubled down on multiple mistakes that they made with Daniel Jones, right? He was injured in 4 out of his 5.5 seasons. He had more turnovers than touchdowns. You never brought in another quarterback to compete with him. 41 straight regular season games where he did not have back-to-back performances with at least 2 passing touchdowns. When we could have let him walk, they decided to double down and pay him $92 million guaranteed. These were all the things that trickled Daniel Jones along as the New York Giants starting quarterback through the past 6 seasons. Just because that happened with Daniel Jones, to me, in my opinion, does not mean that is going to happen again. Half of the Daniel Jones experiment had nothing to do with him and everything to do with just doubling down on the mistakes that John Mara and the rest of the regime made. I'll continue to say this, as I've said plenty of times on this podcast. If Daniel Jones was Jameis Winston, he would not have been the starting quarterback for the New York Giants for 6 seasons. Call it what you want to. I call it facts. There's not another quarterback that has been given this type of leash by an organization with this poor of product being put out on the field in the history of the game. I can't think of another quarterback that has ever done that. So for me, I think this statement is actually kind of ridiculous. The Giants, right now, if you draft a quarterback in the top 5, I don't think that that's reaching on a quarterback. These guys are top prospects for a reason. I don't think that that's reaching for a quarterback at all. And if the New York Giants were to go into this situation and after what happened, all that I just listed through the Daniel Jones tenure were to happen again, and this set back the New York Giants for another better part of a decade, that would be doubling down on not only the Daniel Jones thing, but the incompetence of John Mara. You can't make those same type of mistakes multiple times. I just don't see that happening. So you swing at a quarterback here in this draft, and if he's not the guy after 3 years and you're entering the 4th year right before you get to the point where you're going to have to either accept or decline the 5th-year option, you make a decision and you move on. You don't decline the 5th-year option like you did with Daniel Jones and then end up doing what no team has ever done in the history of the game, which is paying a quarterback an extension after you decline the 5th-year option. You don't do that again with this quarterback. You learn from your mistakes. If this quarterback comes in and it's not working out for the first 3 seasons, move the fuck on. So for me, this statement here on the screen is an absolute overreaction. Let me see what y'all are talking about in the chat here one time, and we'll keep it pushing here. Shout out to Gregory in the building one time. That's my Dallas Cowboys homie right there. He says, authentic, I am back from my appointment. I'm surprised you are still on. Yeah, man, this was one that I figured was going to go about 2 hours. It'll probably wrap up here after this last overreaction, but shout out to all y'all that have been here since the beginning of this stream rocking out with us, man. These streams just fly by, and I don't know if they do the same for y'all when y'all are listening on y'all end, but for me as the person up here that's wrapping y'all the fuck up, these streams just fly by for me. First 40 minutes are normally a recap of the game, and then these overreactions tend to take a little bit of time with, presenting what everybody in the chat, their stances on the statement on the screen. So, yeah, I totally enjoy this, man. It's my only time to get to come up here and talk with y'all, so 3 hours is nothing for your boy. Y'all know what it is. Kevin the PRF says he's taking a U if Schoen is the general manager. So he's saying that he agrees with the statement on the screen. Jay Rich says it's an overreaction. DeIlla says Dable doesn't look very nervous when he's in front of the press. It's like he knows if he keeps his answers at a bare minimum and doesn't blow up like Judge, he's golden. That's a great point. That would save him on his job. Gregory came in and says he's taking a push one time. Marjorie says it's an overreaction. El Scorcho says it's an overreaction. OG Knockout says he'll be back. It's a John Mara move. That's how I feel about it, bro. That's exactly how I feel about it. K4M the Great says it's an overreaction. Hyphen Wade says he's taking the push. I don't consider this a reach. However, I do get a bit concerned with the general manager and who will be involved in that decision, like how they carry out the draft and free agency after this. I like that point. It's a good reasoning to take the push. Hyphen Wade, the way that I would kind of like agree with this is if they forego taking one of the top 2 prospects. If the Giants go out here and they draft a Carson Beck or something like that, then I can agree with this. And it'll point to all the signs of the things that a lot of people don't want to talk about. Simeon says he's taking an under. He agrees with the statement on the screen. I want Sam Darnold here running the Vikings offense and Travis Hunter with the pick. I'll tell you what, Sam Darnold is not going to be a cheap quarterback. Don't think that you're going to get Sam Darnold for the kind of contract that the Minnesota Vikings just got him for. I would expect Sam Darnold to get paid about $35 to $40 million a year. That's my guess on it. And are we willing to do that? Are we going to pay Sam Darnold $40 million to come in here and be the bridge? I can't do it. If we leave the 2025 NFL draft with Travis Hunter as the pick and maybe possibly go out there and draft a quarterback in the later rounds or something like that, my heart won't be completely broken, but I think that it is very important as far as resetting where we are as a fan base. It's super important to go out there and draft a quarterback. So for me, I would welcome Sam Darnold as a stopgap quarterback, but I don't want to pay $40 million for a stopgap quarterback. I think that was the reasoning why we released Daniel Jones. If we were going to have a $40 million stopgap quarterback, might as well brought him back. So for me, I'm looking at guys that are going to be a little bit more cheaper along with the rookie. Give me Cam Ward or Shedeur Sanders in the first round, and then bring me, a guy like Jameis Winston, as the stopgap bridge quarterback to start the year out until things kind of go a little bit left, and then we'll pivot to the rookie and give him some time to develop and get some experience by getting some snaps in a regular season game. RedX3R0 says it's a big overreaction. We will never see a subpar quarterback get 6 to 7 years, especially one who isn't white. Can you see the hand? I mean, this is some facts right here. The homie Lewis, or I'm going to say Luis, says he's taking the under, fire Joe Schoen and draft Travis Hunter. Like, where do y'all want, for the people that want Travis Hunter drafted, do y'all want him playing both sides of the ball? Do y'all want him on defense? Do y'all want him on offense? Let me kind of know how y'all feeling about that. If he's not going to come in and be an offensive weapon, I don't want to draft him. That's how I'm looking at it, all right? Like, I don't need another cornerback in here, in the first round. Address cornerback later in the draft for me. Shout out Mac, the Giants fan, another great New York Giants content creator. Make sure y'all go sub up. He said it's an overreaction. We don't know that yet. People said Bo Nix wasn't going to be able to play in the league. They did. And we still don't know what's up with Bo Nix yet. It's been one solid year, though. I will give Bo Nix his props. He has played well with the Broncos, being thrusted into that starting role, too. He's done a good job. But I said this on Bleacher Report yesterday. It wouldn't surprise me if and I'm not saying it's going to happen, but it wouldn't surprise me if what happened to Mac Jones were to happen to Bo Nix, like kind of regress, because is this the ceiling of his play? But I do agree with you that this is indeed an overreaction. Chris P says if the Giants draft Ward or Sanders, it's an overreaction. Anyone else, it's an under. Love that. That's a good take right there. Messiah Mills says it's no reaction. Cam Ward is a stud. Watch the tape. Ward ain't no slouch at all. Where was Jones elite in college? At all. He wasn't. Kansan says it's an overreaction. I don't think the Giants ever make that mistake again. I agree with you. Like, they saw what happened with the whole Daniel Jones shit. It was a shit show, and I don't think they'll allow that to happen again. You'd be a fool to double down on those mistakes with another quarterback. Brett says he's taking the under, trade down. We need way more than what we have. Bridge quarterback. I like the bridge quarterback. Agree with you that we do need more than what we have. I just think that you have to be able to find those stud players. And that's where I'm worried about if Joe Schoen does come back as a general manager. He's not proven to be a good draft evaluator at the current moment in time. And if you could just strike gold at the quarterback position, what that could do for our franchise, it's more important than 3 draft picks, in my opinion. D Torres 128 says it's an overreaction. The top 2 quarterbacks in this draft are better than Jones is right now. There's no reach there. Both Cam and Shedeur have a chance to be special. I agree with that. And that's why I think you have to take the chance. Even if in the long run it doesn't work out, you still have to take that chance and swing, swing and keep swinging until you hit one. Berg says he's taking the push. I generally don't trust Joe's drafting, but you never really know what players will be when drafting them. Coaching matters a lot. That's a good point there, too. Pietro says he's taking the push because it can go 2 ways. If they take Cam Ward, I think he can be very good in the NFL. Comes down to coaching and the team around them. If they take Hunter and boost the team, it could be better for the future quarterback. It could be. So let me see. So we wait another year. By the time you draft your quarterback, Malik Neighbors will be entering his 3rd season. That's the thing, is that the timing, I think, has to align. I would much prefer to have a guy that you can at least bank on potentially being a franchise quarterback and pairing him with Malik Neighbors. And then you got to find a way to get some more weapons in this draft. Like, I absolutely think they need to draft another wide receiver in this draft, a guy who could come in, similar to like what a Keon Coleman was in Buffalo. Like, He didn't hit the ground running, and he's not necessarily a wide receiver one year in. But Keon Coleman's a guy that if you put him next to Malik Neighbors, I would feel extremely confident. That one guy says it's an overreaction. OG said it's an overreaction, but I think Jackson Dart is going to be that dude. I like Jackson Dart. I looked at a few of his games and studied some of his tape, and I like him. He's another guy that I need to do a little bit more work on. Him, Shador Sanders, and a few others are going to be at the top of my list. Derek Allen says it's an overreaction. I feel like management can continue to draft and redraft until they find what they need. Plus, the two quarterbacks that are going 1 and 2 will be far better than what we've seen in the recent years. Love that, Derek. Great take. Q says it's an overreaction. Got to reach and swing for a quarterback. People love to echo chamber analyst draft boards for some reason. They didn't have Lamar Jackson on the board that high and had Josh Rosen higher. Yeah, and Mitchell Trubisky. Don't forget about that. Kareem Yee says he's taken under not because of the potential quarterback coming in, but how long are they going to keep Schoen and Dable if they're the ones doing the drafting? That's something to consider that, if you allow Brian Dable and Joe Schoen to get their quarterback and then, you fail the next season and you have to fire those guys, now you have a general manager and a coach coming in that doesn't have their guy at the quarterback position, which is very tough. I'm trying to think of situations where a coach came in with a quarterback that he didn't draft, and it actually worked out. Yeah, because Nick Sirianni drafted Jalen Hurts, I believe. I'm trying to think about other head coaches and general managers that had that opportunity. That's a good point, man. I'm going to look into that. That's a really good point. Dom Dizzy said it's an overreaction. I like the two top quarterbacks. Chris P said to quote Sal from He's a Giant, take the quarterback at 1, don't play fuck games. Yeah, you really don't want to do that. B-Rog said he's taking the under. I think the O-line started to play decently before the injuries. A team is built with a good O-line and a decent quarterback. Plus, it can't be this bad for this long. We aren't the Jets. That's a good point. The offensive line was playing pretty well the first couple of weeks of the season, and then the injuries definitely derailed that situation. More of a reason why Joe Schoen needs to address depth in the draft and in free agency. Q said, look at the players drafted and says, look at the players drafted and were graded higher than some of the quarterbacks in the past. Anything can miss. People need to stop fixating on these boards. I agree. I like to do my own research. All the draft boards told me that Michael Penix was a second-round talent and that he didn't deserve to be drafted in the first round. And obviously, this is before we figured out when the Atlanta Falcons drafted him, right? But I had Michael Penix at 6. If he was there, I'm drafting him. Do your own homework. That's not to say don't take the opinions of some of these analysts that consider themselves experts. I factor all that stuff in. But then I also go, well, why are they saying that Michael Penix is a second-round talent? And the only reason that people had to say was that he had injuries in the past. That wasn't enough for me. The guy was healthy for 2 to 3 seasons after that. And it wasn't enough for me. So come to your own conclusions. Don't just allow the expert or the analyst to make the decision for you. I definitely agree with you on that, Q. John B says it's an overreaction. John says it's an overreaction. Red X3R0 says Lamar Jackson was constantly being asked to switch positions during the draft process. The draft is a crapshoot with quarterbacks, but you got to keep swinging until you have one. Yeah, Lamar, the Lamar situation was just... They did that man dirty, bro. If you win the Heisman Trophy and you are that dynamic of a quarterback like a Lamar Jackson was, there's no reason for you to not be considered as a first-round talent, let alone a talent at the position that you did it in college. They just did him dirty. I don't know what the fuck these people were thinking with the Lamar Jackson shit. I don't know what they were thinking. Jalen Ware says it's an overreaction. DJ doesn't hold a candle to Ward or Sanders. Do agree with that. Simeon says we will be watching Shador or Cam go into concussion protocol several times next season if Schoen is still here. It's possible. A lot of people said this about Jaden Daniels. He's not going to make it through the season. His frame, that offensive line, Bobby Johnson, blah, blah, blah. You never know, Simeon. You never really know. A decisive quarterback can keep himself out of harm's way much better than these other guys, which that makes me lean a little bit more towards Shador, because Cam is the kind of guy that is going to extend plays. But I think both of these quarterbacks have really good pocket awareness. Cam Ward especially, man, that dude, he just sees everything coming at him. And I'm a fan of that. I'm a fan of his game. John B says, don't want Joe picking the quarterback, though. I feel you on that. Hopefully they just force their hand, like just pick one of these guys, or, it forces us to pick the other quarterback off the board if we're picking second or whatever it may be. I just hope, like, if we're picking first, just get me one of these guys. Shout out Ben in the building one time. What's going on, my dog? He said it's an overreaction. No one knows if they will pan out, but why not take a chance? Exactly. I think we're all kind of in agreement on this one. BX Banger says it's an overreaction. Just a totally different regime who drafted Daniel Jones. Joe Schoen wanted a quarterback last year, so he'll definitely get his guy. Yeah, I feel you. I don't know about the Joe Schoen part. I don't know. I don't know if he definitely wanted a quarterback. Some of that shit looked like it was for optics a little bit, but I'm not sure. The Illa says it's an overreaction. I'm fine with the Giants drafting either one. I do think Cam has that keep your foot on the gas mentality and don't let up. Yeah. Cam Ward is an exciting player. Hyphen Wade says that Sam Darnold is going to be back in Minnesota for a top-heavy contract probably towards the back end of it. They didn't draft JJ for no reason. Yeah, that's the interesting part. Like, they spent a first-round draft pick on JJ McCarthy, but now they have a quarterback in Sam Darnold that's playing lights-out football. Imagine Sam Darnold take them to, like, the conference championship or something like that. You got to bring him back. And Simeon said Sam is playing like a franchise quarterback. Yeah, he definitely is. Pietro said, what about Justin Fields? I'd be, as a stopgap with a rookie, absolutely. I'm all for that. Y'all know that I wanted Justin Fields after he had completed his second year with the Chicago Bears. That was when I wanted to trade for him. This was the 2022 season. And Daniel Jones ended up playing well, and I went into that offseason like, man, I would absolutely trade for Justin Fields. I think he's a quarterback that possesses a very particular skill set that you can win games with him. And you could figure out things, with the rookie along the way and have two quarterbacks in the room that, are viable options. I love what Pittsburgh is doing over there with Justin Fields and Russell Wilson right now and bringing Justin Fields in for certain packages. Romtre81 says there's no reaction. You have to take a chance and draft a quarterback. You have zero chance of hitting a home run if you don't swing. Exactly. Great way to put it. Great way to put it right there. Hyphen Wade, this is about Travis Hunter, I think. He says he's strictly a defensive back. He has the athletic profile to do the receiver stuff, but he has made his bread and butter on the defensive end. Minor technique tweaks, and he can be a multi-time Pro Bowler and an All-Pro. I agree, and it's like, do you want to spend a top pick like that on a cornerback? Is that where we want to go with that? I'm not too sure. Let me see. The Illa says, I'll tell you what, if Caleb Williams doesn't get the Daniel Jones leash, you might be right. That kid has all the potential in the world, but will he get the time? I think he's going to – Daniel Jones leash, I don't know, but I think he's going to be able to at least play out that entire rookie contract in a fifth-year option. He just needs to continuously keep improving. It's been a tough start for him, though. El Scorcho says, would you all be down for the Giants taking two quarterbacks, one in the first round and another later in the draft? That has seemed to work out for some teams. Washington Commanders, Redskins at the time, in 2012 when they did it with RG3 and Kirk Cousins. I don't think we can afford to waste some draft capital on another quarterback. I wouldn't do it. But I wouldn't be angry if they did it. The New England Patriots just did it just recently, too. Playboy Phil says, I don't want a desperate general manager. Get Fields and draft Hunter. Build this team. Don't get a quarterback because you need one. It'll be a better level DJ situation all over again. And he's kind of speaking on, exactly what the statement is here, which Phil, I just adamantly disagree with this because reaching, these guys aren't reaches. These two, I could understand if we're talking about like a Carson Beck or somebody like that and the Giants aren't picking first. I'll give you that. If the Giants are picking first, though, I don't see spending a number one overall selection, or I think maybe you said trade back. Let me see. He said get Fields and draft Hunter. See, there is no trading back there. I'm not spending a first-round draft pick on Travis Hunter. That's just how I see it today. I don't know if that'll change. I don't think that this is a DJ situation either. Like, just have you watched Cam Ward play the game of football? Does he look like Daniel Jones, Phil? I don't think so. Ben Harris says that coaches have a lot of say at draft evaluations, their systems and styles. Okay, got you on that. Shout out Jim NFL 7. He says, who gives a shit? Giants won 2 Super Bowls over Tom Brady. Try being Lions, Vikings, or Bills fans. Oh, I guess he's saying like we shouldn't be complaining because we won 2 Super Bowls over Tom Brady. Man, look, man. So that Super Bowl the last one that we won was in 2011. There are young fans right now that weren't alive when that shit happened. For me, see, granted, I was alive for all the New York Giants Super Bowls, so I can't really speak to this. But like, what happened in football before I got here, and swam out of my daddy's ball sack into this earth, out of my mother's womb, doesn't matter to me, to be honest. Like, I don't go looking at what happened with the New York Giants in the 60s and the 70s that much. So for these kids that didn't get a chance to see that, they deserve that. But I mean, I guess I see where you're coming from, Jim. We do have some Super Bowls. I mean, Lions, Vikings, and Bills. The Bills got it the worst, man. 4 Super Bowls in a whole damn row and couldn't win one. And shout out to them for giving us one. We definitely needed that Scott Norwood field goal to go wide. We needed that. Let me see what else we got here, and then I'll get y'all up out of here. Pal 11 says it's an overreaction. If new quarterback won't work, he won't get 6 years. The DJ experiment trying to see if he's the guy. 6 years only happens in New York. He says, I hope that is the only time. Take the shot. You miss all the shots you don't take. Mm-hmm. Gregory said, the thing about putting all your eggs in a basket with a quarterback, it scares me to draft a quarterback with no running game or protection for the quarterback. I feel like you will be throwing him to the wolves. Look at Joe Burrow, man. That's what they did with Joe Burrow. They literally thrusted him into a lineup with the worst offensive line in the entire league. And a year later, they were in the Super Bowl. And you see it with Joe Burrow. Granted, his play is not good enough to have the Cincinnati Bengals winning the amount of games they should be winning with the way that their offense is playing right now. But if Joe Burrow and the Bengals were winning more games, Joe Burrow is a MVP lock, if you ask me. That dude, he is playing some of the best football we have seen at the quarterback position in the past decade. So get the guy. And that was the thing about Daniel Jones. It's like a lot of people allowed Daniel Jones' poor play to be masked by the poor play around him and tell themselves that they can't evaluate Daniel Jones because there's not enough talent around him. When you are a not good, great quarterback, it's very easy to be able to evaluate these guys and say, oh, if we put the pieces around that dude, he's going to be a stud. You can't say that right now for quarterbacks like Anthony Richardson, right? You can't say it because he's not putting the product out there. He's not making enough plays that say, oh, if he had the talent, he would be an elite quarterback in this league. And elite quarterbacks don't grow on trees. I get that part. But like the previous statement that was said on the screen, you're going to miss all the shots you don't take. So I don't think that this is a reason. Get the quarterback, Gregory, and worry about protecting him later. They have a decent offensive line here for the next couple of years. Just as someone said earlier in the chat, the first couple of games this season for the New York Giants, like the first 5 to 6 weeks, our offensive line looked great. And then Andrew Thomas got hurt, and it started to look terrible. Andrew Thomas is on contract next year. Jermaine Illuminor is on contract next year. John Runyon is on contract next year. JMS is on contract next year. Those guys should be serviceable enough to be able to get it done. You got to get weapons on the outside, too. But a decisive quarterback is going to change the way that we look at the offensive line. I promise you this. I promise you this. The reason why Giants fans and NFL fans across the country look at the New York Giants offensive line situation the way that they do is because the quarterback is not decisive. None of them. When Tyrod Taylor was in here, he was proof. The little bit of proof that we had and we needed, Tyrod Taylor was that. Because in that year, I'm trying to remember these statistics off the top of my head. The Giants got sacked 85 times that year. 36 of them came from Tommy DeVito. 30 of them came from Daniel Jones. And the rest of those, whatever is left, the under 20, came from Tyrod Taylor, who took the most snaps that year, had the most experience, and his veteran, savvy type of play kept him out of harm's way as best as he could with that particular offensive line unit, which is much worse than what we wheeled out there this year. You got to address that all at the same time. If they don't address the trenches this year, they're doing themselves a disservice. From a depth standpoint, they need that. They need to understand that they can spend draft capital on a left tackle because Andrew Thomas gets hurt damn near every year. So you have to be very prepared so that by the time he does get hurt again, you got another guy that can step up and fill his shoes. The one thing about this year that kind of bothered me a little bit is that they didn't go to Evan Neal at left tackle when Andrew Thomas went down. I wanted to see what Evan Neal could have done, getting back to his original position that he played most of his snaps in college at, and seeing if they could have salvaged him. And if it works out at left tackle, you have a decision to make. But at least putting Evan Neal out there and maybe, who knows, playing some better football, maybe you build a viable trade market for a player like that and try to acquire some more assets. But instead, they tried him out at right tackle where he's been god-awful his whole entire career. Brett says, everyone that comes here has regressed, but Dexter, Tracy, and McFadden. Then whoever leaves becomes great. That does happen. We've seen that. With the whole John Michael Smith situation, it's puzzling to me that they allowed John Feliciano to walk in free agency. I thought that was one of the weirdest moves because Feliciano was the guy who was responsible for calling all the signals, and Joe Schoen just seemed to be in a rush to get rid of some of the players that were serviceable. Another guy on that offensive line that I thought was a serviceable offensive lineman on the interior was Ben Bredesen. You talk about players leaving the New York Giants and having success elsewhere. He went to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, I believe, and he's absolutely having success over there. He was the better guy on that unit outside of Andrew Thomas. Why not retain him? He wasn't costing us a lot of money. Same thing with John Feliciano. Instead, they want to rush guys out the building. They rush Xavier McKinney out the building. They rush Saquon Barkley out the building. They rush John Feliciano out the building. Go out there and draft JMS. Go out there and draft Tyler Nubin. You know, it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. Like, these players were contributing, and I didn't understand it. Oh, let me see what DeIlla's talking about here. He says, did Matt LaFleur draft Jordan Love? That might be the only one that I can think of. Speaking on an instance where a head coach came in and didn't draft a quarterback. Let's look that up real quick. So, Jordan Love is 2021, I want to say. Let me see. Let's make sure. Jordan Love was 2020. He was drafted in 2020. That's that incredible draft. Yeah, that's the draft with Joe Burrow on him. And let's see Matt LaFleur. So Matt LaFleur has been with the Green Bay Packers as the head coach since 2019. So he did draft him. He did. I'm going to do some more digging, DeIlla. If you find anybody that is a general manager or head coach that came in and had a starting quarterback already there, definitely reach out to me. Hyphen Wade says that Michael Penix Jr. was one of my favorite quarterbacks over the course of his last 2 years at Washington. He looks like a league-ready guy, just needed a team to believe in him. I totally agree. Like, from the pocket, Michael Penix was probably the best passer in the entire draft. I thought Jaden Daniels was really good on it as far as passing from the pocket as well. And that's ignoring Caleb Williams, which I did myself a bit of a disservice in that draft because I knew Caleb Williams was going to be the consensus #1 overall pick. I thought the Giants wouldn't have a chance at him, so I didn't study a lot of his all-22 and some of his tape like I did with the other quarterbacks. But I still don't think that he was a better pure pocket passer than Michael Penix Jr. was. And Jaden Daniels hit the ground running. He looks great in Washington. Brett says my sister could be the GM next year. Common sense. Quarterback, O-line, defensive back, O-line, 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 O-line. That's facts, man. Got to address them trenches. Q says the Vikings are set. Bring Darnold back for 3 to 4 years and JJ sit and watch till he's ready. I mean, 3 to 4 years. You know, I know you're saying probably bring him back on a 3 to 4 year contract. I just don't understand why a lot of quarterbacks aren't being offered contracts for shorter period of time. Because, like, a true, I guess, like, the contract that I would like to see for Minnesota would be like a 2-year contract for Sam Darnold. Bro, you had one good year. One good year should not get you $40 million. It really shouldn't. And, you know, Geno Smith's a good example of that. He had one good year. They gave him $28 million. So if you're going to pay Sam Darnold like in that range of 20 to 28, I'd be okay with it. But if they give him $40 million a year on a 4-year contract that has a 2-year out on it, similar to what you saw with Daniel Jones or what you saw with Kirk Cousins in Atlanta, I ain't for that. Shout out to Will one time. Will says, are you BPA or feeling like it should be QB or bust? First round, it needs to be quarterback. Here's the thing. When I look at BPA, I also factor in positional value, right? Not positional need, but positional value. There's no position in the NFL that is more valuable than spending that first-round pick on a quarterback. Because why? Quarterbacks get paid the most. They touch the ball the most. They are the most important position. They have the most, likelihood to change the outcome of wins and losses. So that's what I factor in. It's like, okay, let's say there is an edge rusher, or let's say there is a DB on the board that you could say is the best player available. For me, at the end of the day, a quarterback, maybe not being the best player, but his positional value will speak more volumes than drafting any other position, especially when we're talking about like tight ends, running backs, and any of the interior offensive line, all that stuff. I'm going quarterback over those guys in most scenarios, especially in the Giants case, because they need a quarterback. Playboy Phil says, desperate general manager in a weak quarterback class, so he's going to force that pick. Me, I'm getting Fields and drafting Hunter and getting that one-of-one player. We need ball players. That's why I don't want Shane. So, and that might be just a discrepancy in how we look at Travis Hunter. Because I don't look at Travis Hunter right now as a one-on-one player. And maybe that's just my fault, to be honest. I don't look at him as a guy that's going to be able to come in and day one be able to be a one-of-one player like that in the league. I don't see that. And we do need ball players. I do agree with you on that, Phil. And like I said, if they do go out there and they draft Travis Hunter, it wouldn't bother me as much, leaving the draft with a guy like Travis Hunter who could possibly play the offensive side of the ball and obviously be able to be a defensive back in the NFL. And pairing that with what we have already, I think that would be cool. But I think that these prospects, this is a weaker quarterback class. But for me, Phil, it's fuck the class. It's all about the guy we get. It's about the quarterback that we get. And if we can walk away from this draft in the first round with Shedeur Sanders or Cam Ward, the consensus of the draft quarterback class don't matter to me as much. That's how I'm looking at it. And then in the second, third, fourth rounds, BPA across the board. Forget this drafting for need stuff. But I see your reasoning. I do. I really do. And Will Birch says he agrees with that thinking, Phil. He likes that. And I'm not mad at it if you come away with a player like that. But just imagine you do that. And then Michael Penix starts to take snaps for the Atlanta Falcons and he looks good. And the quarterback that was on the board, let's say you had the first pick, and let's say both the quarterbacks on the board start to perform and start to look like a Bo Nix, start to look like a Jaden Daniels. You can't tell me that we're not going to feel stupid looking at these quarterbacks that we had a chance to draft when we've been needing a quarterback now for over 4 years. It's going to look crazy. It's going to look a certain way. So that's why I'm okay with allowing a player like Travis Hunter to be drafted by another team and look good for that other team as long as we can get our quarterback. I'm okay with that. Deilla says that, Minnesota signed Jones for the comp pick at the expense of just $325,000. It was up to Jones where he went. Vikings just got lucky. It was them. That's a nice point you made there. Q says, I want Cam Ward and Jameis Winston. That's been my thinking for the past couple of months. I like that Phil was talking about Justin Fields. I would take Justin Fields over Jameis Winston. Max says, I base my decision on prospects on one thing only. That is, can you play the game? I don't care how big or small, short or tall. It's as simple as, can you play the game effectively? I like that approach. That's a good approach. Q says, Winston's larger-than-life personality belongs here, and I know he wants a TV job after for sure. Yeah, and the thing about the personality and the larger-than-life stuff, I think it would work in a lot of markets, but I think with the whole blue-collar New York type of vibes, with the way that the fan base is built, I think a lot of them will get tired of that after a while. They're going to look at it like shenanigans, but I love me some Jameis Winston. Jameis Winston is my favorite player in the league right now. He is just a walking meme, and he's just walking content. He just makes things interesting, and he's not unwilling to throw the ball down the field, most importantly. Brett said, what happened to Turbo? Singletary and Locke wasted money. Yeah, big facts. Both of those dudes. And I never liked the Singletary replacing Saquon thing. Like, okay, we're going to part ways with one running back because he's 27 years old, but then we're going to sign another 27-year-old running back just because he's a little bit cheaper. Nah, I would never for that. and it was definitely wasted money. OG said they should draft a quarterback. I love how OG got like a stoic way of like, he don't even got to just give you details or nothing. He just listen to what everybody's saying, and it's, they should draft a quarterback. Berg says, don't care if we won Super Bowls almost 20 years ago. I want to have conversations about playoff contention, bro. Yeah, that's to that NFL 7 account or whatever. Yeah, that's facts. I'm with you on that, bro. Let me see. Q says, also, people think this roster will be the same. Like, we can't just bolster up O-line in free agency. There's a lot of Pro Bowl talent, by the way, and or through this draft. It'll be a different roster and a new quarterback. That's true. That's definitely true. Let me see. Chris Crenshaw, that's a fire name right there, says, I would love for them to bring in Justin Fields as a backup or as a competitive competition and draft Sanders or Ward. If they're not comfortable with any of these quarterbacks, would you be open to Fields? Yeah, I would. Like, Justin Fields would be a great, like, signing as soon as free agency opens up. Boom, give me Justin Fields. I'm with it. Totally with it. And that way you get the stopgap quarterback out the way. You got a guy out there who can at least play the position competent, make plays with his legs, run a little bit of read option. And if it is this same kind of a system with Brian Dable, and if it's not, any other coordinator could come in here and, present a game plan that could use Justin Fields' legs to try to win some games. And you do that with another quarterback on the roster. And if you get to the draft and you can't get the quarterback, at least you have a stopgap there. So I like the Justin Fields game plan. Let me see. Brett says, when DJ comes back to beat the Giants, I'll be there. Ha. Yeah. It wouldn't even bother me if he came back to beat the Giants. Like anything concerning Daniel Jones, I don't care no more. It's over. And I'm glad. It's like we fussed and argued and talked about it. And for so many years, this Daniel Jones shit was just a topic. And now that it's over, I'm extremely happy. I don't want that buffer year of not, and this is selfish of me as a person who creates content, like another year of like no hope at the quarterback position. That's what I don't want as somebody who's creating. I feel as if like I could come up here and present the kind of content that I do and do my job much better if the Giants draft a quarterback. I just think it'll make our season that much more interesting and reel fans back in. Like I'm here in Washington, D.C., and man, for years, you go out to the store, and this is some shit that never happened in my life until recently, for real, like the past decade or two. You don't see a lick of Washington apparel. And they brought in this quarterback 2 times I got to see it. RG3 and here now with Jaden Daniels. Them Jaden Daniels jerseys are all over the city, all over the county. After a win, everyone's wearing their gear. They see you out with another team's, hat or jersey, and they just want to talk ball. I went and I bought some IPAs yesterday, like late at night. There was an OG in the store serving up the beers. He had on an old Champ Bailey Washington jersey. And, them jerseys ain't getting worn unless the Washington Commanders are playing well, and I think it starts from the quarterback position. It could reinvigorate this fan base, and I'm here for it. Let me see. Did I get that one? Yeah, I did get that one. Yep, I did get that one. Let me see. Mike Jones in the building said, Jameis sold my parlay yesterday. Fuck him. Yeah, he was struggling. They're talking about starting DTR this week for the Browns as well, too. They didn't rule out or they didn't commit to Jameis Winston as a starter. Welvin is in the building, says, what do you think the chances are that we don't take a quarterback? Not taking a quarterback. I'm going to say 15%. I'm going to say just 15%. John says, I wasn't expecting the Giants to do anything this season, just didn't see it being this bad. But my hockey team, the Rangers, making the Giants look good with the way they're playing. Yeah, I'm right there with you, bro. Like, it's weird. Like, I thought it was going to be a 4-win season, 7 probably being like the cap, maybe 7 or 8. When we were done with the draft and everything, I thought that this could be a 6-win team. But it's like the way that it's gone, it's just been, I posted this on Twitter the other day. Like, there was no chance that I thought that come week 15, I was going to be putting out a compilation of Tim Boyle throws versus the Ravens. I never would have thought that. Never would have thought that. Shout out Love God one time in the building. I just love that name right there. That's fire right there, too. He says, we need to clean house and commit to a full rebuild. We need to move pieces like Dexter, first draft capital or for draft capital, and whoever else. But with a total rebuild, that means new GM and new coach. And look, I'm all for that, right? I'll continue to tell y'all that nobody talked about trading Dexter Lawrence before I did. In the 2022 season, towards the end of that year, when I first got the contract with Bleacher Report, I said on their platform that we should at least consider trading our cornerstone pieces. Guys like Dex, guys like AT, and see if you can get a haul for them and possibly get multiple first-round picks for them. I used the Lermy Tunsil trade as the example of that. And if you guys want to check that out, I wish I had the link handy, but it is on our channel. Just search Lermy Tunsil on our channel. We put out a video about that. It's a short watch, too. It's only about a good 8 minutes, detailing all of the draft capital and all the players that the Miami Dolphins got back for simply just trading Lermy Tunsil to the Houston Texans. It got them 2 first-rounders from the Houston Texans. First, they took one of those first-rounders and traded it for 2 additional first-rounders along with the first-round swap from the San Francisco 49ers, which ended up being the pick that they used to trade for Trey Lance. They brought in Bradley Chubb. They used those picks to bring in Tyreek Hill. I forget the edge rusher that they brought in. I always forget homie's name. He wears number 15. They brought him in, a solid defensive back. They made moves by simply just trading a left tackle. And I do think that this is something that you have to consider. You know, a lot of Giants fans will use the reasoning of, oh, we don't need Saquon Barkley because we weren't winning games while he was here. Well, I think people need to apply that same rhetoric here to what Love God said. And I'm totally for cleaning house. You know, like I said, I live in D.C. and I got to watch the Commanders do it. And, you know, they do have a solid GM in Adam Peters over there. And they brought in everything that they needed. New coaches, new coordinators, new owner, new general manager. You know, a new vibe when you go to their training camp. I had the luxury of going to their camp this year. Just new. Everything brand new. New offensive line coach, new defensive line coach as well. Shout out to Daryl Tapp. Shout out to Bobby Johnson. They just revamped it all. And I think that's what we got to do. Let me see what else we got here. Chris Crenshaw said also, I think it's the dumbest move to put all your eggs in one basket with Malik Neighbors to carry the load for this offense. That was just, we talked about that a ton. I haven't seen Chris Crenshaw in the building over here, man. Salute to you for pulling up today for this stream. But we talked about that a ton throughout the year. Like, you mean to tell me, okay, you're going to allow Saquon Barkley to walk in free agency, which if you were committed to the rebuild, I was okay with, right? But you allow him to walk and Darren Waller retires and your answer for weapons is we're going to draft a wide receiver 6th overall, and that's that. We're going to bank on Wan'Dale Robinson to take the leap, and along with Jalen Hyatt. That wasn't it. Devin Singletary, that whole entire offensive move. Look, I'm glad Chris Crenshaw brought this up because I talk about it a lot. But I haven't had the time to just sit back and just reflect on like how that makes absolutely zero fucking sense, right? Like, Saquon Barkley was the offense. He literally almost single-handedly won you 7 games in 2022 in his second best season as a pro with the New York Giants. And you think you're going to remove that, have Darren Waller retire, right? And in return, we're going to draft a running back to pair with Devin Singletary. Honestly, the running situation worked out better than I ever thought it could have worked out. Because Tyrone Tracy is playing pretty damn well, not as of late, but he played okay. But then put all that on the shoulders of a 21-year-old rookie wide receiver that you're going to be the way that this offense moves. Yeah, we don't got the guy at the quarterback position. And even the guy that we have at the quarterback position, we paid him $92 million guaranteed. He's been hurt damn near every year. But we're not going to think about that, right? We're not going to think about if he gets hurt again. Why are you guys thinking negative? We're going to just think if Daniel Jones goes out here, we need weapons for Daniel Jones. It's laughable. It's a laughable plan of attack for an offense that we all know that Joe Shane's goal this year was to compete. I don't care what he says to the media. You guys need to be patient, blah, 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 all of that. We're rebuilding. We know that the moves of paying a guy like Brian Burns $28 million a year, those aren't moves that rebuilding rosters do. A rebuilding team doesn't pay a quarterback $160 million over 4 years. You don't do that. And even the year before, bringing in Darren Waller was never the right move, right? Like, I'll never forget, and there's a video on our channel about this as well, too. When we signed Darren Waller, I was like, okay, it's cool. Darren Waller's a capable tight end, and I thought he showed some promise while he was here with the New York Giants. But I still wanted another weapon. Like, they banked on Darren Waller coming in and playing wide receiver 1 from the tight end position for Daniel Jones. And when that didn't work out, they were, like, surprised by it. It really made no sense. That offseason, I wanted to bring in DeAndre Hopkins to pair with Darren Waller for Daniel Jones. Because I'm like, all right, y'all doing things that I don't want to do. I'm not a general manager. I wouldn't have paid Daniel Jones $40 million. I said go Baker Mayfield, go Marcus Mariota, go with Jacoby Brissett, Gardner Minshew, these guys. I was like, bring in one of these guys. These guys getting paid $5 million. Why are we paying that guy $40 million? He doesn't do anything. And instead, it's like they really thought that this plan was going to actually work. And it completely backfired. And now they're trying to tell you, well, be patient for the rebuild. Y'all weren't rebuilding. Joe Schoen came in here and paid Dexter Lawrence. He paid Andrew Thomas. He paid Daniel Jones. He went out there and drafted for need literally in every fucking round. Literally in every round. He had 11 picks in the first draft for the New York Giants, and we got jack to show from that draft. It's just terrible planning. It's like, I'm not a general manager. I'll never sit up here and act like I could go out here and do this job that, 32 NFL teams are paying people really good money to go out there and be a general manager. But when you see Joe Schoen, don't it make you think like, and I hate people that say shit like this, like, I could do that. Like, I see people that, like, they'll go out to the nightclub, right, and see, like, one of my homies that's a DJ. My homie, like, Tom Lim, or my homie Spencer Tracy, or, some of these people that are immaculate DJs, right? And they see these people rocking the crowd all night and go, man, I could do that. When they know good and goddamn well that shit takes time. But when you look at Joe Schoen, it's like, it really makes you think that any one of us here in this chat could run this team. Like, these moves are the biggest head scratchers that I've seen from any organization. Maybe outside the Carolina Panthers, who, just so happens that's his buddy over there, Dan Morgan, running that team, and they look like they're in a better direction than we are. Why? Because they seem like they have the quarterback. Bryce Young is coming around the corner right now and has played pretty well the last couple of weeks. Not as great as performance against Dallas this past week, but outside of that, he was on a little bit of a run there, taking care of the ball through 4 games. It's been extremely frustrating, man. Pal 11 says Jameis is a national treasure, but like him from outside looking in, if he's our quarterback, it will not end well, because he gives you the good and bad, and his pressures will not fit with the blue-collar vibe of New York. I 100% agree with you, pal. That's a fact right there. The Illa says, we talked about that stuff in the offseason about moving on from Dexter. I know I brought it and got toasted for it. Yeah, me and you both. I remember that. And I remember you coming into the chat and us talking about it here as well. But, people get fixated on these players, right? Like, these guys are what they consider the good players for the New York Giants, and they don't want to lose them. And I understand that, too. You want to have some kind of foundation that you're building upon, and some people look at Dexter Lawrence and guys like that as that foundation. And I think that that's not a mistake to do that. But timing is what is so important here. The New York Giants don't have time to burn on these players. Dexter Lawrence was drafted in 2019. Andrew Thomas was drafted in 2020, I believe it was. So that clock is ticking. And Simeon sarcastically says Shane is a genius. I know that's sarcasm. Love God says, why do we keep giving credit to Joe Schoen for getting Josh Allen? He was only an assistant when that happened. I also believe Dable is probably at most a good coordinator, but sucks as a head coach. I don't disagree with you too much there, because, like, Dable didn't just forget how to coach football. But I do think that having those extra responsibilities of being the head coach hurt him, not being able to just focus on the offense. Now he's got to play offensive coordinator because he thought that Mike Kafka wasn't doing the job good enough. But quite frankly, the best the offense has looked during the Brian Dable tenure is when Mike Kafka was calling plays. So, yeah. And you're right about the Josh Allen thing. And he was an assistant general manager there. I do have some clips of Joe Schoen, where you can see that Brandon Beane absolutely looked at Joe Schoen as a guy for advice. And I'll show you some of these things when we release this documentary. there are instances where he supports that, where he's literally, I've seen Brandon Beane looking at Joe Schoen like, what should we do here? And Joe Schoen having to break it down in a draft situation where it's like, listen, if we do this and we do this and we trade this guy, we're going to have this many picks in the top 100 and it'll benefit us this way, and then allowing Brandon Beane to make the decision. But when it comes to drafting Josh Allen, it seemed like that was a plan from Brandon Beane. He talked about this in an interview. I always tell people to go check it out, where he says that plan was a 2-year plan for them. They had to off certain players. They had to trade draft capital. They had to trade up in the draft. They went from pick like 22 or something like that to pick 7 to draft Josh Allen. So you can't give him the credit for Josh Allen completely. You can't. You know, a lot of that's circumstantial. And I do think this. You can't forget this part of it. And this is absolutely on the general manager, because Joe Schoen did not make this decision. I can guarantee you this. Tyrod Taylor got signed to a contract the year before they drafted Josh Allen. He went out there in 2017 and he won a playoff game. And the Buffalo Bills, while he was on contract, said, we need to part ways with him. Even though we had a decent season, I think it was 9-6, something like that. They were like, we still need to part ways with this guy. So they traded Tyrod Taylor to the Cleveland Browns and then expedited their plan of drafting the quarterback. The Giants had the exact same opportunity here in 2022. Daniel Jones, 5th-year option, declined it. His contract is expiring. He goes out there, takes his team to the playoffs, I guess. They win a playoff game. I'm not sure if the Buffalo Bills won a playoff game that year. I know they went to the playoffs. Daniel Jones wins the playoff game, and the Giants have the exact same opportunity again with Joe Schoen as the general manager. I can promise you this, the decision to move on from Tyrod Taylor and go out there and bring in the rookie quarterback and then bring in Derek Anderson in Buffalo as the stopgap quarterback, that's not Joe Schoen's doing. That's Brandon Beane, who has to sign off on that and present that to the owner in Buffalo. So ultimately, I think that Joe Schoen was just a passenger in that whole situation, because he had an exact same situation with a better quarterback class. Yeah, maybe I can't say better, because the 2018 draft class was fire. We're talking Mahomes. Oh, no. Mahomes is 2017. So we're talking Baker. Maybe it is a better one then. Yeah. So he has that same exact opportunity, and he doesn't do it. Instead, he goes, I'm going to double down. We're going to pay Daniel Jones, even though he only threw for 15 passing touchdowns, even though the offense funneled through Saquon Barkley, and we're going to make this work. And they came back the next season and ran the offense that didn't work in the back half of 2022. They shifted to a run and shoot type of offense, quick passing game at the end of 2022. Outside of the Minnesota Vikings game and the game that clinched the playoffs against the Colts, it didn't work throughout the whole entire season. And if you look at it from that moment on, we've been trying to run that same offense ever since. Notice they got rid of the read option with Daniel Jones. Less RPO, less design quarterback runs. We've stunk ever since then. And we don't have Saquon Barkley anymore to rely on to try to go back to that game plan. It don't work no more. So we got to point the finger at Joe Schoen on that. I'm right there with you, Love God. That's spot on. DeIlla says, arguably the rushing defense has been better since the Dex injury. That's puzzling too. But we know what happens with the rushing game when Dexter Lawrence is out on the field. He's being double and triple teamed. So it's a different approach, I would say. Jared says, 2023 was the offseason from hell. Tagging Daniel Jones and paying Saquon Barkley was always the scenario that made more sense. I agree. And I wouldn't have tagged Daniel Jones, but I agree that scenario made more sense. For me, it was let Daniel Jones test the market. To me, Daniel Jones did nothing in 2022 that told me that he was going to be an option as a top 10 quarterback moving forward. Nothing. So for me, it's if I can get that kind of productivity at the quarterback position for much cheaper, and this was the debate that I had with plenty of people. Like, there's a Twitter space that's still up there till this day that Copizzle left up, where it's me, him, and Entertainer talking about quarterbacks literally right after the 2022 season. And me telling them, Jared Goff is a much better quarterback than Daniel Jones, and we would be better suited to allow him to test the market, see what another team would pay him, and if another team is willing to pay Daniel Jones somewhere near $35 to $40 million, let him walk. Marcus Mariota could have came in here and ran that offense that we saw from the New York Giants in 2022 with Saquon Barkley in the backfield. Nobody can convince me otherwise. Look at his year with Atlanta the year before, where his numbers look eerily similar to Daniel Jones, except the difference was he was pushing the ball down the field. But you're right, Jared. That 2023 offseason, and my God, shout out to my homies that I have made, some homies I've made on Twitter and now are real life homies. Because the conversations we had that summer and that offseason and that winter, it was like we were taking crazy pills. We how does this fan base not see that Daniel Jones is not the guy right now after this many years of playing this type of football? And when we got the word that they were going to sign this guy for $30 million, upwards of $30 million, that's when it all came crashing down. We're like, what are they seeing that we not seeing? And for years, we had to deal with fans being like, y'all are fucking stupid. Y'all don't think that we should sign Daniel Jones? And now those same fans, they've disappeared. These accounts, sometimes I go back. Y'all know I love to keep me a good receipt. I go back, I look at a bookmark, and I'll look through the thread, and all the comments will be like, this account no longer exists. Like, these people had the nerve to come up here and talk about Daniel Jones for 6 years, and then when shit hit the fan, they disappeared, bro. It's crazy. And now it's like people want us to stop talking about it, and I get it. Daniel Jones is not on the team anymore. People want you to stop talking about it. I get it. But you can't expect a 6-year experiment to be buried and placed down in the coffin in 6 days. You can't expect that. It's going to take time. It's going to take time. Let me see. I saw one from Chris Peace. Chris Peace says, guys like Dave Gettleman and Joe Schoen make regular Joes think we could do better, and I'm not totally convinced that some of us couldn't do better. Yeah, that's a fact, man. It's definitely a fact, bro. I'm sure there's a bunch of salary cap shit that we couldn't handle that we'd have to hire somebody else to come in and do, but when it comes from a standpoint, it's just like, hey, put the personnel on the field. These guys have struggled to do that. The Illa says neither one of those Super Bowl teams in 2007 or 2011 had a high-dollar player manning that interior. We had talent, but let me see. He says we had talent, but they were cheaper free agents or players on their rookie deals that outplayed their true value. Yeah, so 2007, when we got Plaxico Burress, that was not in a trade, right? That was free agency, I believe, that we got Plaxico Burress, and they weren't paying him nothing crazy. I'm trying to think of some of these other. There weren't many high. Michael Strahan, maybe a Michael Strahan. I got to go back and look at the contracts around that time. Back then I wasn't looking at like over the cap and these outlets that break down these contracts. So I'd have to go look, but it sounds accurate to me. Ryan Schmear's in the building one time. He says, I really don't think the question is, are Ward or Sanders players with potential? Of course they are. I think the question is this regime the right regime to be making those decisions? Yeah, it is. And that's the thing that I think fans have to ask themselves is, are you willing to forego drafting the quarterback that you think could come in here and compete with the Giants simply because these guys aren't the right ones for the job? I don't know. It's a good question. For me, I think draft a quarterback. Whether or not these guys will be here in the next couple of years, I want the good players, on my roster. I want those good players on my roster. Q says, he was coach of the year. Does he suck as a head coach? Yeah, and you look at there are plenty of coach of the years that, struggled in the years that came after that. Kevin Stefanski is one of those guys. He won coach of the year twice. And when I saw the way that Kevin Stefanski was running that offense this year with Deshaun Watson, I thought that he should have been fired. It's looked a little bit better under Jameis Winston. I don't think that these guys forget how to coach, but I do think that maybe the league starts to catch up with them because look at Brian Daboll's 2022 offense. He's not running that anymore. It's a completely different style of offense. We were predicated on run, read option was the main way that we ran the ball in 2022, and we just don't do that no more. I can't tell you the last time I saw a read option on a Sunday for the Giants. It had to have been last season. Maybe. I definitely didn't see Daniel Jones run a read option this year. Jared says the Giants offense is dry as hell. That's facts. Love God said, doing stuff like getting nothing for Barkley or Xavier McKinney and probably not getting anything for Aziz and Slayton. These are moves that are mind-boggling. Side note, Barkley is an MVP candidate. Yeah. It looks horrible. My thing was this. If you were going to move on from Saquon Barkley, you needed to acknowledge that you had a plan that was a better succession plan offensively. And instead, they took away Daniel Jones' number one weapon and brought in another weapon that, honestly, I think that I love what Malik Nabers brings to this offense, but as a rookie, he does not contribute as much as a Saquon Barkley does, like what Barkley did in 2022. Barkley had, I want to say, 10 touchdowns in 2022. Malik Nabers has what? 3 on the year, maybe? I know he had his first touchdown this past week since the game against Washington in week 2 or something like that. It was like since week 2 or week 3 that Malik Nabers had not scored a touchdown since. And I know that a lot of people deem running back as a position that does not hold as much value as wide receiver, but when you're talking Saquon and Nabers, am I tripping? Am I tripping when I say Saquon was more productive for us than Malik Nabers was, being dependent on getting the ball from the quarterback? I could be. Jared says, it kills me there's still fans defending Jones till this day. It's wild delusional. Yeah, there are. And, I think a lot of the people that are saying, don't do the same thing you did, when you drafted Daniel Jones. I think that's their coping mechanism. And I've said this a lot on this podcast, that the mind will do incredible things to protect the body. And that's just people just losing it. It's literally delusional. And they're trying to convince themselves that somehow along the line, when they were putting out these takes about Daniel Jones being a top 10 quarterback or an MVP candidate or whatever the fuck they were saying about Daniel Jones, somehow that was rational thinking, when we know it wasn't. Q says, apparently the contract was good because we aren't on the hook for the last 2 years of the contract, only this year and the next year cap hit, which was in total $22 million. So we didn't really pay him $160 million. Yeah, we paid him $82 million. Is Daniel Jones, you think, worth $82 million, Q? I don't think so. You could have had Marcus Mariota or Baker Mayfield here for 2 seasons, and you would have paid them somewhere between $4 and $8 million a year. It would have cost you under $20 million to have those guys on the roster for 2 seasons. Instead, you paid Daniel Jones $41 million a year to be here. Essentially, that's what the contract is with that 2-year out. And I don't know if he ever reached his incentives that would have allowed the contract to get the $92 million guaranteed. But the problem with the contract for me was not the way that they wrote it up. It was the player that they wrote it up for. That was the biggest problem for me. John says, I'm here, bro. LOL. I was delusional wanting DJ to succeed. I mean, I get it, man. We're all fans, and we want to see the guys on our team play well. I can honestly tell you all this now today. For me, in 2023, especially the beginning of the year, it got to the point where I did not want Daniel Jones to be the quarterback of this team no more. And subconsciously, I think that there was something there that was, part of me rooting for him to not play well, although he was the quarterback of my team. Sundays would come around and I'd see a good play and I'd be like, don't get up out your seat. You know where this is going. And stick to your script and stick to your guns. You don't think this guy's a franchise quarterback? You have enough data, and if you're wrong, be wrong on it. I started to look at it like that because 2021 and, entering 2022, I can understand some fans still having that, not an accurate evaluation on Daniel Jones, especially in 2021. I understood it because he didn't have the weapons, right? But then they went out there and they brought in Kenny Galladay and they brought in all that talent, and it didn't work. And Kenny Galladay was likely a shell of himself at the time. But I think for me, at least, I was smart enough to understand that wasn't all on Kenny Galladay. You don't just go from producing the way that Kenny Galladay did in Detroit to just completely falling off a cliff like that, hip injury or not. And it took all the way for Kenny Galladay till his last game to get the only touchdown that he ever had as a New York Giant. And he got it from Davis Webb at the quarterback position. Something about that didn't sit right. And I'll never forget it. Week 2, we played the Washington Commanders that year. And I was in the stands. It was a home game for the Washington Commanders. And you saw it literally on the first quarter of the game. Kenny Galladay, Daniel Jones, Jason Garrett on the sidelines, screaming at each other, having some beef going on. It just, at that point, after 2021, I thought all the signs pointed to this ain't the guy. But I don't fault y'all. I don't fault fans who are still believing in him and hoping that he played well. But I can honestly say for me, in 2023, when we came out and we started the way we did, as terrible as we did, I can't remember what it was. It 1 1 and something. I think the Arizona Cardinals game was the only game we won in the first 8 games. Remember, we got to Miami and Daniel Jones hurt his neck. At that point, I was just looking at this team like, this isn't a team that I even want to see go out here and win games. Just lose these games, get prepared for the next guy, and move on. And it stunk because we knew that Daniel Jones was going to be back for 2024 because that contract. That's just what it is. Shout out Michael Knight. I see you in the building, man. What's going on, fam? Hope all is well. Q says, also, people forget the disaster that was the cap left by Gettleman. I can't knock Joe for that. Only thing I want him gone for is the bad drafts. But check this out. Okay, so in 2022, when Joe Schoen gets here, the Giants are in a shitty position as far as salary cap goes. He did a good job that year of understanding what was there, not spending the dollars in free agency. The Giants were, I believe, 30th in spending that year. He came back the next 2 seasons, and Joe Schoen was a top 10 spender in salary cap both of those seasons, entering 2023 and entering 2024. We now have, I want to say it's either 3 or 4 players left on this roster that were here from the 2021 Dave Gettleman regime. So I can't give him that excuse no more. You went out there and you spent the money on these contracts, and specifically in 2024, with the little money that we had, you went out there and you spent $28 million a year on Brian Burns when we didn't need to do that. Do you think that this team is 2-12? I know that there's nobody that thinks that if Brian Burns was not on this team, that the Giants would be somehow worse. They'd be the same team. I really feel they'd be the same team. And Q doubles down. I like this point too. He says, I personally think the roster is just too much to overcome. A serious question. Does anyone think Ben Johnson, Spags, Antonio Pierce, or anyone, could they overcome this roster? And that's the part that I'm worried about, that when I get the time, I'm going to have to do a deep, super deep dive on how we rebuild this team. I opened up this show talking about that. I'm puzzled. I don't know where to start. I know you got to get a quarterback, right? But what do we do with the contracts that are on this roster? Where do we spend our chips as far as draft capital goes outside of the quarterback position and the obvious other positions like cornerback? What do you do with guys like Bobby Okereke? Jason Pinnock's contract is about to expire. There's so many questions that need to be answered. This is a really good point, man. You just pray that the people that they bring in know a lot more about football than us, and most importantly, than Joe Schoen. DeIlla talking about the situation from 2007 and 2011. He says we had Jonathan Hankins on a rookie deal, Barry Cofield, Jay Alford. I'm not familiar with who this player is, to be honest. The next player played inside in some packages. Fred Robbins was a free agent as well. I'm gonna go in and look. I'm gonna look at that roster because I wasn't as deep into roster building, where the money was spent back in 2007. I was just enjoying my 20s and whatnot, and going out here and partying and hoping the New York Giants played well. But I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna look. Yeah, Mac, I've thought about this a lot. He says, imagine Malik Neighbors in this offense with the threat of Saquon Barkley. I've thought about that a lot, and I think that's where Joe Schoen, the obvious move would have been, bro, it's a running back. We're talking $10 to $15 million a year at maximum. Or you could have just went out there and franchise tagged Saquon Barkley again, right? And at least you could have seen what the offense would have looked like with a couple of weapons. It's so unfortunate for Daniel Jones, right? Because throughout his whole entire tenure, he never had multiple options from a weapon standpoint on this offense throughout the whole time he was here. The best multiple weapon situation that he had was either Darren Waller and Saquon Barkley or Golden Tate and Saquon Barkley. Or maybe Kenny Galladay and Saquon Barkley. Man, that's terrible. That's terrible GMing. And John says that Malik could have looked up to 26 for leadership. Absolutely. Instead, you're making Malik Neighbors be the face of the franchise because we know Daniel Jones does not present that type of personality to be the true face of the franchise. He doesn't have it. And now you're looking at Malik Neighbors going out there trying to be the new face of the franchise with guys like Kayvon Thibodeau and Deonte Banks. Nah, that ain't it. That ain't it. Welvin said the same shit I said before the season. If Saquon leaves, who is going to score for us? The answer is no one. Lamar Jackson had 5 passing touchdowns in this game this past weekend. The New York Giants, I believe, have 8 passing touchdowns on the season. You spot on, Welvin. Max says it's no coincidence that Barkley's best year statistically with the Giants was his rookie year when they still had Beckham on the outside. Sarah says, Authentic, do you think that KOC can rehab Daniel Jones? Not really. And Kevin O'Connell is a damn good coach, and from a quarterback standpoint, might be one of the best in the league. You know, I don't even know if this is a permanent move for the Minnesota Vikings with Daniel Jones. It wouldn't surprise me if, come the end of the season, they don't make any push to try to bring Daniel Jones back. I think it all depends on what happens with Sam Darnold. It's going to be funny seeing Daniel Jones on the bench sitting behind J.J. McCarthy. But I think that Daniel Jones is a decent option as a backup quarterback in the league, and I think he can do some things well. I don't know why. Towards the end of his tenure here, he played some of his worst football, and maybe Kevin O'Connell can get some of that out of him. If there's anyone who can do it, it's Kevin O'Connell. And shout out to Sarah. She's a Minnesota Vikings fan. The Illa says, I can't say anything about the Jones re-signing. I was one of the idiots that believed Dable could get more out of Jones in the second year in his system. A lot of people thought that. Daniel Jones played well in 2022. 2023, he should be better quarterback. And I just never saw it. Q says we killed Kenny Galladay's career. RedX3R0 says Kenny Galladay was a 50-50 receiver like Pickens. DJ never throws that because he has no anticipation. That's facts. And when I looked at a lot of Kenny Galladay's tape when when he was the top wide receiver in free agency that year entering 2021, he would put his body on the line to make receptions game in and game out, man. This dude was laying horizontal in the air, making catches and straight up getting cracked, making some of the most difficult catches I've seen. And I do think we ruined him a good bit. And then, Dable and them got here and benched him. What kind of bullshit is that, man? I thought that was all trash, man. And the fan base really, was in the corner of Brian Dable and Joe Schoen in benching him because he didn't produce that great the year before. But, the guy put up 530 yards, I want to say, that first year in 2021. And you mean to tell me that you can't build on that? Instead, we're playing guys like Marcus Johnson and David Sills over Kenny Galladay? Nah, fuck that, man. That shit was trash. I hate the way that was handled. Welvin says that Daniel Jones ruined the careers of multiple coaches and players. No one should feel bad for him. I feel you. Yeah, and I said something about that a little earlier, and I definitely feel you on that. RedX3R0 says, heck, Golden Tate was mad at Daniel Jones for barely throwing him the ball, and he got put in the doghouse before ending his career. Yeah, that was the primetime game against the Buccaneers, I want to say it was, and it was a beautiful throw from Daniel Jones on a seam route to Golden Tate, right up the middle of the field. Tate caught the ball, looked dead in the damn camera, and said, throw me the fucking ball. Only the New York Giants. Love God says, do you think Sanders or Cam can be our next franchise quarterback, and which one? Absolutely. Yes, both of them. I got Cam Ward right now, quarterback 1, but I think that both of those quarterbacks can come in and be a franchise guy, for sure. And for me, to give you an idea of what the threshold of a franchise quarterback is for me, some people might not agree with this, but I would say a guy like Trevor Lawrence. Trevor Lawrence went out there, this year obviously has been a complete regression for him, but over the past 2 seasons, he was one of 4 quarterbacks, I want to say it was, that threw for 4,000 yards and had over 25 touchdowns in those seasons. So I think that's the floor of what you could look at as a franchise quarterback. Guys like Geno Smith, I think, fall into that same category. And I think Shedeur Sanders could come here, win games, and, he'd be a guy that could play the quarterback position where you wouldn't have to go into Sundays worrying about that position being a liability and the reason why we don't win games. Francis Moran says, your next over-under reaction, would the G-Men's defense be the same without the expensive free agents? Yeah, I think so. I mean, we saw it last season, right? Well, we did have Xavier McKinney still here underneath his rookie contract, but man, has Shane Bowen regressed as the season goes along too. Wow. It's been bad. I was more in the corner of Wink Martindale for sure, but I think that this defense could have performed the same. And you could have spent some of that money elsewhere. Just $28 million, man, on an edge rusher on a team that's rebuilding just makes no damn sense to me. And you literally got him from another team that is in the same position as you in a rebuild, and they don't want him. Joe Schoen didn't think about that. Like, why don't y'all want him? It didn't make no sense. Shout out my dog Stan in the building one time. He said, "Holy hell, you're still live, Unc. LOL. Guess this will be a lengthy playback." Yeah, it definitely will, man. And yo, shout out to everybody that's been in the building. We about getting ready to wrap this up. I just wanted to get down to the bottom of the chat. But salute to all of y'all, man. It's been some good conversation here for this last couple of minutes here after this last giant overreaction that we had here. Michael Knight says, question, authentic. What happens if the Giants don't draft a quarterback? Then what? Your guess is as good as mine. I mean, we're going to wait for Archie Manning? Archie Manning likely not coming out till 2027. I don't know what we do if we don't draft a quarterback. You bring in a bridge quarterback. Look, we don't have a quarterback on the roster right now. So you're going to bring in a bridge quarterback and pray to God we win games? I don't know, Michael Knight. I don't know, bro. Yeah, that'd be... Like, my mind just went somewhere else thinking about a world where the New York Giants don't draft a quarterback. God damn. D Torres 128 says, authentic. Do you or anyone else buy into the psyche of the game? I think Jones' effect in this team is far worse than we think. Guys liked him and respected his work ethic, but he demoralized them. And that's what a good teammate's going to go out there and say. They're going to say, hey, this guy, he comes in, he shows up first, he leaves last, all of that stuff. That's the shit that you say for a guy that's struggling, because you're not going to just throw him under the bus. Most teammates that are good teammates, they're not going to do that. You even seen it with Malik Neighbors in these press conferences with these backup quarterbacks. He went out there with Drew Lock, Tommy DeVito, and he told y'all it's not the quarterback. He was more willing to throw Brian Dable under the bus than he was the quarterbacks. That's what a good teammate does, though. Because it's the locker room versus everybody type of mentality that these guys are going to have. And I do think it plays to the psyche. Like, I've been on bad football teams in my career. It wasn't NFL football teams, right? But I've been on bad football teams. I've been on teams that was like pushing to get rid of a quarterback. And I was a wide receiver on that team being like, nah, like, I think dude's all right. I don't think it's the quarterback. And then you swap out the quarterback and all of a sudden we start winning games. It's psyche. It is. It's not even to say that another quarterback's going to be that much better than Daniel Jones from a skill set standpoint, but the Giants just need a switch. They just need a big switch here. Let me see. I see we got another super chat. Shout out to the homie Dean one time in the building. I like this one. This one made me smile here. With the 199 super chat, he said, oh, you podding today. He said, got to run it back. Salute. Big salute to you, Dean. I appreciate you pulling up, man. You've been rocking out with us for a grip here. Yes, it's just been one of them days, man. It just, slow day. We out here talking football, man. That's just what it is. But big salute to the homie Dean supporting the channel, man. Let me see. Dilla says, if we don't draft one, we better hope the 2-6 draft is extremely deep at the position, talking about quarterbacks in the 2026 draft class. Yeah, because we're going to need it. We're going to need it. It's going, I don't even want to think about what we do. A world where the Giants don't draft a quarterback. Good Lord. Ray W says, you don't want Hunter? I really don't. I mean, I'll keep it, funky with you here. Like, Hunter's going to be a guy that's going to be drafted in the top 4 or 5. If the Giants are in the top 4 or 5, I would love to see them go get a quarterback. That's my thinking on it. Love God says, have you given any thought on who you would want as a coach, general manager, if they both got fired? A little bit, not a ton. Mike Vrabel sounds pretty good. Ben Johnson sounds pretty good. Listen, if the Cleveland Browns were about to part ways with Kevin Stefanski, I would consider him. Kevin Stefanski's been a good coach for a while. I think that he is dependent on the type of personnel that he has, though. That's the one knock I have against him. Somebody brought up Steve Spagnuolo recently. I wouldn't be opposed to that, but I want to do a deeper dive and a deeper search on this in the offseason. Red X3R0 says John Mara would not like a stadium that is empty and fill with opposing fans. Drafting a quarterback would give the fans hope and bring them back. Absolutely. That right there is good enough reason to go out here and draft a quarterback. Y'all, listen, have y'all looked at the ticket prices for these Giants games? for the last 3 to 4 weeks here, you're talking like $16. And as a dude who lives in D.C. and always looking out for that game that comes here with the Giants playing the Commanders, for the past, let me see, we've been going to the tailgate now for about 18 years straight. Every time I go to look for tickets for the Washington game against the Giants, they're always cheap. I normally pay anywhere from about $30 to about $60 to sit in the end zone. And this year, they were a little bit more expensive. I ended up waiting until the last minute and got some tickets on the low where I was sitting on like the 10-yard line for like, shout out to one of my homies in the family, blessed us with some tickets right before walking in for 50. But outside of that, tickets have been cheap here in DC, but now that they're headed in the right direction, the tickets are going up. I never seen tickets at MetLife Stadium going for the price that we see right now. The Illa says that he knows that Online Big Blue was selling his tickets for $1. Yeah, we're in a bad place, and I'm sure that stadium is not filled with a lot of fans these days. And as a fan, they're not going to see me up there. Listen, I might not be at MetLife for a game until this shit completely gets turned around. And I've talked about this for a while, that for me as a fan that has been conditioned, to the losses that the New York Giants have been presenting to this fan base, it's going to take me a long time to really turn that corner when this team actually starts to win games and get back invested and get reeled in and stand up on Sundays and scream at my TV and jump around my living room. It's going to take a while, I promise. It's been tough. Francis says, hire Brandon and Kafka and let them draft a quarterback and start a full rebuild. You're the first person I've seen say this. And listen, I wouldn't be that opposed to this. You might have to bring in a head coach because I don't know if I trust Mike Kafka being the head coach right now. But Brandon Brown as the general manager wouldn't bother me one bit. And Mike Kafka, I think not calling the plays on the offensive side of the ball this year, it spared him and it saved him this year. And all we know for Mike Kafka is 2022 being really good and 2023 being really terrible with the injuries that we saw. So I'm not opposed to this at all. Michael Knight said, what about bringing back Jerry Reese for GM? That's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. I like this suggestion right here from Chris Crenshaw, Ben Johnson, and Robert Salah for defensive coordinator. This would be a great pairing right here. I would feel very confident with these two guys in the building. Salah was fired a little bit too early, too. Let me see. Q came in with the super chat here. The $4.99 super chat. Shout out to Q one time. He says, how come they didn't say Wentz was a reach at number 2 and for his career he had 4,500 yards? Cam has that in one season, but Cam and Sanders are a reach? Oh, okay, now I see what you're saying. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, that's definitely crazy. People didn't talk about Wentz being a reach, and Wentz hit the ground running. Like, Wentz first 2 seasons, I thought he was going to be an elite quarterback in this league. And then once he tore the ACL, things started to look a little bit different for him. But yeah, that's a good point, man. That's a good point. These people talking about the reach shit, it's Giants fans. No one across the country is going to say drafting Cam Ward or Shadir Sanders in the top 5 is going to be a reach. No one's going to say that. But big shout out to Q, man. I appreciate you being involved today. And I appreciate the super chat as well. But more importantly, I appreciate you being involved in this conversation today. Mac the Giants fan says, 0-8 at home is absolutely disgraceful. God bless the people who still want to sit out there and watch that shit. Yeah, it's been bad. Hyphen said Salah would really get this defense right. He would. I loved Wink Martindale. I was a huge fan of Wink Martindale. And it was tough to see him go, especially with a lot of the New York Giants fan base siding with Brian Daboll in that whole debacle. It didn't sit well with me. I can remember when we were interviewing people for the position, Denard Wilson was the guy that I really wanted the Giants to bring in. And I have direct information that was told to me that I know is 100% accurate, that the only reason why Denard Wilson didn't take the job is because the Giants would not let him hire his own staff, that they wanted him to keep some of the guys, on the defensive side of the ball, likely, guys like Patterson and Henderson. And, when we brought in Shane Bowen, I was like, okay, I'm willing to give him a chance, but the people that were just like, oh, Wink Martindale wasn't good when he was here anyway and all that, I thought this defense was turning the corner and the personnel matched the Wink Martindale philosophy. But it's been tough. But a guy like Robert Salah, I would feel more confident bringing him in than we did when we brought in Wink Martindale from Baltimore. I would love that, actually. KV Singh says, hey, bro, I just hopped in. What are your thoughts on offseason changes, if any? Also, do you think it's fireable if they win another game and ruin their draft pick? Look, I'm on the side of both these guys should be fired now. The results have just been so bad, right? That from a general manager standpoint, Joe Schoen should there's no way they should bring back Joe Schoen. He should be fired, right? If you brought back Brian Dable, it wouldn't bother me as much because I don't think Brian Dable forgot how to coach. But at the end of the day, I think it would be important to just clean house here. As far as the off-season changes, the one particular realm that I'm confident in speaking on right now is the quarterback position. Go get you a stopgap quarterback and go get you a quarterback in the draft. I'm not one that wants to trade back. I'm not one that wants to draft Travis Hunter or any other player outside of one of these quarterbacks in Shedeur Sanders and Cam Ward. We need that hope. Whether it be the guy who's going to be the transition to the next franchise quarterback, as fans, we need that hope. And right now, we don't have it. I got to do a deep dive on this team because I think that Joe Schoen has dug a deep grave with some of these moves that he has made, including paying Daniel Jones, bringing in Brian Burns for $28 million a year, allowing Saquon Barkley and Xavier McKinney to walk, trading Leonard Williams and not filling the void that was left there when we traded him. Countless moves that Joe Schoen, they're just terrible moves. And there's more bad moves than there are good. Somebody in the chat earlier said that you could pinpoint 5 bad moves for every good move that Joe Schoen has put out there as the general manager for the New York Giants. So it's tough. It's tough. John said, that one jumped on me. He says, shit, give me Cam Ward and Trey Harris first round and second round. I like that too. I really am looking forward to some downtime to really dig into some of these collegiate athletes that I'm going to be keeping my eyes on. Last year I had a long period of time to be able to dig deep into the draft. And man, I can just think about some of the top players that were on my list that I wanted the Giants to go out there and draft. Lassiter was one of them. TJ Tampa out of Iowa was another one. Braden Fisk, who's with the Rams now, absolutely was one of them. Cameron Kinchens out of Miami that was drafted by the Los Angeles Rams, another guy that was high on my list. Tanner McLaughlin, who got drafted in the late rounds, who I thought could have been the exact same thing that Theo Johnson is right now. He was the tight end out of Arizona, another guy that I was fixated on his tape. Were there any? I'm trying to think if there were any other weapons. Who was that cornerback out of Rutgers? Max Melton was another guy. Malik Washington, shout out to Sal, who put me on to Malik Washington out of Virginia, the wide receiver. Keon Coleman. Adonai Mitchell was another guy I thought we could have targeted in the second round. Javon Baker, who he's had a bit of a struggle to start his career, but he was another wide receiver I was definitely high on. Malachi Corley, Yak Monster, Steve Smith's guy. It took time for me to become invested in these opinions, and I'm looking forward to that downtime for sure. All right, let me see if there's anything else, and then we'll get y'all up out of here. We've been up here for damn near 4 hours. It's flown by. Definitely been having, definitely a ball talking, Giants football with you guys. Shout out to the Illa for reminding me. Ray Davis. Oh, my God, dude. Ray Davis was my Tyrone Tracy. Same age, 24 years old. He was going to turn 25 in his rookie year. The Buffalo Bills drafted him. In the few small spots that he has been on the field, he's been great. And DeIlla was definitely high on him as well. He said I had to take it down because of copyright. That's interesting. I wonder if it was something stupid as music playing in the background or a logo in the background. Sometimes it'd be that. Shout out to Unknown Ape. I ain't seeing Unknown Ape in the building. Salute to you, man. And salute to anybody who's new here in the building. If you dig in the vibes, hit the subscribe button. Check us out. We do this show every Monday afternoon, the Giant Overreaction, and we do 4 shows a week. Definitely dedicated to Giants content. And I'm also on Bleacher Report, doing 2 shows a week with Bleacher Report, the recaps as well. And that's going to ramp up a little bit here in the next season. Shout out to Bleacher Report for supporting all that we do. But Unknown Ape says Dable should have coached up these players. Shane let walk so they would have played to the level they are now with us. That's bad coaching. That's not solely the GM's fault. Yeah, I agree with you. Now let's think about some of these players, right? Because there are some players that played pretty well here, and when they left, they played better. I look at John Feliciano and Ben Bredesen on the offensive line as guys like that. But I do think that Brian Daboll was getting great effort out of Saquon Barkley. Brian Daboll was getting great effort out of Xavier McKinney. He was getting solid play out of Leonard Williams. He was getting solid play out of Julian Love in 2022. There are some players, and I do think that Daboll is at fault for some of it. But when I look at the moves made by Joe Schoen, there isn't a move where I'm like, ooh, Joe Schoen made a great move, but it's not panning out because of coaching. I think the one you could point towards is the trading for Isaiah Simmons for a 7th rounder, right? He was a guy that it didn't work out for them. It was kind of puzzling that they decided to off him for just a 7th rounder. He's a guy that was drafted in the 1st round. But he is a guy that not only the Arizona Cardinals could not figure out what to do with him, but Brian Daboll and Wink Martindale, and Shane Bowen for that matter, haven't figured it out either. As far as the draft classes and the rookies, it's hard to really tell because we haven't seen these guys play with other coaches. Like I don't know if Daniel Bellinger could be a much better tight end if he's being coached better. You could look at the 2022 draft class where they drafted 11 players there, and you look at guys like Evan Neal, Kayvon Thibodeau, Wan'Dale Robinson, Micah McFadden. I'm trying to think anybody else that's from that draft class is still on the roster. But all those guys, right? We don't know if they're better players or not because we've only seen them under Brian Daboll. I don't think Brian Daboll is some excellent head coach right now. I don't. But I do think that he knows football. And we have seen the results with Josh Allen, but also we've seen the results without Brian Daboll from Josh Allen, and they've been even better. So it's no telling. Maybe the success of Josh Allen is more predicated on what Josh Allen does over what a guy like Brian Daboll is doing for him as an offensive coordinator to help mold and develop the quarterback. It's a good point. You can't put it all on the general manager. You surely can't. Let me see. And RedX3R0 says, if we're going by positional values, we shouldn't be drafting running back and safeties in the first 3 rounds. Absolutely. So, and we didn't draft any running backs during this Joe Schoen tenure in the first 3 rounds, right? We did draft a safety with the second round pick that we had this past draft. So, I mean, you can point the finger at them on that one. I think Tyler Nubin is going to be a really good player in this league, but drafting him in the 2nd round, kind of puzzling. Cam Kinchins, let me see when he got drafted because he was the safety that I was targeting to replace Xavier McKinney. I think he went in like the 4th round. He went earlier than I thought. He was drafted in the 3rd round, so he wouldn't fall in that category either. What's crazy, though, is that this past draft, when we did go draft Tyler Nubin, a lot of the reasoning for that was because Kamari Lassiter and Kool-Aid McKinstry went off the board, and Joe Schoen kind of panicked, right? And instead of just drafting the best player that was available on the board, there were a lot of guys available. My guy, Braden Fisk, was still on the board right there. He panicked, and he said, we need to fill this void at the safety position. And instead, he pivoted because he couldn't get his cornerback. He went and drafted a safety, which is terrible. It's just the philosophy behind that is just completely terrible. And Braden Fisk is a guy that I know was on the board there, but I'm sure there was a lot of other players on the board there that you could have drafted. And I'm gonna do myself that service today, and I'm gonna go look at that and see what other. I'm gonna take a look at that 2024 draft and see what other players were on the board at that time. Yeah, Adonai Mitchell was on the board, but we had already drafted Malik Neighbors, so that makes things tough. That definitely makes things tough. Shout out to Gregory. He said, thanks, Authentic. Great stuff. Catch you on the fly. Good night, everyone. DC for life. Big salute to you, fam. I appreciate you pulling up. You be listening to these Giants conversations, and you a Cowboys fan. I love that, man. Appreciate all the support. And Gregory is a dude that really helps us out on our morning show on Sunday morning where we do our game picks for the parlay. Ooh, and Gregory, I don't know if you tallied up this past week. Your boy ain't missed no games yet for real. I only missed one game. The Texans and the Miami Dolphins game's the only game I missed so far. as far as the game picks. But Gregory tallies that up for us every week, man. So your support here on this channel is irreplaceable. I appreciate you, my brother. Have a good rest of your evening, too. And last one I'll take is from, let me see. Actually, a couple of y'all jumped in here. I'll get a couple of these, and then we'll get up out of here. So Q says, my thing is, why did Joe give away our depth? A'Shawn Robinson and some other guys. Yeah, that's another one. And A'Shawn was having a pretty decent season throughout the early part. I don't know about right now, but he did. That was a good depth piece that, he gave away. The other one was Jordan Phillips that they did trade away for a draft pick with the Dallas Cowboys, and they ended up putting him on, I want to say, phantom IR, because that just didn't look right. It would have gave the Giants some more picks if A'Shawn didn't, or if A'Shawn did play a certain amount of snaps or dress for a certain amount of games. So that's a good point, too. Just giving away depth. Joe Schoen has shown that the addressing the depth on his rosters is the last thing that he does. And even after seeing his quarterback get crunched up against Miami in 2023, and he said those comments on Hard Knocks about the offensive line, and, no quarterback would be able to succeed in front of that offensive line that they wheeled out, not even Patrick Mahomes, he has an issue with addressing depth on his teams, especially in the trenches. And that, to me, was more reason for the Giants to go out there and spend a little bit of draft capital, at least on somebody on the offensive line, and possibly the defensive line as well. Chris Crenshaw says, when you draft for need, to basically show you basically show your hand in the draft. Yep. Yeah, teams know that you're not going to get those guys at the best players, unless they fit your roster mold of the players that you necessarily need. Off Broadway says, who set positional values? Is it set in stone? Do all teams follow it? I don't know who set it. All teams do not follow it, right? You saw it with the Detroit Lions in that past draft when they drafted Jahmyr Gibbs. You saw it with the Raiders, who went out there, drafted Brock Bowers. And when you think about it, there is some of positional value that comes from some just, it's just logical, like when you look at the way the players are being paid, right? If running backs are on the pay scale down near towards the bottom, and they're per year, the best running back is making $16 million a year, right? But per year, the best quarterback is making $60 million a year, or the best wide receiver is making $35 million a year. Well, then that positional value, there's some common sense that kicks in there, right? That goes, all right, do I want to spend some of the top draft capital in my draft on a position that even the best of the players at that position don't get paid as high? But now you could look at that from a different standpoint too, from a productivity standpoint, right? And look at a guy like Brock Bowers and say, maybe that makes more sense of a reason why to pay this guy or draft this guy in the first round, because he's that good of a player. And when it comes time to pay him, it's not going to cost us that much money. So you could look at it from two lenses. I tend to look at it like this. I personally will never draft a tight end in the top 10 of any draft. That's one of my rules that I look at. But this positional value stuff that they're putting on running backs and the shelf of a running back, I mean, I guess the data does speak volumes towards it, that running backs don't tend to last as long in the NFL. And I get that part of it. But at the same time, you have to look at certain players as anomalies to that rule. And I think that's what Frank Gore was trying to tell Joe Schoen at the Senior Bowl. Like, when speaking on Saquon Barkley, but he's differently talented. This is different. You might want to look at this different. And Joe Schoen's like, oh, running backs fall off a cliff at 27. And here goes Saquon Barkley leading the NFL in rushing right now at the age of 27. It's interesting. Red X3R0 posted a list of what he thinks is the best positional values to go by. And I think this is pretty good right here. He said quarterback, left tackle, offensive line, tight end, wide receiver, running back. That's an order for offense, I guess. For defense, he'd go edge rusher, cornerback, interior defensive line, then linebackers, then safeties. And I tend to agree with a lot of this. I would maybe put, tight end to me goes behind wide receiver. So I would put wide receiver before tight end, because I'm more willing to draft a Garrett Wilson in the top 10 than I am a Brock Bowers or Michael Mayer or Pat Freiermuth, whatever, right? I'm more willing to draft a guy that I think can come in and beat Malik Neighbors, Garrett Wilson in the top 10 than a guy who's going to come in and beat Darren Waller or George Kittle. So that's the only one that I would probably swap out there. I would probably put wide receiver ahead of tight end And I actually would consider running back over tight end. I would consider it because you look at a guy like Austin Gentry right now. Like, I would be willing to draft him over the best tight end we've seen in the top 15, top 20 in these drafts. Sam Laporta just entered my mind just now, and I'm like, I would consider it. Not to say I would do it. I would consider it. But shout out to Red X3R0. This is great stuff right here. I love that. That's great stuff. Quickly came up with that too. I like that. Miguel Cintron says, the best teams that have the most success have their new GM draft a quarterback, not the lame duck GM and the coach. That's very true. And we talked about that earlier. We're like, what teams came in and had the quarterback already in place? And I'm going to look at that when we get off air. And maybe I'll post something in the community notes for you guys to check out so we can kind of follow up on that. I'm going to definitely post something on Twitter. Let me see. Chris Crenshaw says, what do we do with Kayvon? I feel like Joe Schoen will pay him just because he can't concede that he was only an above average player based on draft position. I agree with you on your speculation on what Joe Schoen would do. I totally agree with you. I would not pay Kayvon Thibodeau right now. And, I'm comparing this a little bit to Brian Burns a little bit because I think Brian Burns has like 8 sacks on the season possibly, and he's probably going to end up with the same amount of sacks around what Kayvon Thibodeau had underneath Wink Martindale's tutelage, which will be somewhere around 11 maybe at the end of the season. That does not say a lot to me. Like Kayvon Thibodeau's a good player. He's not a great player. I don't think he's a bad player. He's just not living up to the 5th overall selection. So, when it comes time to pay these guys, I think we have to consider all of that. Like, these guys don't call for a contract that's large, top dollar at all. Not in my eyes. DeIlla says a top 10 tight end could always turn into a Kyle Pitts and not live up to the hype. Yep, and that's why I wouldn't spend top 10 draft capital on him. Off-Broadway said, look at Barkley, Jacobs, and Henry. Are they anomalies? They are, and you could add Alvin Kamara to that list too, a guy who's about to have, I want to say he's not about to have, I think he did just breach 1,000 yards this past week on a Sunday. But Alvin Kamara was a guy that had never had a 1,000-yard season. And I used to always talk about Alvin Kamara when referencing Saquon Barkley. Like, all these coaching staffs wanted Saquon Barkley to be a bell cow running back early on in his career. And my thinking was, we should have brought in a power back. And you look at the way that the Saints brought in guys like Mark Ingram to pair with Alvin Kamara. I always thought it was the perfect marriage. And I wanted to target Donta Foreman. He was the guy that I thought we could have brought in with Saquon Barkley, be a power running back in short yardage situations. And I thought that would have been a nice match in the backfield. But they never did that. But you could add Alvin Kamara to this list. And yes, they are anomalies because a lot of these guys at 27 do end up falling off a cliff, but I don't think like a guy like Christian McCaffrey is going to fall off that cliff. Derrick Henry, obviously. Josh Jacobs is up there. Are there any other running backs right now? You know who's going to be in that same category as David Montgomery. Goddamn, David Montgomery, if you pair him with another running back, he is so damn good. And I don't know how old David Montgomery is. Let me look up his age right now. Yeah, Dave Montgomery's 27 years old. So I do think he's going to be a guy that's going to have a lot of gas left in the tank when all said and done. Let me see what else we got here. Shout out Solving the Race Problem. He says, salute Authentic. I'll catch the playback. Let's start a rumor that Wink was the one paying for the planes. I love that. I got you, bro. I got you. I'm going to put that out there on Twitter like right when we sign off here. Red X3R0 said, yep, we are still going strong. 4 hours and going. Yeah, man, it's nothing. It's nothing, y'all. This is, like to be able to come up here and talk ball with New York Giants fans like y'all, it's nothing for me, yo. I love this. I love this for real. I appreciate all y'all being here. Let me see. And he's Solving the Race Problem also said, respect to you for going through all the comments too. You know it, man. All day, all day. The Illa said, if we manage to hit on a pass rusher late in this draft and Kayvon doesn't show dramatic improvement, let him walk. Totally agree. I totally agree with that, yep. Red X said, I want us to pick up Kayvon's option because he's still in a slight chance might develop like Lawrence. Yeah, I'm not mad at that either. Pick up the 5th-year option, and then when it comes time to truly pay him, I think you really got to have a good sit-down, a good talk. And Kayvon's got to be able to look in the mirror and be able to fairly assess himself, hopefully not ask for too much money. I don't think there's a team in the league that's going to overpay Kayvon Thibodeau. I really don't. And let me see this last one. Hyphen Wade says Gibbs helps this case indeed. Yeah, he definitely does. Because he's a great player. Really great player. Kansan Zero said, how do you feel about Wandale? I had fights with my friends about him. I think he's mid at best, and we should draft another wide receiver. I'm with you, Kansan. Like, yo, Wandale Robinson, we've seen it now for a couple of years. The ceiling, at best, to me, is going to be Cole Beasley, which, you can keep a guy like that around, but I actually would bring in another wide receiver right now, start to phase Wandale Robinson, not completely out, but take away some of his snaps from the slot, give them to Malik Neighbors, draft a wide receiver who's going to present that alpha X outside wide receiver type of role, allow him to start playing outside a little bit more, bring Malik Neighbors in the slot, dial back what we got from Wandale Robinson, right? And when it comes time to pay him, he won't demand that much money, and you'll be able to get him on a cheap contract. I actually want to see the New York Giants get back to using Wandale Robinson in the backfield a little bit. Don't forget he was a running back at Nebraska as well. He had a lot of carries over there. He can carry the ball and do some things. But as far as being the guy that we're going to rely on from the slot wide receiver position, I don't think Wandale Robinson is that. He's not. It's not that he's a bad player or nothing like that. I do think he's very capable, but I don't want to, bolster up his status by giving him the ball too much. And then when it comes time to pay him, this guy making, more money than a running back. I don't want to see that happen with us. So we'll see what's up. Shout out to Erica. Erica's in the building one time. Erica said, got here late, but I'm sure it was a great show. A reset at general manager and head coach, and then let's start fresh and go get our quarterback. I love that. And Erica, I've been loving your tweets that you've been putting out lately. I've been trying to gain you a little bit more traction too, because you be saying some fire and a lot of people be overlooking it. So anytime I see you, tweeting some of them GOAT-like type of topics, I deem it as my responsibility to get it out there to the Giants community. So keep doing what you're doing. I'm loving it right here, and I appreciate you supporting the channel and supporting this stream today. We've been 4 hours strong today, Erica. We getting to it. We getting to it. Off Broadway said, authentic. Take a quick poll for those willing to axe Schoen and Dable or keep one or the other. All right, I'm not going to do it on this stream because right now for me to just set that up would take too much time and wait for it, but I will do this poll on Twitter. I'm going to actually take a screenshot of this so I don't forget. Hold on, y'all. Let me make sure it's getting that. Yeah. Okay, so I got a screenshot of it now. I'm going to make sure to put this poll up on Twitter. Make sure to tune into the next Giant Overreaction, and we'll go over those results. So it's either axe Schoen and Dable or keep one or the other. All right, I got you. I appreciate that, Off Broadway. Max says Kayvon ain't worth the bag. Kurt Berry said, I don't think Schoen, I guess he's saying he doesn't think Schoen will be fired. Red X said Wandale Robinson should do a Cordell Patterson move. Yeah, Cordell Patterson is a little out of shape these days. I don't know if y'all saw when he got the carry on Sunday. He packing some snacks underneath that jersey for show. But I do agree. Yeah, he could do some of that. Wide receiver, special teams. If I'm Wandale, I would actually try to work on those skill sets to try to, take a role with the New York Giants. We don't necessarily have a true punt returner, kick returner right now. Eric Gray's been struggling, fumbling punts. We have Smith Marset, who's been pretty decent, but I think it's a role that Wandale Robinson could take on. Let me see. Chris Crenshaw said, after quarterback, what's your area of need the Giants should attack? I say defensive tackle, interior offensive line, cornerback, and interior defensive line. I like everything you said right there. For me, I think cornerback goes top of the list for me. We need to get a dog out here one time. Love God said, Joe Schoen drafted Wandale over George Pickens. Enough said. I know. And that's one that people say, oh, man, hindsight is 20/20. But in real time, we were all talking about that. Like, George Pickens is right there looking at the TV with the Pooh Shiesty mask on. Like, why the fuck nobody ain't drafted me yet? And the New York Giants overlooked that, and they go out there and they draft Wandale Robinson, whose wingspan is like one of my arms. You know what I'm saying? Like, the prototype is just not there. And I think that Brian Dable now is getting away from that whole, like, we just draft short wide receivers type of thing that they were doing in Buffalo. And now I think that they understand that it's a necessity to bring in a wide receiver of the new slot wide receiver build, which is the Cooper Kupps, the CeeDee Lambs, those kind of guys, the Puka Nakuas, those guys. They're bigger stature guys who can take the hits that are necessary in the NFL. Chris Crenshaw said, also free safety, because Pinnock, who was a practice squad player for the Jets, ain't it? I like Jason Pinnock. I'm a big fan of Jason Pinnock, and I think that when you put the right talent around him, like when he had Xavier McKinney here, he was playing some really good ball. And he's a ball hawk. You can't forget about the pick six. He scored our first touchdown for us in the 2023 season, and it happened in week 5 on a pick six where he went 100 yards against the Miami Dolphins. I like Pinnock, but on a great team, he's probably a depth piece. On a good team, he needs some players around him. But Chris, I don't foresee them re-signing him, to be honest. But if they don't, that's going to create another hole on this roster. Kurt Berry said, I don't think Schoen evaluates talent properly, and Dable doesn't do nothing like the top and offensive minds and scheme up a good game plan. I agree with you on that. Red X said Cordell is ready for retirement. I know that's a fact. He been eating, yo. He's packed. He did not in his whole entire career has he looked this heavy. But he out there still getting to it. I respect the OGs. Y'all know how I do. Kareem E says Hyatt could probably benefit from doing returns. I disagree with this one just a little bit because I think that Jalen Hyatt doesn't possess that physical skill set. Like, to be a punt returner or a kick returner, you got to be willing to put your body on the line and just run literally straight through the teeth of some of these special teams units. So I wouldn't like Hyatt being one of those guys there. The limbs are too long. You take the wrong shot, you're going to be out for the season with a big injury. I prefer a guy like Wan'Dale Robinson to take upon that role. Pal 11 said, I think there might be a discount for them banner planes if you say you are a Giants fan. Wonder how many more till Mara says enough is enough and smartens up. I'm with you on that. No Mets, no Nets, no Jets says, shout out to Adam Costas for highlighting Pickens over Wan'Dale. Yeah, Adam is a guy who, he's got a good pulse of what's going on around, not necessarily just the New York Giants, but the NFL in general. And a lot of us in those Twitter spaces, Adam's always pulling up in the Twitter spaces saying some good stuff there as well. But a lot of people were like, Wan'Dale over Pickens? What are we doing? Red X3R0 says, I don't even know any good spots in Pittsburgh for him to be that big. I'll understand if he was in New Orleans or Atlanta, but Pittsburgh, I feel you on that too, bro. Off Broadway says McKinney made Pinnock look good. I agree with that. And I think that, if you got a good safety like that around Jason Pinnock, he can be a very serviceable player in this league, and they're not paying him much, and I don't think he's going to demand a lot of money in the market. So he's a guy that I wouldn't mind seeing on this roster. I've always liked Jason Pinnock. When he wasn't on a lot of people's radar, he was on mine. OG Takes is in the building. I always love when we get an OG in the building. Shout out OG Takes, man. Appreciate you being here today. Says Trey Amos at cornerback in the second round would be perfect if we do end up drafting our quarterback as well. Love that. That would be amazing. We need to address cornerback. I got to just see where Trey kind of lands on my list once I start doing a little bit of a deep dive here on some of these prospects. But, yeah, I'm all for it. Big shout-out OG Takes in the building. Appreciate you rocking out with us today. Red X3R0 says that Hyatt isn't as shifty to be a returner. I agree. He's more like straight-line speed, which you could probably see working out a little bit better on the kick return. But I don't know, man. I don't see Jalen Hyatt taking some of these shots that I see being taken from some of these kick returners and punt returners. Off Broadway says, my last question, do you think Mara is getting any sleep? No, absolutely not. Look, I'm sitting up here right now and I'm thinking about my neck right here, right? Because I kind of slept on my shit wrong last night, right? I'm not getting good sleep. I know John Mara ain't getting no sleep. John Mara probably up 6 in the morning looking at YouTube videos, watching a Giant overreaction like, man, this dude's kind of right here. I swear to God, he ain't getting no sleep. That's a fact. The Illa says the only thing that hurts Pickens was many teams thought he was a head case. And you kind of saw that the first year, right? But at the end of the day, I think it's important to not only be able to bring in the guys that fit your culture, but be able to mold guys to be able to fit within your culture. You can't forget, all these dudes is like in their 20s, early 20s, right? Coming out into the draft. You need to be able to have damage control. You need to be able to have the right PR team within the building to be able to handle these players. You got to know when it's right to put a player in front of the podium to talk to the media. We're talking about grooming men, right? Like you can say that at the age of 21 that someone is entering their manhood, and in the world, in society, they should and they will and should be treated like a man. But at the end of the day, in your 20s, you are still molding yourself into the man that you are going to be. And organizations are important for that. As I was coming up, right, a good job will do that for you. If you're a young 20-year-old, just got a brand new job, doing what you love to do, there needs to be people in place that will help mold you and be a mentor to you to get you in the right direction, to understand that you don't need to fall over the hurdles to get past them. You can have somebody else fall over that hurdle, and then you don't have to jump over that hurdle. And I think that's important. Shout out, Rob is in the building one time, R0B. Shout out my dog. What's going on, my G? Hope all is well with you. Zane said, and a new secondary. That's facts right there. Red X3R0 said, if we draft Shador, we need to come back and get Horn in like the third or the fourth round. I'm with that too. James D said, I almost want Schoen and Dable to stay, so when they fail again, John Mara has no one to blame but himself. I like that too. Accountability. I'm all about that. OG said, I truly think that if we hit on our quarterback, it would make everyone better. I agree with you on that. I do think the wide receiver room does need an upgrade. I think we need another guy. I want a Keon Coleman archetype. That's what I want. I want somebody that's big, strong, fast, but also can play a little bit in the slot as well, which Keon Coleman doesn't do as much. But I want that potential of like a CD Lamb and all of that. I think that's what it is. Red X3R0 says Pickens is still a head case, but he has the right coach in Tomlin to guide him and bring him back on course. Look, I see where this is coming from, Red X, but I don't agree with it. I don't know if you've been watching the Hard Knocks on the AFC North, and there's been some moments where I'm like looking at Pickens. One of the moments on the last episode, he was standing on the sideline. He's like, Coach, you don't know how bad I want to be out there right now, you know? And then also the other moment was when he dropped the ball in the game the previous week before that. Mike Tomlin pulled him over and was like, yo, look me in my eyes, my dog. That play is not going to be the reason why we lose this game. And it was actually a route that he had slipped on, and it got intercepted. And George Pickens came back on the field, man, and he just started making play after play after play, and they end up going on to win that game against the Cincinnati Bengals in a straight boat race. So I think that he is, not that he doesn't have any more room to mature and become a better man, but I think right now, I don't think George Pickens is a head case. And I do agree with you. A lot of the reason why that is because of the head coach that he has over there in Pittsburgh. This dude, man, he went in front of the podium like 4 weeks ago, 5 weeks ago. They were trying to lure out, a bunch of like, just shit that the media could run with and get a bunch of clicks with. And George Pickens wasn't having it. He was up there looking like Bill Belichick, man. He was giving them one-word answers, not falling for none of those tricks that the media was trying to put in front of him. So I think that right now he's not a head case, but I do think the potential for him to be a head case was still there. He absolutely has the right coach. And listen, if you don't got a coach like Mike Tomlin, you don't got a coach. I got to keep it real with you. Like Mike Tomlin, he's able to have this team. What are they now? 11-win team, I think it is. The roster does not scream 11 wins. Last year, he won 10 wins with Kenny Pickett at the quarterback position. And George Pickens he played a big role on that team. He had 6 touchdowns, I believe it was, over 1,000 yards. And Kenny Pickett only put up 8 touchdowns or something like that. 6 of them going to George Pickens. Mike Tomlin is the ideal type of guy to be a head coach. And, I know they didn't just stumble into Mike Tomlin, but man, cut from that Tony Dungy tree. Don't forget he was over there with Tony Dungy with the Bucks, I believe it was. He's one of the best coaches in the league. Got big love for Mike Tomlin. Let me see. Powell said, which of the draft picks that Shane and Dave's picked that fit their culture? The tough, dependable, smart, tough, dependable. I think Malik Neighbors fits it. I think Micah McFadden fits it. So far, Tyrone Tracy fits it, but really none of the guys from the first 2 drafts do. None of them. Smart, tough, dependable. Wan'Dale could get there. Some of the drops with Wan'Dale has been an issue, but Wan'Dale could get there. DeIlla says Pickens definitely went to the right team with Tomlin. All the talent that team has developed at the wide receiver position, it's crazy. It really is. Yeah, it was the perfect situation for him. Francis says, I would let Shane go and talk. Francis says, I would let Shane go and talk to Dable and say, hey, stick around as the assistant head coach, offense coordinator position under a new head coach and let him walk. I would be okay with that only if it was okay with the new head coach. Stan said, dog, this playback finna be crazy. You know how I do, man. Every now and again, do a 4-hour, 5-hour type of stream. It's crazy. It's 5:50 on the East Coast right now. This stream started at 1:30. And we getting to it, bro. We getting to it. Now we sitting at 420. Y'all know that's one of my favorite numbers. Shout out my dog, Stan, one time in the building. All right, let me see. Lewis says, you're the GOAT. You're still live. I just want to see if there's any like more real questions, and then we'll get y'all up out of here. We'll take this last one from Q and I want this to end on 420. It'd be kind of dope. Q says, also, like the whole thing was Joe and Dable want a Josh Allen type guy, but they drafted Vito. They didn't draft DeVito. Don't forget that. He was an undrafted rookie free agent. They just signed him. They're not even the same build or player. So are the reports lying? Or yeah, I do agree with you on that. Like, if you're going to bring in a quarterback, right, why are you bringing in these molds that don't fit the mold of the guy that you want? Doesn't make no sense. Don't make no sense. Off Broadway said, I've been here for the duration, even commuted home by this. Salute to you, man. Hey, look, I appreciate all y'all pulling up. I'm going to round this one out here because I like this 420 number. I want to partake in some of that as well right now. Shout out to the gang, man. I appreciate all of y'all being here for this 4-hour stream, man. Y'all know what it is. Throw some biceps in the chat to represent that you've been here rocking out with us, at least for a grip here. And for everyone on the replay, if you're watching this on the replay and you get to this 420 mark here, let me see you put a 420 in the chat to let me know that you watched this entire stream. Salute to all of y'all, man. Y'all know that I can't do this without y'all. Mac the Giants fan, Off Broadway, Welvin, all of the gang in the building, man. I appreciate all of y'all being here. Y'all know what it is over here on Authentic in the Beard. Keep raising that bar. Keep living those dreams because the universe flows in Technicolor and surround sound. Rest in peace to the podcast, GOAT, Combat Jack. And that's a wrap. Y'all enjoy the rest of y'all evening. It's going to be a good one, y'all. It's going to be a good one. We got a double header on Monday night, too. Y'all can enjoy some good football. Again, man, I appreciate y'all, man. Y'all know we can't do this without y'all. And honestly, I wouldn't be up here doing this for 4 hours and 21 minutes. We kind of went over that mark just now without y'all being in the building. Y'all have brought so much context and so much value to these conversations that we do every Monday. I was kind of upset to miss the last Monday, but it was just, your boy needed a bit of a break. I was talking to Chris Peace about it, man, and it was well-deserved. Get back, get on track. But these streams can't happen like this, of this magnitude, without y'all being here. And y'all know that I'm very comfortable with having, us be this small portion. And, we don't got to be the number one outlet or the outlet for the New York Giants that have the most subscribers. It's about the people and the people that build this community here on this small corner of the internet called Authentic in the Beard. And we absolutely could not do that without people like y'all in the chat, man. So big salute to y'all. Can't thank y'all enough, man. I really can't thank y'all enough. And I see Deilla said, thanks for your time. And again, thank you for hyping up the channel. Can't thank you enough for that. Y'all, go support this man. Go watch the Joe Schoen video that he put out the day we hired Joe Schoen. It's an incredible video. I'm sure Deilla's going to give me the good graces to put that video in the documentary that I'm working on and highlight him. And Deilla, if you ever get around the East Coast DMV area on any given day, make sure to reach out to me. I would love to get an interview with you. And if not, maybe we find a way to do it, on the phone and maybe make it work. And shout out Bluegrass, another huge supporter in my community, man. Always holding us down. One of our best moderators here. You put the link to the video. Make sure y'all go check that out right when you sign off here. Go subscribe to Deilla and then go watch that video. And it's a 2-part video. Make sure you watch both parts. The second part has most of it in there. And yeah, thank me later on that one. It's a great video, man. Again, salute to all of y'all, man. Y'all know we can't do this without y'all. This has become one of my true life passions now. And, I've been thinking about this lately. Like, what direction am I going to take what I do with sports outside of the documentary stuff that I know I want to do? I know that I want to try to create content in the lane of HBO Hard Knocks and, a 30 for 30 type of vibe. Those are things that I know I want to do. But outside of that, as far as the commentary that I give in the community for the New York Giants and the NFL community, where I want to go, I've been thinking about the next 10 years of my life and how much, not how much, but what direction do I want to commit towards when it comes to creating content that is, based and derivative of the NFL, so it's definitely something that's on my mind. And a lot of you are to thank for that, because without a platform of this magnitude, those are things that I could never think about. The job that I've gotten with Bleacher Report for the past 3 seasons would not have came if we did not build this community over here. So big salute to y'all, man. I definitely appreciate all of y'all. And man, I could have stayed up here for another 4 hours, and maybe we'll do that one day. Maybe we'll do, I don't know if we can quite do a 24-hour stream, but we could possibly do at least maybe a 12-hour stream to start off with. But tomorrow we'll be back at it. NFC East recapped, and Washington Commanders snuck out New Orleans with a victory. And the Dallas Cowboys definitely handled business against Carolina Panthers, and the Philadelphia Eagles, man. What is it, 11 straight now? ridiculous. So make sure y'all pull up tomorrow, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and check us out. We'll be here doing the NFC East recap. Again, man, thank y'all. Thank y'all. Appreciate y'all for your time. Shout out to the Giants Nation, man. Y'all know what it is. Enjoy the rest of y'all evening and make sure to catch them 2 Monday night games. It should be a good vibe. I'm hoping I can go 15-16 on my picks during these games. We'll see how it goes, man. Salute to y'all. Appreciate y'all again, man. Be well. Peace.
Spike don't care.